That's true.
Just-
Let me see.
All right, hey everybody. We are here with the one and only basic trainer, not so basic.
Not so basic. Basic. That's I love that name because it's true. I feel basic in a lot of ways. Especially as a collector, like we always have the tendency, right, human nature, to compare ourselves to other people, and so my collection is basic to a lot of the big fish out there.
Yeah, I definitely feel elementary, I guess you'd say, compared to a lot of the other guys. I just collect the stuff that I love, the fun stuff. I think that's a big part of it for me, and not just cards. There's a lot of the random junk I've got in boxes and shelves all over the place.
Yeah, it's and also when you go back and ask me, oh, what's your favorite Pokemon? What's your favorite starter? What's your favorite this and that? It's always basic, very basic answers, but it's just it's what I like, is what I love. I'm not gonna apologize for that.
You collect Pikachus, right?
I have a small collection of Pikachus, collection of Charizards, small collection of Mewtwo's. I would say anywhere between 15 and 30 for each of those.
That's a lot more than most people. Yeah.
I mean, considering that every Pokemon has probably hundreds,
so many.
At least. I mean, Pikachu has the conversation on your last slide. We were talking about how many Pikachu cards, right? And I believe you had the answer, or someone had the answer in the chat. But there's about over 1,000, right?
Yeah, I think just in the set registry for the master set, that's like the main cards, I think there's 687 just in there. So before you start adding in all like weird, crazy variations, and there's a lot going on there. And obviously Pikachu's featured in a lot of cards too, with other Pokemon's cards, and like even some trainers and stuff. So a real Pikachu collector is obviously trying to grab everything, but it's too far past me.
Yeah, shout out to Pikachu, right? He's got a lot of nice Pikachu cards, so shout out to him.
Yeah, I want to get more people on that set registry. I've got a video planned for it, to kind of talk through like the simplicity of it and like the benefits, and it's really nice. There's so many people not using it that have graded cards. I mean, everybody has graded cards now, even binder collectors. Such a seems like the standard now to have a graded card, no matter the grade, obviously. But
well, I've got a long-winded answer for that one, but before we really dive into this chat, right? I just want to say thank you, Professor, for bringing me on. Congratulations on starting your channel. I mean, you dove right in. You just said, "What the hell? Let's do it." You went live for your first time, right? That was your first time during the week. I think it was Tuesday, maybe.
On my own. Yep, I did. I did a live stream a couple of weeks ago with Andy at Northwoods, and PK asked me on. So obviously, I was like, my stomach dropped when he asked me. I was like, biggest fan ever. And then, yeah, seriously. And then the next day, Andy asked me back. We chatted again. We've had some good conversations. And then I tried to play the game live, and I guess it just nuked my computer. I just couldn't get it to work while I was streaming. So I was like, screw it. I'll just have a drink and chat with you guys. So I just did that. Basically.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, it was fun too. We got some cool people in there. We got some superstars in the chat too. But yeah, thank you for that. That was really kind of you.
It's an honor. I mean, when you said you wanted me to be the first one, I was like, why me? Like, there's plenty of other people out there. Go chase them. But so that's a big honor for me. I appreciate you for that. To be your first guest on your channel. So that's so.
Thank you. Yeah.
Who's in the chat? Let's see.
I really appreciate it. And you just mentioned the 20 other people. They're going to be coming on. The guys that want to open it up for the collectors. So there's going to be some fun chats.
So this is a cheers to you, Oak. By the way, I was, I'm always respectful on, on people's channels, people's platforms. And Oak told me, "Hey, where's your drinks?" And I was like, "Oh, well, I've only had one beer, and I want to make sure I'm respectful on your channel." He goes, "No, man, I'm drinking too. Bring them on. Get yourself a few beers." So we're locked and loaded for the night.
The British side of me, I guess. Cheers to that. Yeah.
Cheers.
Standard.
Got a Pokemon in here. Slow Bro, Magikarp. Drew, what's up, Drew? Ancient Mew. Shout out to Ancient Mew, man. That guy's been killing it on IG, hasn't he?
I don't understand how his cards all look so incredibly perfect. Like his cards look, every single one looks so mint.
That's what happens when you're a binder collector, right? And you sleeve everything.
For real. I mean, they really are. I mean, they're nice looking cards too. There's some cool ones. Some nostalgia this week. Looking through his pictures, it's been fun. Rattle's video was funny. That I love the little the cuts in between. Did you watch Rattle's premiere just now?
Oh, not the with the we're back on the case with the Prime thumbnail. No, so and again, I've been out all day, and I was like, oh wait, is there more news, or is it just more of a joke? And I gotta know. So
it was fun. Yeah, it did a bit of an update on like the backstory, I guess, on kind of what happened and some clips, but it was just so entertaining the way that it clipped it and edited it. Like it's inspiring. I wish I got to figure out how to edit like that. I don't know if I could ever ascertain such skill, but yeah, it was fun. Everyone was dying in the chat. It was just so funny.
Oh, and it was a premiere, you said, right? Oh,
yeah. So he was in chatting with us too. Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh, I definitely missed it then. No, yeah, Rattle's definitely entertaining. Doesn't matter, what type of segment he's doing on his channel, what type of videos, whether it's just opening the Omegle, segments. I believe he did the box break the other day, or he was tracking the box, and then now that the latest one, like back on the case. Rattle definitely has a very unique personality and character, and I think that's what draws the people to him. So yeah, it's very fun for sure.
Yeah, it's like the guy that if there was a party, I would want to sit with him and drink. Probably, like he's the guy that you probably have a laugh with. You'd have a good time. I'm sure he gets it. I'm sure people are like enticed towards him, I guess you'd say. I don't know the word, but Ivy's just joined. Hey, Ivy.
Oh, Ivy in the chat. Nice.
Congrats. Thanks, Felipe. What's a Mew? I love it. I love Magikarp's splash entrance too. That is
Magikarp.
Makes my day.
A little bit of a reveal with Magikarp here. I don't think it's been revealed before. Magikarp is actually my brother.
Shut up.
He's the next one in line. It's we're five total, and he's the next one in line. So shout out to Alex, my brother, Magikarp.
Truth bomb drop.
Yeah, there it is. Reveal.
That's wicked. I know that. All right, so we'll do a family theme. I've got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That takes me all the way to Tuesday with the five of you. Just gotta figure out Wednesday, I guess. That's funny.
Yeah. So back in the day, he was right collecting and whatnot. Obviously, I was a little bit older. We're 4 years apart and 4 and change, and so I was a little bit more, responsible with my cards. I was a little bit more. What should I say? If my brother pulled something really, really cool, right? I would have to tell him, hey man, let me put that in my binder just so that just so that we can make sure.
Yes.
That 25 years from now, this is gonna go bonkers and the value goes up. But no, binder and all that stuff. But to this day, he claims that I have his Raichu, which I sold, and I'm telling him, no, that's not your Raichu. That was my Raichu that I pulled. But to this day, he says that.
We
have a laugh about it.
We have to sort him out in evolutions, Raichu.
What? I think I have one. I'll give him that one. There we go. Good idea.
Try and get back to square it off, I guess. That's awesome. So I'm the youngest of 6. I got 4 sisters, and then my brother's the oldest, and I'm the youngest. There's like 4 sisters in between. So
Yeah.
I get the big family thing. I was the age for Pikachu. They were all older. So it was my thing. No one was stealing or like mess around with my thing. Definitely my thing. So I got lucky with that. Now many younger ones. But now, I've got a little girl, and she loves playing with them and looking at them, and she just goes through all my slabs and like messes them all up and like talks about them and stuff. It's fun. She's 3 years old and she even finds it interesting. I feel like any age can enjoy it, really.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I just think it's funny that even as a kid, like I was that binder kid, and always, I never had them in a stack in a pocket. I was always, everything's in a binder. Now, with that said, you have about 15 Pidgeys and they all go in one pocket, but yeah, even as a kid, I was, sleeve it, put it in a binder, it never comes out. When kids, other kids, friends wanted to, look at my cards, I'm like, no, you can't pull it out. Leave it in there.
Yeah, I think I touched on it the other night, but my Pikachu World Collection, like I literally never opened it because I was so convinced that one day it was going to make, be worth money that I could like buy something with.
Which one is this?
This binder just here. It was the first.
Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha.
The first Pikachu World Collection. I never opened it as a kid, and it was like the most tempting thing ever. When you're so young and you've got something so cool. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to fight in my life.
Are you saying that that's your childhood binder?
Yeah, these two. They're from when I was a little kid.
That's your childhood binder, and it's still sealed. That's incredible. That's probably the craziest story I've heard.
Nuts. Yeah. And I swapped. Obviously, we're in the playground, swapping and messing around with all the cards and stuff, playing with them. I swapped all my base set stuff and Gym Challenge, most of the Gym Challenge and Gym Heroes for Rocket, because Rocket cards, the Team Rocket stuff, I loved them. There's just something like nefarious, something a little like different about them from the other sets. Oh my God, I loved it. So I don't regret that either. Like a lot of people talk about, I swapped my Charizard or swapped my Blastoise for this or that. And you obviously did it for a reason. Like you obviously wasn't connected to that Charizard or Blastoise that much, and I wasn't connected to those as much as the Rocket cards. I wanted the Dark Charizard.
When you go back, I wish we could really go back. When we were kids, we were cracking these packs, but specifically aiming towards the trades that were going on during this time, right, with the kids, because for a fact, at least I can remember people trading their hollows. It didn't matter what, for like 3 PGs, 2 Ratatats, and I'm a choke, because I'm getting 6-7 cards, 6-7 cards just for the one hollow. Yes, give me that deal all day, right? Give me that deal all day. And there were just a bunch of those that happened.
Hustling, I love it. Yeah, that's true. I think what's interesting now is that the kids, like my wife's a teacher. And I donate a lot of cards, all my bulk and like duplicates and stuff like that. I send it all to her. And tins, coins, like the kids love it. They go absolutely like bananas, just go crazy for it. So that like really reassures me that even bulk cards, they like fight over them. Like kids genuinely still have that feeling that I did when I was a kid over, like you say, a Pidgey or so. Like just the most simple stuff, just because it's one you don't have. Like that's the thing. And when you get one that you don't have, like that you can add it to that binder or that collection, which obviously you remember the binder aspect of it. But yeah,
and that's true, right? If you like really wanted that Rattata because you couldn't pull that common Rattata right from your packs, I get that, but a lot of these trades were just very lopsided, completely lopsided. We did not have the sense that we have today as far as balancing out a trade or.
I think the biggest cringe me looking back is what you're saying about like literally people having Charizard hollows in their pocket, like we're just for like weeks at school, just having them in pocket and showing everyone at lunchtime, and it just being such a, I don't know, like such a like blend in with all the rest of the cards kind of attitude, I guess.
Yep.
God, it's crazy. I never did it.
I remember
OCD, I guess.
Yeah, I remember I would go to like flea market that in Chicago, with my dad, and this one guy, he was always there. He had his booth, and he was always selling Pokemon. He was always selling raw cards, even back then. And Charizards, he always had Charizards, and like
Yeah.
the minimum price for that Charizard was about $75 to $100, and I can't remember why.
Wow.
Like I can't remember if maybe there was some shadowless in there, or maybe some first edition. I couldn't tell you today. I don't think I was paying attention to those things,
No.
but yeah, I still remember. It was hard enough to get a pack. If I could get a pack, it was a lucky day. So for me to ask for a $75 Charizard like that just wasn't happening.
Yeah, there was nowhere that to buy packs in my town. Like very few. I'm from a very small town in England, in the middle of a forest, and yeah, it's not set up for Pokemon stonks like back in '99. It just wasn't set up for that. So I feel it. I think I think something I always like kind of toss around the idea of is what if the internet was more prevalent back in '99, like when these come out? Like, what if eBay was like, the big behemoth it is right now? Would there have been more sales or more trades and like more hype on it? And would it have died down sooner after that? Because I feel like what you just said is almost kind of the part of like why it was so desired, because it was difficult to get the Charizard. It was difficult to like get packs, and they were kind of expensive, like for a little kid, back then, like $3-4. And yeah, I don't know if that like desire to try and get that stuff maybe drove some of it.
Yeah, I've spoken about it, little bits here and there on other live streams, but uh, in Chicago, my side of town, or the shops, markets, flea markets, wherever we ended up at, Toys R Us, we would go to Toys R Us sometimes. You couldn't find base set. Now, when I was a kid, I'm having a flashback to I believe it was Swami's live stream. Um, I never pulled a Charizard because I never opened enough base set packs. Period. Right? It was always jungle. It was always fossil. So
Yes.
even if we bought enough packs, we just never had the option to buy the base set. Otherwise, it would just be base set all the time. And and at that time I couldn't. I thought, well, first of all, I thought every single base jungle fossil at the time you could pull any card. I thought they were all one set. I didn't know there were three sets back in the day.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't. So I had no clue. So I was expecting fossil cards from jungle and jungle cards from base set. So I thought they were all the same, set. It wasn't until later on. But yeah, it's regardless. We never had shot at base set. It was always jungle boxes. It was always fossil boxes that we would get our random packs from.
I don't know if I've ever consciously thought about that. I wonder if maybe I thought the same. I remember knowing that the stamps were different. I remember obviously like there was a visual aspect to like having a different stamp, but I don't remember if I thought it was all the same or not. That's a good thought. What's really weird? Mason just kind of freaked me out a little bit. He just said he pictures my hometown as a scene from Robin Hood Men in Tights. I am literally from Sherwood Forest in England. My town is in the middle of Sherwood Forest.
Oh wow! I'm gonna have to Google that. I'm gonna have to go on Google Maps and see where.
It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's gorgeous. Yeah, that's literally like I literally grew up in the Major Oak, like playing around the Major Oak and around the trees in Sherwood Forest. We used to like climb trees and make dens and stuff. That's crazy.
Interesting.
Mason's got some like psychic Pokemon trainer card he just played. Oh, what's going on right there? Yeah. So I think that's interesting. I did want to touch on the eBay situation with the vault. I know there hasn't been a lot released, but they essentially said they're building a massive facility and doing exactly what PWCC is doing. So there's going to be a vault. You're going to be buy and sell within. There's going to be auctions. They didn't say if it's going to be weekly or monthly or just regular auctions or whatever, but it's happening. And I'm guessing there's going to be a lower fee, from it. There's going to be some kind of competition there, I would think. And also, you got the sales tax situation. I would think they're going to do it somewhere to minimize, like, if you're buying and selling within them, that sales tax situation, so you can just mail stuff straight to them if you buy something. That's going to give more incentive to send, purchases there. But I do worry if this is successful, on the future of PWCC. Like, that's a little like concerning, because eBay in comparison is a whale. Like, that's a crazy thought.
You touched on a big point there, which is taxes. And to my understanding right now, PWCC is not reporting to the IRS. eBay is. And my guess is they're going to have to continue that.
I don't know if that's going to be when you cash out, though.
Oh, sure. But that's what I mean. So it's regardless. So it's if you had the option, right? If you've got an Xbox that is touching 5 figures, and you are or PWCC, where PWCC their percentage might be just a little higher, but then again, those guidelines and regulations are going to be different once eBay rolls that out. But regardless, if you got the two options, I mean, people are going to go with the non reporting to Uncle Sam. So Uncle Sam is not very popular, especially these days.
I think so. I think the biggest benefit to it happening for people that really are just buying and selling cards, that really is like their main thing, is I would imagine if you don't cash out, but you buy cards with the funds from your sales, would you get a 1099 for that? Like, would they still report the taxes? I don't know what it is you'd be paying taxes on if, like, it never technically went to you. Like, eBay always had that cash in their fund or whatever. But then, does that mean they would need to pay taxes on it? Like, I feel like the tax man's going to want it from somewhere. I'm not a tax professional, but I feel like I would want to know the situation before diving into that. I wouldn't want to start throwing around thousands of dollars.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm sorry, but yeah, if it's a better offer from PWCC, I'm going with PWCC, just flat out. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, not sorry.
PWCC's got a pretty good head start. Like, they've been doing it a while. They've got a pretty good rhythm. Like, when I used them to sell a set last year, and I got almost exactly what I was hoping for. Price wise, got them there. All I did was mail them the box. They listed everything, took the pictures. I didn't even tell them what I was sending. I literally just sent them a box of Pokemon cards. Next thing I know, I've got a deposit in my bank. Like, their system is so clean and simple. They really do good. I was a little concerned with the billing situation. I can't say that got me excited, but I haven't felt an effect from it.
No.
I think the people that have been affected are the 1%, in all honesty.
Yeah, it definitely will be interesting. eBay is a giant. There's no debating that. Comparing to PWCC, at the end of the day, eBay is a giant. So if all of a sudden they're taking a piece of that from PWCC, can they hurt them? But I think at the end of the day, when you're talking about big volume and you're talking about Uncle Sam, human nature says, and if you're not one of those like business, that you already have an identity behind you and and whatnot, then a regular person is just probably going to go with PWCC if that's the case. My hunch is that eBay is going to have to report once you cash out, but once you sell an item from the vault, it's going to be reported. That's my guess.
It's got to go somewhere, right? Like, it's got to. I think I don't know PSA, because that's another one that I feel like they've got a card under the pocket where they may team up with eBay or PWCC or someone else, but I feel like they're trying to buy and take on things themselves rather than team up. I could absolutely picture PSA launching a vault this year in 2022.
That would be cool. That would be interesting. Yeah, just for vault purposes, and if that happens, and we're just speculation, right? If that happens, then eBay is going to open, not eBay, PSA is then going to have to start implementing, putting their own selling platform,
right?
Trading platform.
One-stop shop. Didn't they just buy Golden or something? Didn't they just buy one of the? I feel like they just bought one of the auction houses.
PSA did?
Yeah.
Oh, that news to me. I haven't heard.
Yeah.
I'm cracking a new one.
Yeah,
Pikachu.
they bought Golden. Steve Cohen Group. Yeah. So they're like part owners of Golden now. So we've got Golden, we've got electronic grading, possibly a vault in the future. It's really becoming a one-stop shop thing. Where that money really is going to kick in for is those sports cards, because I know Pokemon is huge right now in trading cards in terms of what they're cranking out, but that's just because of that hype section before they shut down. Pokemon went crazy. The real meat, their real bread and butter is sports, and I think they need to do more on that side, just because sport people go through a lot more volume. There's so many more cards and like players and different sports. Like there's so much more. Like you don't have how to describe it. I guess it's like you don't have the same kind of collector that you do in Pokemon. With Pokemon, it's like a set, and you have different variations, different years. You got the same one. You have this exact same amount of players each year. But you don't have a player that's not in season that's getting launched in that. You know what I mean? Like each year, it's like that year's set of people.
Sports is very weird to me. I love sports. I'm from Chicago, big sports city. Bulls fan, Cubs fan, and Bears fan by default, I guess. But it's sports is very weird because if I could just describe it in one way, it's very stonkish. It's stocks. It's stocks.
Yes.
It's the stock market, because one day it's up, one day it's down. Pokemon is not like that. I don't care what's happened in the last 2 years, and the dip, and the correction. That was bound to happen. Anyone in the right sense was going to happen. But from a year-to-year basis before 2020, it was just a steady, climb. It was just a steady climb.
That's exactly it.
No.
Yeah, sometimes a little dip, and this was more successful. That wasn't as successful. This player, that whatever. Like, yeah. Now it just seems so like dramatic. Like everything's so much more like focused on those few big hits. Those few massive ones.
I saw a video, and I don't know, it was a random person, nobody huge, but they received about 125 cards, sports cards. And at the time that they submitted those cards, and I think he priced them at 9s, and at the time they were worth about $150, and he submitted at $7 or $8. You know what they're worth today? And he was very disappointed at, as his opening, it's not exciting because even if he gets a 10 yields like $40. Now, $40 when you pay $8, to grade, you're still 5 times your money. That's fivefold.
Yeah,
that's a great day. That's a great day for anyone when you're talking about investing. But there was a huge loss, and that's on a 10. If you went on a line, he was borderline just breaking even. If he got anything under a 9, he was losing money on an $8 per card cost basis. And that's just actually cost basis, because you also have to, put it to the equation that how much did it cost to get these cards in the first place. So if he breaks even, and he said it himself, if he breaks even, he's very lucky. If he loses out a couple $100, that's still a good day because of how much of a dip it is. And I think on just every single day to day, doesn't matter what year you're at, sports is just very, 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 very it's all over the place. It's up and down. Is the player going to do good this year? Like literally a card is based on what the guy's doing today. Very little players, very few players are actually based on what they've done for their careers, right? Your Tom Brady's, your Drew Brees, the big tanks. But for 99% of the sports field, it really is based on what you're doing that day, what you're doing that week, that season. If all of a sudden you go for a triple double and you never went and you're barely hitting 2 points, that guy's card might go up $10 just because he went out for a triple double. So I'm staying off sports. That's not for me.
Yeah, I feel like a bad season, like a boring season, that like no one's really shining bright or doing fantastic, or the person who watching gets injured or whatever. Cards are going to be affected quite directly by that. Whereas it on like Pokemon and trading cards, it depends on the set rather than like the card within the set. Like you would never say, "Oh, Charizard's having a bad year. Like don't buy Charizard." Like it just doesn't translate between the two. But what I do like about sports cards is the like reality of it. You know, the realistic aspect of you can like follow people that you love. Like I've got a friend that's a Major League Baseball player, and I've bought a bunch of his cards just because it's like someone I know. You know, it's like fun. It's a real person, and yeah, I think people stick to that. They stick to the favorite player, and that's it. They want to buy those cards, and whether that's they play for a year or they play 10 years, you know, you're gonna have that connection and kind of watch those cards grow with with them as they're doing well. Some sports cards, I mean, you know as well as me, like, I mean, I've seen them some sell for like 50 grand and stuff that are like modern. Like it's insane. Like it's just crazy money.
And there's tens of thousands of some of these cards, and they're still going for that crazy amount. Again, specific players, but yeah, it's like I get the ones that are numbered, 1 of 25. Okay,
Yeah.
Sure, there's only 25 of those, so it makes sense, I guess. But how many number cards are there where there's little to no value, like $5, $10?
So many.
So many. I would say that's not a guess. The majority of them are not worth much. When you have so many numbered cards. So I don't know. Sports is weird to me. I would never dive into it because it's just Pokemon in its own. It's a universe. It's sports would just be universe tenfold.
You know what's I feel like must be more of a gamble too with sports is, you imagine if a Pokemon set came out in '88, like how much those cards would be worth right now. A lot of money. I've got a box behind Mr. Potato Head right there. I've got a box of every Topps card from 1988, the complete Topps collection. It's like 768 cards or something. It's like a lot. It's like every card. The box is worth like $30. Wow. Literally. Like it's like a $20, $30 box of cards. And they're mint, like untouched. I opened it like a few months back myself, and I was like, it's pretty cool. Like some cool cards in here. Like I can't believe they're worth nothing. But like a Pokemon set, geez Louise, that'd be some serious money if there was a Pokemon set. If we went back to 88, how much a sealed entire box of every Pokemon card from the base set, how much that would cost, knowing it was sealed. If it was that same situation. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Jake Pokenomics, shout out to him. He pointed out that there's so many boxes that are 20, 30, 40 years old, and they're $20 to $100. No, there's no worth behind it. So yeah, I don't think in Pokemon that will ever happen. I don't think it could happen to any modern box, regardless of what modern box is. Whatever modern box today. Anyone pick it randomly. 20 years, it's not going to be $50 to $100. Grab the last five sets. It's not going to be $50 to $100 in 20 years. Yeah. It can, right? It can, because crazy things can happen with Pokemon and in the markets and whatnot, and nobody care anymore. But the likelihood is that Pokemon's going to be here, and yeah, it's not going to be $100 for that same box. It's been 20 years.
I think there's more unanimous appeal too. I feel like everybody loved evolutions. Like a lot of people like Brilliant Stars. A lot of people didn't like battle styles. Like there's definitely seems to be more of like trends and themes with some of their sets. A lot of people like don't like what is it? Crimson Invasion. Like people hate that set. Like people just don't like it. But then you go back to like Evolutions. Last year, Evolutions was like gold dust. I mean, people like loved it for a crazy printed set. Like it's I find it really interesting, like the behavior part of it behind it. Whereas in like you discussed on it in sports, it's very much that specific card that drives the price of the box.
Yep.
Whereas in Pokemon, it seems to be like you could have a couple of good hits in there, but it still won't ever be enough to bring the actual full set up to value, like the actual box. Chilling pain. Yeah.
Ancient Mew just made a point that I've been thinking about lately, the last couple of months. He says, I'm still finding Pokemon artworks I've never seen before in the hobby. It's vast, it's awesome, right? So 100%, I'm still running into artworks, whether they're sets, because I don't really focus on sets. So it's actually very common for me to not, to run into a card that I've never seen before, but I'm more into like promos and things to just have a little bit more of exclusivity, a little bit rare from that standpoint. But not rare in the standpoint that it's like, 5 figures or, something crazy, just, a more exclusive release. So what I do, and let me put it up because I'm not going to remember the app. So Pokelector. So Pokelector, I downloaded that app some time ago. And sometimes just randomly, if there's nothing to do and I'm on eBay scrolling and I kind of get that spark, I go on Pokelector and I just hit the next set that I'm working on. And when I say working on, just looking, if I'm finished with let's just say, Team Rocket, I'll go for the set after that. And then that's the next set that I'm just scrolling for about a few days, looking at every single art, looking at every single common, every single uncommon, every single non-holo, holo trainer card. Because for a fact, not everyone's seen every single set card, or at least the majority.
So many. What about illustrators? Do you like recognize illustrators? Like look at who drew the card? Because I've really come to love recently one of the modern illustrators called Sao, and it's like a lot of colored pencils, colored pencil, like just hand drawn stuff, less of like the CGI and that kind of stuff. Sure. And they're beautiful. And actually, it's funny you say that because I was on Nick, Old School Pokemon, him, Dan, Crystal, and Palette were at a CollectorCon, and I missed Dan. They just shouted me out on their live stream last night, and like I died a little bit. It was so sweet.
You keep going. I'm just gonna have to step out for a second.
Oh, okay, yeah, and they give me a shout out because I missed. Yeah, Slow Bro, you know where it's at. Sao is the best. They give me a shout out because I missed Dan. So, and then I also realized I felt awful, but I went to see Nick, Crystal, and Palette. They were all there, and I got so excited that to meet them and take a picture and like introduce myself that I didn't buy anything, and I felt terrible. I didn't buy anything, so I just went through Nick's eBay the other day, and I ordered a bunch of really cool stuff. He has so much cool stuff. I think I spent like an hour on it, just flicking through, looking at everything. And I just ordered a bunch of stuff on there. I'm going to do a video on it when it gets delivered. It's going to be a little bit because I can't, I'm actually away next week for a little bit. But ask Basic about what he thinks of the Toyota Pikachu promo. I think that's the one that was Toyota Pikachu promo. I think that's the one he was talking about on IG earlier.
So me and him were in the DMs, and I was telling him, oh, you're the one that was outbidding me in the
oh, no way.
I'm pretty sure I backed off a long time ago, and it was just him and some other person. I backed out probably $200 around that range, based on the final price. But yeah, I just thought it was funny that he won it, and I was actually bidding on that card.
That's awesome. Slowbro says that Sao is the best artist, so it's not just me that thinks it. Some incredible artwork, but even just like there's some real simple common and uncommons that go just like you're saying. I mean, this one's a rare, it's a non-holo rare. But this Snorlax, I think I showed it in a video the other day. Like, he just sat there, just eating some apples off the trees, and there's like a little lightning bug or something flying around it. Like, it's just so cool. Just like actual art. It literally looks like a piece of art.
In Brilliant Stars, my favorite art, right? And again, fair warning, hence my name Basic. My favorite art is Kingler VMAX. And
really?
and I don't know if it's a common or uncommon, but my favorite art out of that set is Magmar. Let me pull it up. That Magmar card is just so cool to me. It's so awesome. It's a common card.
It's the one with the, it's got the completely different background, like a lot of effort put into it, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that Magmar is just so cool to me, and it's a common card. So I mean, how many are you getting in a box, right? And to me, that's just the coolest looking freaking card in that set.
Yeah, I love it. I pulled. I think I only opened like 10 packs so far, and I think I pulled 3 of them. So it's definitely like common, but that was the one that stood out to me. I think the most out of all of them.
And there's a few that I imagine is going to be the same artist because it has the same feel. But I think that one to me just stands out. I'm just scrolling quickly here just to see if there was another one. So I'm pretty sure there's another one that has the same style of art. I'm not finding it now, but I've seen it in openings. But yeah, I've never been like huge on illustrators, artists, things like that. I'm never. I'll just point out something that's cool and that's that. But yeah, I've never connected the dots to see all of my favorite arts happen to be this one artist or illustrator, but I doubt it. I'm all over the place.
Yeah, I think it's more of a recent thing for me, for sure. Like after actually looking and appreciating them. What is cool about them is kind of like the chase of trying to identify them in new and old sets. You were talking about going through Poker Collector now, kind of like a challenge, like a little game with myself. When I see a card, I'm like trying to figure out who the artist is, and I'm really bad at it. But I think just playing it, like just trying to do it, obviously I'm going to get better. I'm going to work it out better. What come on? Yeah. Uyama, yep. See, these guys know where that.
Oh, some of these guys are on top of it. Yeah, it's when you grab the whole community, right? This is why I love the community, because every single person has a niche. They have, whether it's what they collect themselves, what the knowledge that they have, what they're interested in. It's again, I just downloaded that app a few months ago just because I was like, I really don't know a lot of the set cards, like especially in the middle eras, but even in the modern era beginning, I'm like, okay, I wouldn't know. And what piqued my interest, I was going through my bulk and I'm just looking at these cards like, where did this card come from? What set is this? And I'm looking at the symbol. I'm like, oh, this is a pretty cool card. And that's what actually made me download the app to just to study the arts and what's in each set.
It's great. Yeah. And essentially the set registry is that for the PSA. It's just that for graded cards, and you can even add in, there is actually a way to add in other grading companies' cards into your registry too, to like keep an eye on it, which I think shows some humility there, I guess, from PSA. It's pretty cool. Oak, you got me on the registry. I'm 15th in Charmander's thrifty. I'm proud of you. That's so exciting. 15th in the world for the Charmander collection. That's quite a feat.
That's pretty cool.
There must be so many people that collect those. It really is underutilized though. Like, there's no way that my Pikachus are the 4th in the world. Like, I just clearly do not have enough to be that high up. It doesn't make sense. So wow, yeah, these guys know all the artists. You guys think it's worth opening a UPC? I want those metal cards so damn bad, but don't want them to be chipped in there. Yeah, I think the thing for me, I don't know how you feel about those metal cards, basic, but for me, I'm like, what are you gonna do with them? Like, you can't grade them. And if you want them, you already have them. You already know they're in there. There's no like chase with opening the box and trying to figure it out. Like I would leave it until you like need the card or like can't stand it any longer. You just give in. Because for me, the amount of cards, if I own a UPC and it's sealed, I already know I have them. I could get them out at any time. In reality, you're not sending them off to grade because nobody's grading them anymore.
Even CGC, right? CGC dropped them. Yeah.
I don't know how they get around that. I don't know. I mean, do they like add in like a padded bumper or something that like covers the edges? I just feel like it'd make the card look weird.
So Rattle had a video on the subject, and that's how I found out that CGC is no longer grading. I was looking for a Charmander that I found in my bulk. I don't think I have the bottle yet. It's over there. It's a E series Charmander, and it's I don't, is it Expedition? I think it's Expedition, but it might be Aquapolis. Yeah, I was actually shocked that guy was in there, and I looked at the condition, and it was pristine. I was like, all right, I guess I'll save this guy for when PSA goes back down. If that ever happens. But yeah, going back to the UPC, I have a problem where if I bought one box with the intention of opening it, it's not going to get opened. I don't have that type of trigger. I don't have that trigger, happy finger to open it. I would have to buy two to then allow me to open one, because those are pretty cool cards. Those are, I mean, talk about a set of cards that actually just they speak on their own. You see them in a room and there's a story to tell, and that story just means 25 years. 25 years, and here it is, gold plated, or
It's a fun set. Just celebrations as a whole, like there's so many different aspects that they touched. The few up there, you can see the basic ones, but pin collections and the figure and the collector chest. They touched on like the appeal of so many different collectors and what they would like, and everyone bought them all up. I mean, people love that stuff. It really is exciting. And I think the UPC stood out because it felt more like serious. It wasn't like they were trying to appeal to everyone. It was more like, this is our thing. Like, this is like the premium collection for Pokemon. This is for serious people. And I think people took that seriously, like really around it. There's a lot of craziness around it. It's gonna grab it. Don't pick one up.
No, it's looking for that box that I have. It's my grading box, right? Because
yeah,
I started going again through my bulk once again. So during the hype, right? During the hype, November 2020, it was send off everything, right? Now to me, I just I had a little bit more. I would like to think I had a little bit more sense, considering what I have in there right now that I'm still waiting on. What am I, 15 months? And I have about a 480 something cards there. Yeah, my selection, when I made my selection, it was very specific. It's got to be 8, 9s, or 10s minimum, just based off what I felt was what it was going to grade. And it was all vintage because I didn't have any modern. There might have been, there might have been maybe 20 cards, but they're all full arts, textured, rainbows, secret rares. The Mewtwo's were in there, both secret rares. So it's stuff like that. I'm going through the cards now, but I decided to go through the bulk once again because I already went through the bulk once, right? And I was just kind of rushing through. Okay, what do I grade?
Very different time period though, yeah.
And yeah, I was running into cards. I'm like, yes, definite. This I have to grade. Here they are. Here's a few, but here's like just a cool starter that I found. Once again, I'm like, oh, this is something that should be graded. And I have a whole bunch of E series that they're just pristine. They're just pristine, and centering might be an issue, but like this one might get a 9 because of centering itself. But other than that, it's
so cool.
something like this that probably no one cared before, right? Something that I found, and including myself, is that I really like trainer cards that have, you know, a bunch of these different, you know, Pokemon on it. And today you can appreciate a trainer card with an art like this, right? Today. Whereas before, no one really cared.
That card, to me, I'm not looking at it and I'm thinking, oh, it's a trainer. When I was a kid, that's what it would have been. Oh my God, it's just a trainer. Like, that's not cool. What I see with that card right now is Pokemon Crystal. I see myself choosing one of those starters, choosing that Syndicate or whatever, and getting ready to go and play that game for weeks and months. Like, the connection to that card that you just pulled up is a whole different level to what it would have been as a kid.
Chikorita is my favorite starter from Gen 2.
So cool. Yeah.
So here's a Charmander that I found. I was like, holy crap, like I have this guy and it's pristine. Like, why didn't I send this guy, right? For the $8, why didn't I send this guy?
Love that.
Don't know what the price is today, but you know, I imagine it's at least $20, but it's probably D series. But I think I found like close to 100 cards just going through them again, from just random old sets. Most likely a lot of them were common, but again, today, even after, you know, retraces, it's still solid.
Yeah, I've learned a lot the past year just watching YouTubes and just immersing myself in like so many other people's like collections and grades and, you know, things that they're doing and buying and selling. I think it's so interesting, like just keeping finger on the pulse with so many different people, because I've just learned so much. I really do enjoy it. Just seeing those cards just then, like I could physically feel myself like feeling good about seeing that card with those starters on. It's like such a cool card to see.
It's a cool looking card, yeah. And if it's in a slab, it's just, you know, it doesn't need to be in a slab. I'm just one of those snobs that I just don't like raw cards. I like slabs, and but these are a few more, all evolutions.
Oh,
and so from, you know, what is this, Plateau, I believe?
It's Glacier, yeah.
It's and it's all you know, it's all evolution. So I'm just like, oh, why didn't I send this at $8 freaking? We'll probably never see that price again. They say we are, but I don't think so.
I just accidentally bought this EX Emerald Pikachu this week.
Okay. I didn't First of all, how does that happen accidentally? First, go ahead.
Bourbon, I think. I don't know. I already have it, and I forgot. And I love the card so much that I was looking the other day, and I'm like, oh, that's a sweet deal. It's like that's got to be a 9, like easy. That's got to be a 9. And so I bought it, and then it got delivered, and I was like, oh wait, I already have this, and it's at PSA right now. Like it's a 10-worthy one at PSA. I'm waiting for it to come back. This is like sometimes you love cards so much that you chase them even though you've already got them. Like you just get so wrapped up in like thinking that's such a cool card.
Do you have you still have a sub, right, with PSA right now?
I've got like a current one, not one from backlog time. They're back, and most of those have been sold and like collected and, you know, done with it. I did well last year with PSA subs. Honestly, I did pretty good. The ones I've got right now is I won the 5 card submission on the Tuesday Thursday thing. Like right when it first started. I think it was the second week. I think I won it, and I threw literally the best possible PSA 10s that I could, and it worked out that the 5 that I sent, only one we need to get a 10 to pay for the whole grading for them. So I figured one of them must hit a 10. If all of them are the cleanest out of like 200 cards I went through, literally, if those are the cleanest, most perfect looking, I spent like 3 hours going through them.
Nice.
One's got to hit a 10, surely.
Nice.
Like, please. And they said 90-day turnaround, and we're at like 30-40 days or something. I mean, it's been over a month, so maybe next month or so, you know, a few more weeks to go. But yeah, there'll be a video on that probably when they come back.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Hopefully
reveal.
When you go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know, one of them, like I just told you.
I'm hoping to get a few tens. Again,
Yeah.
I looked if it had more than 2 or 3 specks of whitening, and I'm talking about specs, right? Out of the pack specs. Even I was like borderline, like, okay, this is the maybe pile, right? So everything that I sent is just completely clean. I check the prices about once a month on everything that I have over there. And like for me to start losing money, it would have to start losing money.
How many have you got there right now?
481
481 cards.
in at PSA 8s on
Value.
average.
The value tier.
Say again?
In the value tier.
Oh yeah, $8. Yeah,
Yeah.
$8. Yeah. So yeah, at the PSA 8s, I think it's like 4 or 5x for like 75% of the cards, and then PSA 9s and 10 is just like it's freaking crazy. And what I did was I picked out everything it was all binders, right? And it was a few collections that I just randomly, stumbled onto. And that was it's one of the coolest moments when you buy a binder. You're buying it because of this one page. And, at that time you're buying a binder for like $30 or whatever the hell it was, right? And then all of a sudden you're finding all of these other cards that nobody cared for them before, right?
Yep.
Nobody gave two craps about them. And then the peak happens and you're looking at all these cards and like, holy crap, this is a gold mine. I'm glad I bought these, binders, and just kind of, and I've never been a binder guy, but when I first started, I just to a few, maybe I thought maybe 4 to 5 lots of binders and collections like this way in the beginning. But literally it was just fun for that, initial opening, the box and flipping through the binders, clean them up, put them in your new sleeves, put them in your binders, and they'll never see the light of day again until Logan Paul.
Oh my God. What a dramatic impact that was. Just like that one, like interesting guy, just immersing himself in it, like in such limelight. What a crazy difference it made to like the hobby.
And at that point, because I knew for a fact that I didn't care for binder cards, and I knew what I was going to do with, sending these off to grade. The every single binder itself. I mean, I'm talking about a binder like this. I sold it, and it was a pretty penny. Today it sucks because today it's like it's worth maybe it's 70% loss.
Yeah,
it's crazy what these binders went for. And you know what's the craziest thing? They all sold overseas. I thought it was a good idea to do the what is that, eBay GSP, right? The global shipping program. So I thought it was a good idea to allow the whole world to, look at these binders, not just the United States. And I'm glad I did, because every single one of these binders went overseas. Some to Australia. I would say 2 or 3 binders went to Australia. And I bet, I should probably not give too many details because then they're going to come and hunt me down. But hey, I want a refund. But and then one went to China, and then the other one went, was it Britain or something along those lines?
Bloody foreigners, eh?
Yeah, it's not one sold here, not one sold in the United States. So that just kind of tells me like it's, these products were very limited. These products were very limited, to other people, or they're not as available to most. And I would imagine that not all eBay sellers, include the GSP, so that you can ship all over the world.
Very few. Yeah. And on the flip side of that, I actually, on my eBay searches, I don't filter it to US only, because I've actually had some good purchases from other countries to the US here. And there's always, I don't want to say like less like bids, but there seems to be like less serious bids almost, like on some of the cards. I got a card, I think it was like the day after Christmas. It was like right at Christmas time. So obviously it was a bit quieter. I don't know if that many people were buying on that day, but I got a card that I was already watching on a US listing, and I got it from someone in Britain. And with shipping, what I paid for it, it was cheaper than the price of the card that it was being bid at, and there was still 2 days left for the US one. So I was like, I don't think people are like checking, because they're bidding on this one and it's literally cheaper with shipping on the one that I was bidding on in the other country. So now that's a good tip for you guys. Like, don't filter to US only. Like, be open to buying from other countries, because you can sometimes get them a bit cheaper. I think people are like selecting US only, like, from my experience. I think Australia might be different. I would imagine that shipping's probably pretty expensive. But yeah, I don't know.
I go after zero feedback here in the States.
Yeah,
if it makes sense. If you're buying a first edition Charizard, pristine, and you're getting it for $200, okay, probably don't go after that one. But if a price makes sense relative, right, to the current market, and you're getting a deal, I go for it as a buyer, because eBay always protects you, protects the buyer. So from that standpoint, when it's overseas, I think the risk for scams is a bit higher than here in the States. But with that said, I still apply the same rule. Okay, let's look at the feedback. Okay, it's at zero. What's the price going for? Is it relative to the market or not? Am I getting a nice 10, 20%, off market? I might go for it. But
I wonder
different risk tolerance.
I was just imagining if I don't know if we should get into this. Like I say, I wonder if like eBay are shutting down like Russia and like Ukraine and like all the craziness going off over there right now. Like, I wonder, is their postal service even running? Like, I feel like it's all like a little crazy over there right now.
Yeah, definitely crazy.
We have a celebrity in the chat. I don't know if you're aware.
Celebrity in the chat. I see PK. Shout out to PK.
Yeah, here he is. I love that. Welcome, PK. That's enough. These guys are buying Batman cards. When did Batman start making cards? Maybe they're talking about the old ones. I'm gonna pour a bourbon. Let's get going, guys. It's Friday.
Ooh, I don't want to get too dangerous. I did crack a bottle of tequila yesterday, a new one.
It's probably still in your blood right now, then.
Yeah, that huge bottle I had in was it PK's? PK's live with Rattle, along with Rattle. Yeah, that one's gone. The Kirkland bottle's gone.
That was fun. I think you guys went pretty late, didn't you?
It was like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, maybe more. I don't know. I can't remember, but yeah, that was a fun stream.
I love it. Cheers, Alan. I'm
Cheers,
a huge bourbon collector. What are you drinking on? I am drinking Woodford Reserve right now. That's my favorite. But I also like the black label of whatever it is, the black Jim Beam. That's like the cheap, easy one. That's the weekday bourbon, I guess. You can get it in Russia's boycotted. Yeah, Russia's done. Russia's the biggest cancel culture victim in the world ever right now, literally.
Victim? Well, I suppose when you look at their citizens and a lot of people that, and this is like way off topic, but yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going through things that they do not want to be a part of in that country. But they're just, kind of stuck with their situation. But yeah.
It's the kids for me. It's the kids that worries me. That's the thing. I did
tough scenes to watch for sure.
Yeah, it's rough. I did want to touch on one thing that I feel is I'm trying to word it nicely. Very dividing. I haven't heard you really speak on it much, on box breakers. That is something I wanted to put you on in terms of like, if you're like a buyer of that stuff, because I'll give my opinion. So, there's no pressure there. I have done it. I just bought a pack for, Josh, that green shiz collectibles. Yes. Mm-hmm. So he's doing one. I just bought a pack for that. For the box. Yeah.
Yeah. What's that?
But I think he's doing Brilliant Stars.
Brilliant Stars. Okay.
It's just doing a modern one. But I told him, like, I don't want it. Give it to whoever is the next person, give them double basically. And I give them that because I just think it's fun to like be a part of it. I just think it's fun. Like there's an entertainment value in there. I think what worries me is like when it's the larger scale, like $300 for like $100 pack type box breaks. Like that's where for me it gets into murky water that I'm not comfortable getting involved in. And like the lottery aspect, for me, it's like the entertainment, like opening a pack of brilliant stars and see if you can pull one of these friggin' awesome like trainer gallery set cards, like really cool cards in brilliant stars. It really is. So I think it's just about the fun experience. But I'm curious on like how you view them, like your opinion on it.
So in general, I'm a free market guy. So if you're setting up a box break, and let's just say it's Brilliant Stars, and let's just say you have a fixed price of $12 per pack.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they're going today. I mean, well, what's the box today? 130?
Yeah, I think 120s. Yeah, I think it's right there,
okay.
130.
Okay, so yeah, so definitely not $12 a pack, right? At that price. But if say you were selling at $12 a pack, and you sold out your 36 packs, I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with the free markets doing their thing. And the way I've always figured it's not 5-year-olds swiping their card.
Right.
You know, these are
I hope not.
At least 18-year-olds, or at the very minimum, if it is a 5-year-old, it's the parent that's making the purchase at the end of the day.
And
right?
Okay with it, yeah.
So I'm okay with that because it's free markets for me. I've always been a fan of free markets. I guess where I draw the line is, let's call it auctions, right? And let's just say sticking with the same scenario, you want your $12 price per pack, and you start seeing auctions, maybe the first, few go for that, $10 to $12 mark, but then all of a sudden it starts dipping 7, 6, and you start, hey guys, this is a $12. You're gonna get, the big hits. I can feel it. You hyping up the crowd. They start bidding it. That's what I'm against, because that's not free market. That's manipulating the crowd into paying an extra, 50 cents a dollar, whatever, just so that they can get that winning aspect. That's what I have a problem with. Yeah, if you have a fixed price and people buy into it, I don't have a problem with that. I don't care if it's an outrageous price. I don't care if you're selling Brilliant Stars, packs for $20, $25. It's up to me if I want to get into that, break. In general, I don't. But if I'm like a real fan of you, and let's just say it's like your first time doing one, I'm jumping in. When PK does his first break, because he will soon, I can feel it. When PK does his first break, I'm jumping in and buying a few packs. Hopefully it doesn't break the bank. Hopefully it does something, low to mid-level. But I'm just gonna be there to support. Be there to be there as a fan. I've done it for other content creators. I've still yet to win one with Mason, but I was there on Mason's first live on Whatnot, and of course, old school Pokemon. Shout out to him. Freaking the first card that Mason put was the Evolutions Charizard, and so I said, "Oh, perfect! I would definitely pay a premium because it's Evolutions Charizard at the end of the day, and it's his first live. So this is the first card ever to sell on his Whatnot, and old school was not losing. He was he was not losing. The difference is, and I joked around, but the difference is like, look, this is probably going to be a business expense for you. This is coming out of my pocket. And at some point I just had to draw the line and just kind of let him have it. But yeah, I've done it with him, done it with who's the but yeah, if you're the Oak, if you go on, I'm gonna support you. I'm gonna go jump on your box break. Fair warning, it might only be a one-time thing. If something really entices me and the price is right, I'm definitely gonna go in. But yeah, my only hope is that the crowd, the majority of the people in their senses, really are capable of paying a premium price comfortably, and then that's okay. And then that's okay. Free markets.
I'll be quite honest with you up front. I've thought about doing it, but
zero chance, PK says.
I don't think I would. Yeah, seriously. I don't think I would charge. Like, I can't see myself ever like charging money for it. I think I would do the breakers in like 1 pack per person for free, because Pokemon cards aren't that expensive, like to knock 10, do an ETB and break that out, or a booster box or whatever. It's not like the end of the world,
Yeah.
Want it to be at cost. Yeah. I feel like G.I. Joe cards. Yeah. Did they buy them all off you? Did you hook him up?
Somebody reached out. Who was it? Somebody was talking to Rock, because I believe Rock gave a few packs away during his break, and I totally missed that break. I didn't even know that was going on until later, and it was all sold out. But apparently, he gave out a few people G.I. Joe packs, and somebody reached out to me because Rock told them, "Hey, reach out to Basic. Basic bought a whole pallet worth of G.I. Joe boxes, so reach out to him." So he reaches out and he says, "Hey, by any chance, are you selling G.I. Joe? Because I'm looking for some and I can't find them." I'm like, no. I was like, yeah, I do have some, but I said, you know what? I was like, go on eBay. They're there. They're available. If you really wanted a pack, you can get one for $6-7. If you really wanted one, that's nothing, right? $6-7 is nothing.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I can't find it. I jumped on eBay, looked them up. I'm like, yep, I see a ton. Took a screenshot and I told him exactly what to look for, the title and everything. Send it off to him, and then he looked at it and was like, oh, great, I bought a couple boxes. I'm like, all right, there you go.
You bought boxes out.
Because they really are cheap. They really are cheap. And it's it's just a fun meme thing. Again, like I've mentioned, and during PK's, stream, me, him, and Rattle, G.I. Joe will always be attached to Pokemon now. It will always be attached. You mentioned G.I. Joe packs on a random, if you hear someone say G.I. Joe, your mind is going to go Pokemon.
Hashtag never forget. I will never ever get that out of my head when I think of G.I. Joe now. No. Ever. It's absolutely like sealed, imprinted on history.
So if you can meme something and it can be affordable, it's all. I'm all for it. It's awesome.
I wonder, Rattle liked the idea of the t-shirts with you wearing the sweater with him on it, the Inception part. So I think we're gonna roll out a clothing line, and I'm gonna try and wrap King Pokemon and Logan into it to hype it up with Prime Juice.
When you said that, I was dying. I thought it was the most hilarious thing in the world.
I nearly spent $200 to get that t-shirt done in time. Like legit, I was like trying to get it done, and I couldn't get anyone to get it done in time.
Don't pay $200.
No, I didn't. It was still late because they said it was going to be delivered Saturday, and I was like, well, I'm going to be there on Saturday. So
my face on a shirt for $200 is not worth it. Get yourself a nice Pikachu slab for that.
Priceless.
Yeah, get yourself a nice Pikachu slab for that.
Priceless, basic. It's the experience. That was a fun day though. I tell you, meeting those guys. I met up with Chief Keane. I hope he's still in the chat. I saw him in there earlier. I think he's working. I met up with him and his wife. Oh my god, they were like the sweetest couple ever. And we sat and chatted. We just chatted and open cards, and I had a drink for 3 hours. He was such a cool guy. And I was thinking God, I wish PK and Basic and just everyone in the chat could have been a part of this. Trevels, I see all these names, John, Pokemon DNA, peaked at Rattle, this Thrift is there, Magikarp, everyone, all these people, these freaking awesome dudes and dudesses that are in this chat right now. They're all the people that I was I wish they could be a part of this right now. This would be such a cool experience getting everyone together.
It was a last minute cancel for me. And it was a funny sequence because
you nearly came, didn't you?
At first I was like, I'm in. Now we're talking about months before, right? And then the Leonhardt pop-up shop happened. That's what made me say, okay, it's so close to, we're talking about January 29th for the pop-up shop, I believe, 29th, 28th maybe. And then the end of February, you got Collecticon in Orlando. Yeah. And it was cutting into short, and then schedules and things like that. I was like, maybe I don't need to go. Then maybe 3 weeks later, I was talking to Old School, talking to a few other people, and they kind of, hyped me into it. Okay, let's do it. And when it came down to it, when I started looking at hotel prices and airline tickets, compared to a few months before, it had doubled. So right away, that made me think. I was like, well, no, because if I'm going to spend this amount of money, I would much rather get me one slab worth that, right? I said, no, I'm not going to do it. Then fast forward, it's Thursday, I believe, and Old School's playing out. And I'm talking to him literally the next day. He's by the poolside, and I'm telling you, I was FOMOing hard, and I was looking at prices, and they had doubled again. And I was like, well, you know what? I think I can still pull it off. And if I do this and if I do that, and then me like, oh yeah, like I'm by the pool. Jetman's about to come down. Bo Danger's about to come down, and I'm like, oh man, like, like no, what do I do here? What do I do here?
So there was so many cool people. So many.
I saw it. So you were there. I would have loved to meet you in person, Chief Keen. A few other people that I've never met. I really wanted to meet Dan Ketchum Collectibles. Shout out to him. And it's Saturday was really hard for me. And I remember when Pokenomics went live that day, I was like, oh, this is such a relief, because I needed somewhat of a distraction, because it was a tough day for me Saturday.
Yeah, I think I think it's just tricky, just all in all. Like, did you see Nick's Old School's post about like how much he spent on it, like the cost of it?
Not yet. I watched the recap with him, Dan, let's see, Crystal Pokemon, and Pokemon Town, is it?
Pokemon and Crystal, yeah. So they were there. They had the booths together, like they were the same area. Well, he just did another one himself after talking about what he spent, and I mean, it cost a lot of money, like the flights and the hotel, like the money.
But there's a difference. Let's be fair. There's a difference between you and I and Old School Pokemon. Dan, well, it's a business expense. It's a business expense, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I spent like $20 on gas, like essentially, like it's really all it cost me. And then the ticket was like $3. But Vanilla Ice came on. It was like the show, Vanilla Ice was there singing and dancing, being crazy, and it was like so ridiculously entertaining. Like I thought it was going to be cheese balls, like ridiculous, like weird 90s, like try and recap what he used to do, but he brought a party. Like the whole place just stopped. Like everyone just stopped in the tracks and watched. He was so like enthralling to watch. It was so exciting. And then he did like the main song, the Ice Ice Baby, and carried on. But as soon as that song was done, everyone dissipated. Just wanted to hear that Ice Ice Baby, that one major song that he did. As soon as that was over, like everyone just like, it was like everyone went back to work. Like
back to cards.
Yeah, it was so funny. I was like, wait, what? It's still going. Like, what's going on? Like, where do we go? What do we do? Like, everyone just started doing their own thing. It was that was funny.
It was quite the show. After you see it about 3 times, it's like, okay, I don't need to go and go on alone with everyone. But
does it do it to everyone?
It's the same. It's borderline the same routine. Yeah, it's
okay. I didn't know that right now.
Yeah. So next one is in Dallas. I'll be in Dallas. And yeah, they're going to be doing the same thing. Yeah. So that's actually going to be the time where I'm going to go and hit all the booths and try to get the deals while everyone's set by the stage area.
Mason said he wants us to do some karaoke. What song should we do?
Karaoke.
Should we do the Pokemon theme song?
Go ahead. You start for the first minute.
Hell no, people would cry. I don't want people crying. I want people smiling. Yeah, that's funny. Sorry, Mason. I know we got distracted right there. I kind of want to see if I have any interesting cards left in my book. I sent all my stuff off. I'm gonna grab my box real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I started going through a lot of my bulk, and it's just like, well, it doesn't make sense to go at $50. Doesn't make sense to go at 40, at 30.
Right.
10% maybe borderline. At 20%, it makes sense. At $20, it makes sense. But yeah, I'll probably, they're mine. It's here. They're free. Like, how do you factor in cost basis? Is when I was going through these 480 something cards that I sent. It's like, well, how do you factor in cost basis when you've had these cards in your binder for X amount of years, right?
Right.
Essentially, it's free. You know, there is no cost basis to them, unless you really wanted to go back and, you know, look at all the prices that you bought them and then factor in every single card.
Well,
but
hang on. Are you making an Excel sheet? Like, do you keep track like formally of like in and out and?
Not binder cards. So if it's slabs, if it's sealed product, 100%, I've recorded everything from the very beginning. But binder cards, I never did. But the good thing is that even if I bought, you know, of a binder, you know, collection, I'm looking at, let's call it in worst case scenario, because I'm just guessing, $50, right?
Yep.
When you break it down to however many hundreds of cards it came with, and you bought them 8 to 10 years ago, it's like, well, cost basis is zero. So then now your only cost basis is grading at this point. So that's just how I looked at it. It just made sense to me. Now, hindsight, I was like, well, I probably should have sent off a lot of the 7s and 6s as well. You know, because even if I break even, there's a lot of profit on the back end. That's just it'll be offset anyway. So, but yeah,
I'm in the exact same boat. So I have an Excel with like the main good cards that was selling and grading and like doing stuff with that, like I wanted to keep track of because it's real money. All like the old binder stuff when I was a kid, I just put 0 for cost, you know, unless I graded it and then I added that in. But yeah, exact same thing. I just found this. I was talking about Sao earlier. Just a little Minchino. I don't know how to focus on this damn camera thing, but just like such a cool like colored pencil art. It's like such a simple, but there's just been so much effort put into the artwork. You just think it's funny. Oh wait, I found your Christmas Magmar.
Oh, there it is. That's the bad boy, and he's in a.
It's beautiful, right? I actually liked it that much. I threw it in a card saver.
Yes. Send that off to Grail right now. Express.
I mean,
it's got to be in a slab. It's
stonks, right?
It's probably the best start in the set.
Oh my god!
Shout out to Chev. I saw Chev in there and Australian Blastoise.
So many cool people, man. Man, this is lush right now. Having all these awesome rock stars. God, I've got so many Pikachus. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, Pikachus, man. They're not every set, right? But close to every set has a Pikachu in it, right? But it's not every set. Yeah, I want to say like 95% of the sets have Pikachus in it. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. Does anyone in the world, like, who's number one, and how close are they to having 100% of the Pikachu cards? I've never been interested in registries and things like that. So
that's a sore subject for me. Basic. I don't want to get into. One guy has like 84% of all Pikachu, and we're talking 700 graded Pikachus. He has like 84%. They're all high grade Pikachus too. It's like kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know who he is. I really should look him up better. I really should actually, because if he's serious with Pikachus, what I did think was interesting, which, you know, I kind of touched on in PK stream, was when you're looking in the set registry, there's different sets. So you can have the artist, you can collect, we're talking about Sao, all of Sao cards are in one spot, or you can collect all of Brilliant Stars, all of Team Rocket, you can collect all of Pikachus, or you can collect all of the starter Pokemon. And then you can collect all the starter Pokemon with their evolutions. Like, it's like so many different like sets that PSA their own sets that they've made of cards from different sets. It's like so fun. I threw all of my graded cards into the set registry, and then you go to the set and you see which ones it would like make up, essentially, like which things it contributes towards. And it was
so this populates. Sorry, so this populates automatically. So if I just throw in every single one of my slabs, it populates category. If
so,
oh, that's nice. That's
kind of what it does is it gives you option. It populates that you can contribute it towards that set, and then you just say, "Yep, I want to start collecting that set, that PSA set," and you click the button. It throws them in there, and then you can go through it and go, "Oh wait, I still need that one. Oh yeah, I need that one. I need that one. Or oh, I've got that one. I just need to upload it." Like, it's that simple, and it's so fun. And you can even connect it to eBay. So you can click on it and click shop, and it takes you straight to eBay to buy it.
Nice.
There's so much there with it. It's really cool.
Not that I need something else to keep me entertained in the hobby, but I've never even looked at the set registry. I don't even know how it looks. I don't even know how to navigate it. I've never been in it. So
precisely why I'm going to do a video on it.
Might be that might be interesting. Yeah, I would definitely watch that, because yeah, I have no clue how that works. So yeah, if you're telling me that you can just, throw in all your slabs and it automatically populates, yeah. That's awesome.
It really is cool. And you know what's going to like the investing side of stuff, it will tell you put in what you paid for the card or what you spent on grade, whatever, basically your cost basis, like you were just talking about. Put your cost basis in for that card. It will also tell you what it's worth at the auction prices realized right now, like basically what it's currently selling for. It's live.
Okay.
So you can track that set you're collecting, how much you spent on it, and how much it's worth. So if that suddenly shoots up to 3x, okay, maybe I should sell some of these cards from this set because this one suddenly got popular. Whereas that's not easy when you're looking through eBay or like other places. That isn't like as clear to know if something suddenly starts popping, Whereas there it's 2 buttons away on your phone. Like you just click a couple of buttons.
Right. No, definitely interesting.
This one's a guilty pleasure for me. It's a Japanese Blastoise and Piplup from the team.
Tag team is definitely a favorite, favorites amongst, hobbyists. It's pretty cool. Never seen before. You got two Pokemon in one. And you've always seen cards with multiple Pokemon, but it's the Pikachu card with X amount of Pokemon in the background. But with tag team, it's like I just pulled one on Ivy's live stream break.
Is it Pikachu and Zekrom?
Pikachu and Zekrom, which worked out because my favorite card from that set, it's the Espeon and Deoxys, and so that's what I wanted, right?
Really cool. Yeah.
But when she pulled the Pikachu Zekrom, I was like, oh great, let's get a slab because it fits right into the Pikachu collection, right? I wasn't thinking along those lines. But yeah, tag team in general, the different sets, those are awesome. I know Cosmic Eclipse is like the favorite amongst all the others, but if it has tag team Pokemon in it, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think there's just like the Pokemon in it that like people have connected with through like games and collecting and the show and stuff like that. They introduced that, but like mixed with another, so it's like just adds like an edge to it, I guess. There's a lot of appeal there. I just found one that's pretty interesting.
The rainbows are still not attractive to me, but all the others and the alternate arts are pretty
I don't have a single rainbow.
Yeah. To me, they're not as cool. They're not as cool. Today's rainbows definitely look a lot better because their outline of the Pokemon is a lot darker, and you can tell the Pokemon. But yeah, I think I've got a few rainbows actually, maybe 5 rainbows at the PSA. So there were 2 submissions, and my first submission was in October. The second submission was in December. Yep. And the first submission contained the Mewtwo's, the secret rares, which I went to Target. I bought 5 single packs, and I pulled both secret rares, Mewtwo's. And whenever I'm buying modern, it just gets sleeved, thrown in the binder. I never look at it again.
Yep.
They came back as 9s, both of them. A little disappointed because it's like I'm looking at them like, man, these are like borderline 10s. Like, how come I didn't get a 10? But I was like, hey, if I got 9s, I mean, that's just amazing.
Yeah, I think I hope for the best and plan for the worst, I guess is the phrase. Like, I always like trying to hope that it's going to be something good, but yeah, I don't know. This one you're going to find interesting.
Let's see it.
So I'm sure you've seen it. It's that beautiful Espeon. Oh,
that's an awesome card. Yeah.
That's Sao. That's that illustrator. Okay. That it's again that colored pencil sketch. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's got like bugs flying around and like the globe spinning and stuff.
Yeah, that set is definitely awesome. I've heard this topic recently quite a few times. So
yeah,
is it which set is better? The Brilliant Stars or is it? I'm skipping on the name now. With all
Evolutions.
the no, not Evolution.
Evolving Skies.
Evolving Skies.
Yeah.
Which one? Which one would you take today? Say somebody handed you a box. Somebody handed you a box today. And I know the prices may not be the same, but assuming that the price are the same, which one are you taking?
I think that's really difficult. I don't think I've ever like consciously gone through it. I want to hear the chat. Chat, help me out, guys. I do want to talk about one thing, actually. I want to show this real quick, if I can remember where it is.
Yeah, I heard that debate. They were really going hard. Whose live was it? I think it was just a random guy that I ran into late at night one day, and they were talking about Evolving Skies and Brilliant Stars. And, yeah, let's hear what the chat says. But I made my choice, and it was, based on everyone else's. It wasn't 50-50. I want to say it was like 70-30. Heavy on one side, but I mean, I hear, I read a few Evolving Skies here.
Okay.
As the non-modern guy that like doesn't really care for modern, doesn't really care for binder cards, and doesn't really care for paying the premium price for a slabbed pool, the fire pool from that set. Brilliant Stars is actually a pretty cool freaking set. I would rather own a Brilliant Stars today than an Evolving Skies today.
I think I would agree. And I think the reason that tips it over the edge is the trainer gallery fun. That's like kind of feels like a hidden extra bonus on top of the set. Even though it's of it, really, like it really is part of it. It's in the boxes with the packs. Like it feels like you're getting something that you shouldn't get, like something extra kind of.
There's so many things going on. And a lot of times you're like, you know what? There's so many things going on. That's not, no. This set is like, I think they really did a great job with this set. It was amazing. So I'm really curious. I haven't seen any of the cards. I'm pretty sure they're leaked already for the next set, but yeah, Brilliant Stars is freaking amazing. I mean, I sat at Mason's, a couple of breaks, and those go long, and I was entertained the entire time. I can rarely do that, even for a vintage box. Stay for the entire stream.
Yeah, I sat doing laundry for like 4 hours watching, like however long it felt like it lasted forever. I sat doing laundry watching that, and I was like, oh my god, these like there's just another new card, another new card, another new card. Like it was one after, just like never seemed to end. It was so fun. DNA asked earlier. He probably forgot that he even asked now. It's been a while, but he asked what my favorite Pikachu card was, and a bit of a like another guilty pleasure. I think I was talking to PK about this the other day, but it's probably the cheapest one I've bought, and it's the Crimson Invasion one, where it's just like it tells a bit of a story. Like it's just like so happy, like chilling on this like beach or island or something, and there's like a little hut or a Pokemon center or something, and some trees, and there's some flowers. Just like so like pleasant. It's like such a pleasant card. It's like a I don't know, $20 or $30 PSA 10 Pikachu. Like such an easy, cheap set card, and people love it too. Like everybody loves that card. Like people that know it, they'll love it. But for me, that's like my favorite, even over Pikachu cards that I'm spending 100, 150 bucks on. Like I prefer that over it.
How many? Yeah, for sure they do spend the time on Pikachu arts, right? I feel like that is the case because it's a lot of the cards, common cards, whatever, you can say, oh, this one's cheesy. This one's just, they just threw this one in there. They really didn't try. Pikachu, they tried. They know. It's the mascot.
I feel like that about the Brilliant Stars one. I think that is the one upset that I do have with Brilliant Stars is the Pikachu is like, I don't know. I feel like they could have done something real cool with Pikachu.
I don't even think I know exactly what.
It's a full art. If you check Brilliant Stars full art Pikachu, you'll see it.
Wait a minute, Pikachu full art? Yeah, you don't like that card?
No, it looks so basic. That wasn't a
really.
Dig at
yes.
you,
No, that's. Oh, come on. Come on, Oak. Come on. That is a pretty awesome Pikachu card.
I was disappointed. And why is there only one? Like, you've got like a million different like Charizards and Arceuses. Like, give me a freaking, at least give me like a regular Pikachu in there.
Listen,
like, give me something to play with.
If you have one or you pulled one or what have you, I'll take it. I'll take it off your hands. That is a pretty cool looking. I think any Pikachu card in a full art, it's pretty awesome. It's a pretty awesome card.
I do like full arts. I think what I like about full arts is it feels like a little more engaging rather than like a picture of something. It feels like the Pokemon is the card. Like, it's more like involved almost. It's like
think about how much you have to actually like zoom in, look at a card, because it's you just have the window versus a full art. You can put it at arm's length and you know exactly what's going on in that card.
I think that's the contradiction for the rainbows though for me, because rainbows are obviously the intent is to be the flashiest, fanciest card there is, but for me it makes them like look really bland. Like, I feel like they all look very similar. It's very difficult to distinguish without focus. Like, it's very difficult to distinguish between them. I feel like it's like almost like an irony of what they're trying to do against what I'm feeling.
Yeah,
I don't know if you feel like that.
For most full arts, yes, 100%. For most full arts, 100%.
Rainbows, though.
Oh, rainbows?
Yeah, rainbows specifically. I mean,
and you're talking about today's rainbows, say like Brilliant Stars, or I think the rainbows are like awesome. Today's rainbows are awesome. You can see that. I mean, Charizard is such a clean card. I've never seen such a clean rainbow card than that Charizard. There's other Charizards that are rainbows that are just like that's an ugly card.
Yeah.
To me, to my eyes, it's an ugly card. The Brilliant Stars Charizard Rainbow, it's an elegant card. I mean, I would love to have that. I'm just not going to pay the premium. I'm just that guy.
What did you think when you first saw a VMAX? Like the big, like ridiculous sized thing? Because I was like a little bit like, I don't know, I kind of turned like boomer or whatever. Like, well, that's not Pikachu. That's not how Pikachu should look. Like, I felt like it was dipping the toes like out like in the wrong place. I just felt a little like awkward to me. But that's changed a lot. I'm definitely way more into them now. Now I appreciate them a lot more.
I don't mind it as long as it's something different. Really, I think the only negative it's the older rainbows, which in recent conversations, different channels, those rainbows are actually quite rare. But with that said, they're pretty ugly at the same time. So the only reason why they're holding value is because of their rarity.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And they are rare. Sure. They are. People say they're not. They are difficult to get and pull. They really are. Do pull the rainbows out after tournament today? It's a great card, best rainbow. Oh.
Yeah,
I do.
That Charizard is definitely very, very clean. How many Pikachus do you have?
Too many. That's for you, Australian Blastoise. You just said it like that one.
How many Pikachu slabs do you have?
With me, I have that many.
Okay, because and I know I'm pretty sure you would like to show them off, here and there when you go live. I would personally like to see like that little void that you have right behind you in the center, line up all of your Pikachus. That would be pretty cool.
Like in between these shells.
Right. That would be pretty cool.
I was actually planning on getting a case, one of those slab cases where you can like put them in rows. But we're building a house right now, and that's going to be ready in like 3 months. So I'll be moving. So I was thinking a new place.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, that new place, I'm going to have like a pretty big office. It's going to be much bigger. So I was thinking about having a bit more of like a better setup and better lighting, because this lighting makes me look like a ghost. I look a little bit like Vanillux Pokemon right now, like really pale. I've got such a good tan. I look so pale.
Come on, you're in Florida.
I know this lighting like really doesn't bring out the best in me. This camera lighting, so we've got to get that sorted out. But yeah, I think like getting a bit of a better display would look cool, but also like I'm like kind of humble. I actually set this stuff up like for my work calls to like show like a little bit about myself during my work meetings. And then when I started YouTube, I was like, well, that naturally like just fits because like it's about Pokemon. It's just like kind of lucky, really.
Yeah, I see a lot of ATBs back there.
There's a lot. I've been trying to grab one of each. I've like slacked off a little bit recently. I haven't been going back much further because I've been so busy, but I think I've got about 20 so far. I think. I don't know.
I'm sure there's a lot of them, but at least the ones that I've seen post their ETB collection, the one of each. Pokehive, the Pokehive on Instagram. He has an awesome ETB collection. Like, I don't know if he has the complete set, but I'm pretty sure he's like very close, like 90%, very close to having every single. And he's actually local. He's San Antonio. He was the first person I talked to. If you go on his Instagram, he's like a seller, buyer, collector. He does it all. He's here in San Antonio, and he was the first guy I talked to because I thought it was just amazing that I just randomly, not randomly chose the city, but when I came to the city, I didn't think I was gonna, have any big collectors here, and then all of a sudden, Pokehive is just like, whoa, that's a crazy collection.
Some of those ETBs are like, like legit money. Like some of them are really expensive right now. Even now, like they're definitely up there. Some of them, out of the range that I would probably want to spend just to build out every one of them. But I was just trying to grab one. I think the green one, I think it is. Was it the yellow one? It's the yellow one. It's the Rebel. I don't know. I got so many. Rebel Clash. That one I got from Nick, Old School Pokemon. That one. Okay. I should have got him to sign it. That's what I should have done. Yeah, I just think it's cool. Like, I'm not buying them to like make money or stonks. I was actually thinking about opening some and giving them away on the YouTube or something. I just think they're fun. I just think they're such fun things. Sure. You get a little coin inside. Some of them have got like, potentially decent cards in there too. There's some big hitters. You get a few packs, and the artwork looks good to display. I have too many to actually display the artwork, shelves, but.
I have so many sealed sleeves from ETBs that I bought from over the years. I don't use them. I don't play, and I also and I don't like to use them for binders. I just like to use the nice clear, because you can see the back then. So I have so many sealed of sleeves from ETBs.
That ETBs that I opened with Chief Keen at CollectorCon, the Fusion Strike one had 2 sets of sleeves in it, and one of the sets wasn't Fusion Strike. Like, they'd put a different set's sleeves in there, and I was so confused. And,
wait, was this by accident or on every single? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they had 2 packs in the box, like from a like they added one in from another box by accident. I don't even know how that could have happened. Maybe the machine, or I don't know if they do it manually. I would think a machine is packing all that stuff. I don't know. But yeah, they accidentally did it. I don't know which set it was from, but Chief, I gave it all to Chief, so I don't know if he looked it up or not. But yeah, it just goes to show. I love that people have been ordering stuff from Pokemon Center too, like one ETB and me getting like a case. Like, I love that. I think that's so cool when that kind of stuff happens. I ordered, I think half a dozen, like 6 of the sleeved blisters for Brilliant Stars from Pokemon Center, and they sent me, I think it was 9 or 10. I think, like, just not even close. Like, just threw a few extras in there for free. It seemed like so strange.
So awesome. Speaking of Pokemon Center and Pikachus, do you have the special delivery Pikachu?
Did.
You did?
Did. Yeah, it was not a 10 worthy. Okay. So I didn't see the point in like holding it. I just sold it raw on eBay when I got it.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this a story where you sold it for like 500 or 600?
No, that was Bidoof.
Okay,
Charizard Bidoof one. Yeah. That one I sold, I upgraded it and sold it for like 700. I think it's $6.99 or something. $6.99 or $7.99. I forget. Yeah, but that was a little bit after. I'm still a bit annoyed that the special delivery Charizard still hasn't come out, because
that will never happen.
I mean, that was dated 2020, I think, on the card.
That will never happen.
That's
a good point. That's a good point, because it has 2020 on it, right? So now, let's speculate. Are they going to roll it out with the 2020 date on it? I don't think so. I think they destroyed it. I think they destroyed it already, and then maybe in the future they will bring it out. But I think and this is just me speculating, right? I think when Pokemon starts, slowing down and starts dipping a little bit, that's going to be their ace in their sleeve. That's going to be the ace in their sleeve. They're going to roll out this special delivery Charizard and never hype again, hype monster again, hype train, and that's what's going to revive. That's going to give the shock to the system to revive it. So yeah, I don't think we're going to get the 2020 version. I think that's been destroyed. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they've been destroyed already. And wasn't there a sale, like a legit sale of like one? That's going to be a crazy card.
I think there was two. I think two got out. But here's the thing: destroyed. I can tell you, if I was the person tasked with destroying them, I'd be destroying a couple in my pocket. Like that, they would be. Knowing that there's only 4 in the world or 5 in the world because you just grabbed a couple, and then there was a couple that were stolen already. Like,
well, PK and Red are gonna make a video on that guy. That's the case.
They were 100% stolen. I mean, like,
well, sure.
There's no way around it. Like this said that they accidentally got them in a box. Like, how did someone accidentally put it in? Just, I could see if that happened to like 50 orders. If like someone that day was putting them in thinking like today was the day, like should have done it, but 2 people's orders.
So we're speculating here, right? We're thinking crazy. You had a few bourbon, drinks in you. I've had a few Modelo's already. Let's get crazy. If they roll out the only way that special delivery Charizard really gets up there in price and gets crazy and gets available in the market, just to kind of test the waters, is if they roll out the new version of the special delivery Charizard.
Right.
Because then all of a sudden, if there's only 2 in the world, I'm guessing not. I'm guessing somebody's keeping them in their back pocket. Somebody's got them stashed, just waiting for the right opportunity, and then they're gonna unleash the beast. Right now, it may not make sense because that card might go for 4 figures. I don't think it surpasses $1,200, right? But that's just me. If there's
4 in the world.
But if now there truly is 2 in the world, that might be one of the craziest cards to hit the market.
Rarest card in the world.
But they're not graded yet, right? There's not. I mean, yeah. Has one been graded yet?
I think you sent it to CGC, right? I think chat might need to help us out with that. I think the guy that got the, I think one guy got it in the mail. He sold it on Macquarie to some guy, and then that guy sold it on eBay, and then the guy on eBay graded it, or he graded it and then sold it on eBay. I seem to remember like it went through a couple of different steps. I don't remember.
Guess, just a guess, just for the sake of argument.
A few hundred, at least.
Wow. I would pay, right? Stolen or not, I don't care. I would pay $700, $1,000 for that card today if it was graded. If somebody has it. If it's raw, I would probably still pay the same price. Because regardless, this is how I see it. It's history. It's history at the end of the day, in my eyes.
I sold a Bidoof that there was hundreds, maybe thousands, for 700. Like, let's get a perspective on that. Like, that card, that's delivery Charizard. Like, if what you're saying, where it could potentially not get rolled out, because I can tell you, in a year or 2 years, it's not going to get rolled out after 4 years with a 2020 date on it. Like, that's crazy. At that point, you've got to assume there's only a couple out in the wild. Like, that has to then become the rarest Pokemon card in the world, surely.
Again, that's just my total guess. If I was running the company, I'm holding that card that everyone covets and wants. I'm holding that release when there's like a dip, when there's like an obvious, loss in interest in Pokemon, there you go, pump it up, pull out the release, and everyone's gonna. That's what I would do as a company. So
Agreed.
you mentioned the fact that, which is a great point about the year. Yeah, I think they've been destroyed. So if that's the case, these few that actually leaked out, holy crap! And I think their value only gets substantiated if the new release comes out, whatever that is, if it happens.
So
if there's only,
sorry,
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, there's another twist to this. It's been a while. It was June, so I was trying to refresh my memory. The last sale of a raw one on eBay was $3,950.
Raw or graded?
Raw.
What was this? What date?
June 9th.
Last year, 2021. Jesus.
I think what I was thinking of the Macari one. I think what happened was the guy bought it on Macari and then sold it on eBay. That's what I seem to remember. It was like one of those special apps where you can like buy and sell. And he sold it on eBay and he got $4,000 for it, because I think they realized like how special that card is. And now, if that card goes for auction tomorrow, I don't know what it would go for, but I would assume that a lot of people are assuming this isn't coming out. Like, this probably is what we're gonna get. Like, why wouldn't it have come out?
So again, and that's right now with no release, right? With no official release, with no new releases. If all of a sudden tomorrow we hear, hey guys, it's freaking April Fools, and we're gonna roll it out on April Fools, and it's everyone's going to be thinking, no, it's not happening. But if you actually made an order, through Pokemon Center, you're going to get a April Fool's Charizard. There you go. Boom. Joke's on everyone, because if you actually bought something, you got your card. The remaining, whatever the surviving 2020 versions, all of a sudden they're going to go nuts, because it takes something like a new release in order to really boost the original ones up. Because right now, no one's really talked about it. Think about it. No one's really talked about that, those 4 leaked, whatever, however many leaked Charizards, the special delivery Charizards. No one's really talked about it. Nobody really cares. This is probably the first conversation in a long time since anyone's talked about it.
In a while. Yeah. And what you're saying, I really, truly believe that would confirm that they wouldn't go backwards, because they have never done that. Like, never. There's never in existence would they ever go back. So I think you're right. In all honesty, like I really truly believe that.
$3,000. If one comes for sale and you can get it for $3,000, it might be a bargain. It's a Charizard at the end of the day.
People thought that guy was crazy.
That story to me. I know a lot of people are against, buying, stolen, cards and whatnot, and the whole ethics and morals of it. I get it 100%. I see more of the history and story behind it than the ethics and morals behind it.
Yeah. That's important too, though. Like, the morals behind it. Like, at the end of the day, it wasn't stolen from a little kid. Like, it wasn't stolen from like an old lady. It was like a piece of cardboard taken from a factory. Like
that one trophy card that TCA Gaming bought, right? That the story is that it's linked to theft. Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's one that's the different complete story.
Yeah.
Stealing it from factory, company, whatever, you stash it in your pocket, and then it's out there now in the markets. At least for me, that's everyone's tolerance is different. Everyone's tolerance level is going to be different. My tolerance for that specific card, I might just have to sell a few items to get me that card. That it is what it is. That trophy card, if I know it was stolen from a kid, the winner, and all of a sudden, boom, here's an offer to me. Yeah, it's like the right thing's got to be done in that situation.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I would spend 4,000 on it at that time, but I could tell you now, if you offered me 4,000 for it, like I would sell everything.
I'll have to ask PK if that like situation, made up situation where a Charizard came up and I had the opportunity, do I sell my Kickstarter MetaZoo box? And
oh my god.
and traded for that Charizard, I just might, honestly, I just might make that trade. If it's a straight up trade, I might just pull the trigger on that.
Oh, it'd be a snap call for me.
Yeah.
For that, it truly would. Knowing that how much power Charizard has, and how many Charizards are now overgraded and overpopulated, and that one being so underpopulated, like to the extreme, man, there's going to be some serious people chasing that card.
I mean, I feel like I mentioned this story a lot, but one of my favorite card in the hobby is the pre-release Raichu, and pre-release Raichu has kind of that same sentiment of how did it get out there? It's not an official release, obviously. Did somebody throw it in their pocket and walked out with it? That is my favorite card to me. And if Uncle what's his name, Uncle Dave, if Uncle Dave wants to make a deal for my Kickstarter box. It will probably take a case of those Kickstarter boxes, but that is my favorite card, and I understand that it's stolen or something along those lines. But to me, the history speaks more volumes than.
You like weird cards?
Yeah, that to me is like my
cards
Grail card. I would trade literally my entire collection for that card. So Uncle Dave, if you're listening, I would trade my entire collection for that one card. Graded or not graded, if I can't get it graded, that's fine. I would trade my entire collection for that one card. I always like to pose that question to people. Do you, assuming that you can get something for equal value, or maybe a little higher, maybe a little less, but if you can just snap of the finger, you can trade your entire collection for this one Grail card of equal value to your collection, would you do it, and what would that piece be?
I don't know if I have a Grail, in all honesty, in terms of collecting. Investing, I can think of quite a few cards. A bit of a dry throat. I've been in meetings all week and I've not stopped talking all week. I have a lot of cards that I want for myself. Most of them are pretty cheap, like in reality to like Grail type cards. They're like affordable if I buy them here and there, keep adding and building up. In terms of Grail, I think I would have to look at it in the perspective of like investing and knowing that it's going to be worth even more in the future. How the heck PSA 7 Illustrator just sold for almost $1 million is a prime example of that. Like anything that sells for crazy amounts for me, I know will again, because I can tell you the last time it sold for crazy amount, people were crazy. The time before that, people went crazy. Oh my God, that's too much. The time before that, oh my God, it was too much. And each time it's gone up and up and up. There's been a sale. So I've learned a lot in this past year that anything that sells for real money, like real money, I'm not talking like $20,000 Charizards, I'm talking like the real deals, they could potentially become way more. Now, the problem with that is, like, do I want to get rid of my collection for an investment? Do I want to swap my intent in the hobby? And do I want to do that for money? I don't know. I don't think I need it. Like I'm not in a position where I'm like desperate to fill the car's gas up tomorrow. Like I can afford my bills and afford gas in my car, like all the basics in life. Like I've got it covered. I don't feel like I'm in a position where I need to get rid of everything I have. So
yeah, I hear you. It's not for everyone, for sure.
Yeah, I love collecting. I love cards. Like these are real dumb, but like this Sobble, and it has square cut corners. It's like a miscut Sobble.
Oh, awesome.
From Chilling Reign, this Vanillux, square cut. Just
you pulled it?
Yeah, I put it myself. Awesome. And I'm
I didn't know you could pull square cards. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Right, it's just a Sobble, like it's a 20-cent card, but I just thought like that's fun because it's like got those feelings of like pulling cards like that are worth nothing, but it's like no one will ever see that card. Like it's
Exactly.
just for me
It's
sitting
unique.
in a box, but it's like
Yeah.
unique and it's fun. It's like just part of like how interesting this hobby can be. You know, it really is. There's so many factors to it that I'm just like immersed in. Like I genuinely am like, I guess you'd say passionate about it. You know, I'm like passionate about the hobby. What I've really enjoyed this past year is like you're a prime example, like getting involved with people that are like in it too and are adults and can talk maturely and seriously about it and aren't like hyping up like you're saying about earlier, you know, people hyping up and they're like acting in the drama and stuff. Like I get that, I understand why it works, but I don't know if my personality like fits well trying to do that. Like I don't know if I could do that. And I've really enjoyed having like my toes in the water with people that are serious and can talk and have a mature conversation and talk about data and talk about what they enjoy and what they love and what they collect, like just real world conversations. Like for me, that really fulfills me.
Yeah.
I enjoy it a lot.
That's definitely that's definitely been my favorite part in the last couple of years because before 2020, I don't think I was involved with anyone.
It felt lonely almost, right?
I always said it's, you know, before 2020, and I'm phrasing it like that right now. I wasn't thinking about it like that before, but before 2020, you couldn't go out and scream out Pokemon. I was going to be, yeah, you know, like still today, I can go in a crowd of 100. One guy would be like, wait, did you say Pokemon? You like Pokemon? You know what I mean? Like no one cares about Pokemon, right? No one fucking cares about Pokemon, but
yes,
it's one of those things where we're massive. It's a massive hobby, but you're not gonna just walk up to a random stranger and they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, dude, I fucking I freaking like this stuff too. I freaking love it too. This is what I collect. This is what I do." It's so for a very long time, it was just you and yourself,
yeah.
and you know, and maybe that was enough, right? Until 2020, and you had, you know, people like yourself that, you know, started channels, and you know, you started becoming, you know, involved with these people. You started getting familiar with the people in the chat. The people in the chat are collectors themselves, or you know, enthusiasts, and you start meeting these people in collecticons. You start, you know, in you know, real life, real time. You have those conversations. You have late nights. You know, you go out and hang out and just not even talk about Pokemon at that point. You're talking about some other stuff, real stuff. That has been my favorite part of the last 10 years that I've been in the hobby. Since I jumped back in, the last 2 years has been my favorite, and it has nothing to do with the markets, and it has everything to do with just vibing with people like yourself, PK, Rock, Jetman, Pokemon, where you can go to these events and just talk to them, and they're just cool as ever. They don't see themselves as celebrities. Some of these guys don't see themselves as celebrities. You know, they're just there. They're just there to have a good time, talk to fellow collectors, talk to people that are interested just like they are. You know, when you can hang out with like-minded people, it's always a good time.
PK was my trigger for that. Like he really was. Like I was exactly the same. You just summed up exactly how I felt. The exact same feelings that I've got. And when I discovered his channel, I was like, oh shit, like it's part of my friendship, but like it's not just me. Like there's other people that are in this because I hadn't looked for or explored it before. And then when I did, I was like, oh my gosh, like people like there's adults that love this too. I'm not like, it's not just me, you know, I didn't feel alone. And then when I started listening to the conversations, things people were saying, like from, you know, PK's channel, and then I discovered other people and started broadening like out, like other people that view things in a different way or talk about things in a different approach. Then I'm like, oh, I can get this. I can learn from this guy in that way, and I can learn from that guy in that way. And I really enjoy the way like he talks about things too. And I'm just like grabbing all of these different types of entertainment. It's so fun to be part of. And that's why I was like, I want to be more involved in this. Like I want to get even more immersed in this. I enjoy it that much more. And I see you be, you know, being on people's chats and talking, and I'm like, damn it, this guy is so fun. Like, I want to talk to that guy. Like, he's someone I want on my channel. Like, if I'm
that
gonna
to me
do
is
it,
still the craziest thing. That to me is still the craziest thing, that I get invited on channels. So I'm like, why? Well, I don't get it. I have nothing to offer, right, from the standpoint of platforms, or like, I get, if you jump on PK jumps on yours, you guys both have a YouTube channel. That makes sense to me in my head.
right?
Why you would have a person like myself is like, I've got nothing to offer. It's. I actually just mentioned this today too. I was talking to a person today, and I told them, what really sucks, and I've heard this a couple of times, and it's cringy to me that people would actually verbalize this thought. The only way they would have people on their channel if it's a win-win situation. If I could gain something from you, and you can gain something from me, meaning you both have platforms, and both of you are big, then it's worth the time. They're thinking from a business,
for like kind of thing. Like, yeah,
right?
like
They're thinking from a very business standpoint, right? And that to me is just a very crazy thought, especially in this hobby. Now, granted, they're more on the influencer side, right? So I guess when you're an influencer, it's your job, I guess, right? So time is limited, time is valuable. But to me, it's always like, I feel like it should be the other way around, because influencers, sure, there's a handful of those solid influencers, right, that are carrying the hobby. But in all honesty, like, folks that are just here to just have a chat and just talk to random Joe Schmoes like myself, to me, is what it's all about. And I don't think I'm being biased just because I'm the one, because I also get invited, to these. I've always said, if I ever get on one of these and start something, it's going to be nothing but Joe Schmoes. It's going to be nothing but like the people that are, you're not a Joe Schmo, Oak. It's going to be nothing but these folks.
This is what my channel is. This is real now. For me, I think there's a clear distinction, and I think everyone in this chat will understand this vibe. I think there's exactly what you're saying. I think you summed it up very well. There's a clear distinction between people that are driving Pokemon card sales and people that are driving the Pokemon card hobby. And I can see Rattle here in the chat, and I think we know which side he's on. He's not someone that's trying to push Pokemon sales. Like, he's part of the hobby because he talks real about real things. He's got his own niche in terms of like the kind of things he does, and he does it very well. And I don't ever watch his videos and think, oh my God, now I've got to go do a box break, or now I've got to participate and run to Walmart and buy this or do that. That's why I follow Rattle. That's why I watch his videos. Exactly for that. And that's why you're on this channel. Like, there's so many people in this hobby that are very healthy and bring a very positive environment to the hobby and some truth to it. PK spat a lot of truth out with his first videos when he started going. When I saw those, I'm like, damn, like, this guy's like tugging some truth, even though some of it wasn't like, I could see people probably wouldn't like what he was saying. I was like, I got respect for this guy. This guy is taking his real adult, mature opinion about it and vocalizing it very well, like a lot better than I would be able to. And so, I was inspired by it. And then, I was just thinking about getting you on my channel before I'd even thought about having a channel. Like, and there's a lot of other people, some of them in this chat, that I'd like to get on here to have this chat. I see Mason tickling around in there. Like, he's someone that I want to grab and tickle around on this chat too. Like, in person. There's a lot of people that I think I just want to like talk and get to know. Like, we haven't pumped any Pokemon sales in this chat, right? Like, this is, talk about Joe Schmo. This is the ideal situation. I want to chat and get to know collect people that are in it and enjoying it. Let's talk about real life stuff,
Well, I don't know. I think that Charizard cards now is going to be 5,000 by the end of the night. And I think that's Rattle's gonna have a nice video on us.
Crimson Invasion Pikachus are about to soar to the sky, right?
But yeah, I just thought that was the weirdest. I've mentioned this a few times that PK is actually like my top 3 YouTube content creators, because I love how straightforward he is, regardless of what the opinion may be, which is typically the unpopular opinion. And a lot of times not a lot of times, but sometimes I would disagree with his, viewpoint, but it doesn't matter because I love people that are genuine. I love people that are just going to tell you how they feel.
You can't help but love
It is
that.
what it is. It is
Yeah.
what it is. This is how I feel about it. I don't care what you think. I love that about people. And so PK, automatically, I became a fan when I ran into one of his, as he says, if you for some reason ran into my channel, that means you're in a very deep rabbit hole in the Pokemon. And I was like, yep,
Yes.
I'm that guy. Yep, I'm for sure I'm that guy. So,
when he's into it too, like it's like if you're still listening.
I love it. I especially love his rants. To this day, it happened recently, and it happened on. I'm pretty sure it was when I was with him on the live. But if you go back to now we're starting to talk about MetaZoo. PK goes off for like it seemed like 10 minutes. PK just goes off on MetaZoo, and I like MetaZoo enough to get into it right with it. I'm not in love with MetaZoo, right? I'm not forking over chunks of money on a weekly basis, monthly basis. No, my Pokemon is my number one love. But when he just went on that rant, I was like, I freaking love it. I freaking love it because it's like you need all perspectives.
You do.
Not just the extremes. You need the extremes, and then you need everything. And I just freaking loved it.
You need devil's advocate, that's for sure. I think he asked me which videos, because I was telling him like how much I enjoy his live streams, and he asked me, which ones like did you like most? Which ones did you get the most from? And I said honestly, like I really liked your one with Dan, where you guys were like very opposite. It was like a very much like give and take conversation. We had MetaZoo and Pokemon. It felt like there was like two corners almost in the ring, but it wasn't like a battle. It was like it was a mature conversation. It was like, this is what I think and this is why. This is what I think and this is why. I loved that. I really enjoyed it a lot. Yeah. I think he did too. And that one went on a long time. That was like a 3-hour live. Like, so obviously there was a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it's if you break down, like I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat, the same with us too, we probably follow 80 to 90% of the same people, right? And it's usually not the hype monsters, right? It's usually the PKs, the Jakes, Masons, and even Mason. Mason is like, it's weird to me, but I'm because he does more breaks, but he does offer a very unique perspective because he has a shop, right? He has a brick and mortar store. But I'm very keen on analyzing a person's personality and character, and that's what I'm attracted to first before the content themselves, because the content could be good, but if you just don't have a certain personality, it's not going to happen. The funny thing about that is every single one of you guys has a very unique personality, character, maybe even opposite, to each other. Down to every single content creator that's on this chat, to the other guys, to the bigger guys that we watch, everyone's so different. And I love that. I love that aspect of it because at the end of the day, we're all so freaking different. We're all going to have different opinions because of that difference, because of the difference in personality and characters and background. That's one of my favorite things. We're not one of us is the same. Like, I don't think you can point to two people and say, oh, these guys are very, very close to each other. There's not one. Everyone's different. Everyone stands out on their own.
I want you to be truthful with me on one thing. Are you still?
Oh, hold on. Before you ask that question, I always give people the warning. I'm a very honest person. I like to be genuine. That's just who I am.
Same.
But then there's a difference between being honest and genuine, and then there's a difference between brutal truth. And you have to be careful with asking me and giving me the green light to be brutally honest.
Brutal honesty.
Okay. All right.
And it isn't about me. So, and that's why it may be tougher. Are you still subscribed to the Pokemon hype type people? Like, do you still keep your finger on that pulse?
I never did.
Okay, because I did initially.
Okay.
Because that was all I saw when I first got back into it. And then when I started discovering Poker Knowledge and Mason and Rattle and Nick and Dan and like everyone else that I've been watching and following, and then I realized, oh wait, like these guys get it. Like I'm on, like yeah, that's like a whole different ball game. I unsubscribed to a lot of popular people over these past few months. Like in all honesty, I just didn't enjoy it, and I realized like that isn't what I connect with at all. I was just watching it because I was trying to see cards, not them. And then I realized like I can just look cards up by myself. Like I want to hear like real people talk about this stuff if I'm going to spend that time doing it, rather than hype and weird opinions and like investment advice that like doesn't make sense, that I don't agree with and stuff like that. There's too much fluff going around, like too much weird stuff like floating around on YouTube right now. And now there's a lot of cool people on YouTube. There really is. I got a lot of cool people I'm subscribed to.
I'll jump in on a Poker Rev, at break on a Tuesday because I know it's happening on Tuesday. So I'll type in Poker Rev and see what he's opening.
It's fun.
And sometimes on a good day, I'll last about 20 minutes, a few packs.
Yeah.
And that's about it. The one trend I see
for the cards though, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
You want to see some cards, the experience of it.
So all of these hype monsters, right? That's what I call them, hype monsters. All of these hype monsters, they're very cool people. They're very awesome people. I don't think I've ran into one that I would actually say, wow, what a douche, right? This is not a person that I would hang out with. No, they're all actually very cool outside of their, of their bubble. But the one trend that is the more subscribers you have, the least attracted I am to your content, because that means that your content is not for me. That's not what stimulates my mind in the hobby. And so, again, that's why I mentioned, for the most part, we're all following the same people, Yeah. But your Leonhardt's like, I don't follow Leonhardt, but once because naturally, when you're watching nothing but Pokemon, his videos, pop up on your what do you call it? Not for you page, that's TikTok, but you're recommended. And I'll click on a video if it's interesting enough. If it's an interesting topic, yeah, for sure, let's go ahead and do it. But yeah, in general, the people that have the most subscribers, I don't like. I would say the only one that kind of sticks out, but even then I don't watch it regularly, but I am subscribed is Unlisted Leaf. I've always liked his personality. I've always liked his energy. I've always liked his
Unlisted Leaf.
Unlisted Leaf.
I haven't seen any of his stuff.
No? Oh, yeah, he's been in the game for quite a while. And
is he Australian or something, right?
Something along those lines. Yeah, I don't even know myself. But yeah, I think he's an Australian. But yeah, it's yeah, he has a very unique personality compared to the others. And I like it. I feel like he's one of those, like, I can really hang out with that guy. And that's what I'm attracted to. But yeah, I don't follow the hype monsters. I'll watch a video or two. I may jump in a live if they're live, especially because I just like interacting with mainly than watching the live. But yeah, I like the smaller channels because the smaller channels actually contribute more. I feel like contribute more to
the quality and quantity. It seems like I feel like there's more being given just in general. Anyone can open a box. They can scream and talk about how exciting the cards are. Like literally anyone could do that.
Yeah.
The editing is better, the lighting's better, the camera's better, whatever, with those guys. But yeah,
I can sit there and watch Jake, with having a bad hair day, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but
for 2 hours.
But a bad hair day with a bad camera day, and it's everything's just off, but it doesn't matter. Give me the knowledge, give me the input, give me that's all I need. I will take that over a Poker Rev or Leonhardt, live 100%. I would much rather watch Mason open 2K million stars than watch any other one of those guys 100%, because Mason offers something that's very genuine versus it's not showmanship. I don't think Mason is like a showman by need. He's just a showman by nature. You know, he has a very unique way of engaging with people. He's extremely funny, hilarious, and so yeah. Versus somebody that needs to be that.
Mason's humor hits me on a different level. Like I will like be driving, or I don't know, doing a real complicated report at work, or I don't know, doing whatever, and I like will feel myself laugh and like fill with joy just at like something simple. Like as these little like small little quirk jokes that like kick in, and the way you like view stuff is so entertaining. It really is. It's so fun. I'm completely with you there. It really is fun. And I don't get that with the big guys. Like you're saying, like, you know, the big subscriber guys, like I just don't get that connection. It just isn't there. It's different wavelength completely. We're talking FM versus AM radio for me.
It really is two different groups, right? It really is two different groups. And there may be even more, you know, groups, 3, 4, 5, what have you, but it really is different types of personalities are attracted to different types of content creators. That's just what it, you know, comes down to. And on top of that, let's probably be fair. Those bigger subscription, you know, content creators are for the kids, right?
Yeah, I think that's got to be a part of it. Yeah.
Kids is what's driving that subscribe count. So, you know, here it's just a bunch of, you know, 25 to 50-year-old sweaty guys, you know, talking about the hobby, you know. So it's
the other thing with that is I know very well that if Leonhardt said today, go and buy this specific pack of Pokemon cards, a lot of adults tomorrow would be at Walmart, Target, GameStop, wherever, buying that specific pack of Pokemon cards. Not just kids. The entertainment feels like it's aimed at kids, but there's a lot of adults watching and keeping their finger on the pulse of that stuff because they feel like that's like where the direction of Pokemon is. Almost, I don't know, like where Pokemon is revolving. Like he's the guy that knows Pokemon right now. He's the guy that like knows. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah,
it's my girls. You know, they'll watch. You know, they can sit there and watch Pokerev. They can sit there and watch Leonhardt. They can sit there and watch.
It's fun. Yeah, they're fun.
Real
fun
Breaking Nate, and congratulations to Real Breaking Nate because he hit 1 million subscribers, regardless of the content. That's just a milestone, and the dedication it takes to do that, regardless of the content. That's just amazing. But if my girls come up to me and, you know, say, hey, you know, we want to, yeah, can we get these packs because they just saw X person, you know, content, you know, influencer buy them. As a father, I'm just going to naturally say, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. You know, it's not nothing. I'm smart enough to know what's a good buy, what's not a bad buy. But at the end of the day, kids, it just really doesn't matter what markets are saying. It's like, yep, all right, let's do it. Let's go ahead and buy you those packs.
So there is one last thing that I want to address. I know it's starting to get late. I know I'm taking your time. I'm taking your time tonight.
It's Saturday and it's 10:30. This is very early. Now, I'll leave that up to you.
I do want to address one last thing. So, what do you think? I've heard you make a couple of comments about it.
Uh-oh.
And I know it's already tickling around in your head. And I know that you've mentioned it to other people, and I haven't heard many people agree with you yet.
Hot seat.
And I don't know if I agree or not.
Okay.
But you talking about Pokemon not existing in 20, 25, 30 years. I think that is very scary to some people that have spent a lot of money on Pokemon. And I love that you say it, and I love that you think it, and I want to poke that little bear a little bit. And I think really what I want to know is not your justification, but almost like what you think the effect that will be if it starts to head that way. Kind of like, will people sell, keep, like, I'm curious of the road towards that, I think is what it is. Like if you've envisioned that yet.
I know Mason's gonna be like, yeah, that guy's crazy somewhere in there. She's gonna say, yeah, that's. I know Mason would be the one to to say something along those lines. Okay, so I 100% have that gut feeling.
Yeah.
Gut feeling. Gut feelings mean nothing, right? It's an opinion. But it's based on the current trajectory when in regards to technology, in regards to the progression of society going into a shallower and shallower mindset. It is in regards to the way that we value things today always changes tomorrow. So Pokemon, because the way you phrased it, Pokemon will always be here. The Pokemon company will always be here in the next, or at least for the next 25 years. I could put my stamp on that one. Pokemon will be here. Pokemon will continue to sell cards, right? My opinion when it comes to the gut feeling that Pokemon will not be here is collectibles specifically. And we're talking about the people that are specifically investing in, and let's narrow it down: slabs, sealed product, toys, anything of a higher value than your current whatever current set is, and you buying your cards. I mean, that should always be market price. But a PSA 7 base and unlimited Charizard is not market. I mean, technically it is market price. Right? Market price is whatever the current market is, but it's not a $10 card, right? That's 300, 400, whatever it may be. So in 15 to 25 years, I see 90% of collectibles, gut feeling, not being worth what they are today. 90%. 90% of the cards that are in rotation, correct. It would just be less. I'm not saying that it'll be 50%, 100%. It'll just be less than today. And I might actually just, write down some of these prices and then we'll check, and then, we'll go ahead and have this conversation in 25 years. 10% of the hobby, 10% of the, cards that are slab, sealed product, those are still going to maintain, and those are still going to increase in value. And through time, maybe more items get added %, but within that 10%, there's compartments, there's subcategories, right? Within that 10%, like the 1% just stands alone and will always stand alone and will always have value versus the last 10%. But when you compare it to the 90th percent, then you can break it down even further. The top 90% is not going to be the same as the bottom 10% of that. It's well, where right now the percentage of collectibles, right? Because I'm speaking about collectibles. Not the majority, but a large portion of collectibles today have value. 80%, 90%, right? But we hold a lot of value on these items. I just think we're going to lose that in 15 to 25 years, because when we jumped in the hobby, it was very different. We initiated the whole, it's Pokemon, it's crazy, let's go ahead and do it, right? 99. I'm talking about 99 here. And when you fast forward 10 years after 99, it was dead. No one wanted it. Then you fast forward another 10. Oh my God, I've got a little pocket change in my pocket. I remember that card. Let me buy that card. Let me buy this and that and what have you. Our kids, this is where the gut feeling comes from. Our kids, and me and PK actually had a very cool conversation about this during the pop-up shop post event after a few drinks were flowing. Our kids are not going to be as nostalgic as we were, because once again, we came from a very, very innocent era versus today's innocent era.
Different world
Today. Now, fast forward 20 years from now and what those kids look like. And I'm not talking about today's kids in 20 years. I'm talking about the kids that are being born 15 years from now, 20 years from now. Are they actually going to give a crap about Pokemon the way that we did? It's a different world. There's so much technology. There NFTs, crypto, everything is changing. Everything is changing. So I'm gonna finish here, wrap it up because I can just walk forever. That is where my gut feeling is coming from. That's where my gut feeling stems from. It's just knowing that my kids do not feel the same way about Pokemon as I did in 1999. And they're living in a household where there's nothing but Pokemon talk. Right? They're living in a household full of slabs and sealed product and whatnot. They don't care the way I care about Pokemon. They don't care the way I cared in 1999. So how in the hell are they going to care 20 years from now the way we did to drive up these markets and continue the momentum? And it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And if you just, and this is, I will wrap it up after this. A lot of aspects of culture within your family tree, but your culture and whether I'm Mexican within culture, everything gets watered down through the generations, and it's so obvious. You can point it out, the loss of culture, the loss of the values that we that we use, religion being one of them, culture within the Mexican community. We still hold a lot of that, but it gets lost so badly. Just because of it. Just because of time. Just because of the changes in society. We're talking about Pokemon here. Go. I'm done because I could just.
I think it's valid points. Like it's that's very hard to argue. I think a couple of comments on it. I'll go from the end backwards. So, we're talking about the culture and history and family. I definitely think that there is an aspect of that with Pokemon. My resistance to that is the people that spend crazy money on a 1920s baseball card. And I don't know if that would ever follow suit with Pokemon. I don't know if people that have no connection at all but want something that's very rare and old would want that. Devil's advocate again, right now, Brilliant Stars isn't very old or rare and never will be very old or rare in that sense, like in combination. But there are some WotC cards that if there's enough people that causing that demand, it becomes rare, just purely based on the demand aspect. So there's so many variables with Pokemon, like to consider when we're talking about future planning. I think one other part of it too, going back another step to what you were saying, is your feelings towards Pokemon versus kids right now, because when we were in Pokemon, it was brand new. It was a completely new thing. There was no history. There's nothing to look back on. No, like performance or I don't know. Anything new is exciting. And anything new, no matter what it is, something new is fun. Like it's just everyone loves change. And for a kid right now, it's fun pulling that card or chasing that card or collecting or opening a new set, opening packs and see what gets whatever. But in terms of relating that back to WotC, they didn't experience, just like you said, they didn't experience it the same way as us because we were kids when we experienced it and it was brand new. Like that was the first time we'd ever seen it or heard of it. Like I remember watching that show for the first time and it dominated my thoughts. Like it took over everything I want to do. I was like, I need packs. I need to take the cards. I need to buy a Game Boy. I got a job. I had my first job when I was 11 to buy a Game Boy to play Pikachu, the yellow Pokemon game with Pikachu on it. I literally got a job to buy that game on Game Boy.
At 11?
11 years old. I washed cars on the weekend at the local car garage, a used sales car garage. I did 15 hours and I got paid £17 for that 15 hours, which is like $22 for 15 hours work. And I saved weeks and weeks and weeks. I did it. I worked at it for like a year, and I bought that game. I bought the Game Boy. I bought all those things that I want with it. I didn't have a day off in like a year. Literally 12 years old. I'm like, I haven't had a day off because I'd been at school during the week. Like I was that focused in it from such a young age. Kids today don't have that. There isn't that strive to want to get a job and like walk a mile to it in the snow to go wash cars in the snow and scrape ice off cars to get that Pokemon card or get that Pokemon game. Like that's a very extreme example, obviously, but the emotional connection to it can't be anywhere near. Like I just can't fathom that it would be like that. Not in today's age.
Yeah.
When we're in a position where your parents could literally just buy you a pack or like for your birthday, just buy you, like that's how I feel as a parent now. So there's definitely truth in that, in what we said. However, this is where I am going to play devil's advocate to what he said. I do think that kids right now love cards. They love Pokemon cards. They feel connection. They have fun. They'll do it for a year. They'll drop out. They'll leave the binder, or they'll leave it with the parents, or maybe they got slabs. Like some kids have slabs right now, which is like crazy to me. But like there is seriousness for kids in it right now. How does that look in 20 years when they have a job and real money and like maybe there's a 50th anniversary set in 25 years?
There will be
crazy holograms, or there's like something crazy going on with the 50th set that's just like mental, and I can't even imagine how that would look. Excuse me. But there's got to be another hype train at some point. This can't be the last hype train for Pokemon. There's so many millions of people that are into this. There's got to be another step, another bump, another mountain that pops up or something. But when is that?
Yeah.
That's the question.
My deeper gut feeling is that definitely in 50 years or 75 years, it will cease to exist. But that's why I broke it down to 10% and 90%. 10% will continue to be healthy, will continue to be there, will continue to be bought out. But we're talking about 10%. 90% of everything that comes out, that everything that's out today will have a lesser value than today. Because who's going to drive the momentum train? It's not going to be us. We're going to have our focus on other things. I would like to think, and this is me as a real Pokemon fan, right? That just loves this stuff. In 20 years, when I'm 54, if Pokemon is still this deep in me, I don't want to say it's a problem, right? Because it's something that's genuine to me. It's something that's very authentic. Pokemon it comes from a very, very innocent, frame of my life.
Fun.
But in 20 years, when I'm 54, if I'm still engaging in this way, it seems a little crazy. And it may be the case. It just seems crazy that at 54 years old, this is what I'm going to be talking to Oak on his, on his live stream, and we're going to be sharing what we're collecting yet. I don't know if that's what's going to be happening with the majority of 55-year-olds that are doing this today when they're 55. I just don't see it. And I also don't see because, and I'm framing this around my kids, I'm framing this around the kids that I see around me, that I at least have a very good relationship with, with the folks or whatever. We didn't have the distractions that they do today. If you got a console, say it was a Sega or a PlayStation, I don't remember when they came out, but for sure, Sega was available and
long time ago,
and Nintendo and what have you. I don't know, PlayStation. When did that get released? But that's all we had. That was literally the only distraction we had. So when Pokemon cards came out, it was life.
Everything.
It was life.
Everything. Yep.
Today's kids, my kids, it's got to be shared. Their attention span gets shared in so many different directions. Pokemon is not life. to them, right? They have, my kids don't, because I really try to make it a point to not, have them on phones and social media, because I think it's ridiculous that a lot of 9 and 10-year-olds are, and no offense to anyone, but that's just how I parent. That's just a crazy thing to me. But there's a lot of 9 and 10-year-olds with their own phones on social media. Pokemon is not life to them. They may like it. They may be very intrigued. They might want to open packs, but once they open the pack, it's just like, okay, off to the side. Now it's off to my cool friends and social media and phones and technology, and that's today. What happens in 10 years? Every year progressively, it just gets crazier and crazier. I mean, just from the standpoint, I remember having these types of conversations 10 years ago. The difference between 10 years ago and high school, it just seems so crazy. And the development and not progression, because probably progression is a bad word to say, but it's the societal changes that happens in just 5 years. It's crazy. Imagine what's happening in 20.
Yeah, I mean, I can relate to that. Honestly, like I really live, eat, and breathe it. Like I remember running home from school. My father would get back. My dad would get back from work at like 4 p.m. and I finished school at like 3:20. So I'd run home, and there was a Pokemon episode at 3:30 every day. It was like literally the perfect time. I run home to get there and say, what's that Pokemon, do the theme tune and everything, and the break, which that Pokemon, and the thing where you'd have to guess it. And then as soon as it's finished, my dad would walk in the door, and it was like just a perfect scenario every day on repeat. I lived, eat and breathe that just that 1 hour each day. And then I'd look at my cards at night. I'd be careful not to touch them because I was worried I was gonna like break them or do whatever. And then in the evening, I'd go through batteries every night. I'd like buy the cheapo Dollar Tree batteries. I'm from a poor family. I didn't have any money. I didn't have anything fancy. I literally got a job when I was 11 to pay for stuff. But I had these cheap batteries, and just to play my Game Boy at night while I was falling asleep, because I was like so obsessed with that game. And then Crystal like took it to a whole other level. Like that was a game changer. Felt like I was in 2030, back in early 2000s. Then
the struggle with the battery. I'm sorry, the struggle with the batteries. You just,
oh my god,
you talk about nostalgia. Holy crap, the struggle with batteries. Sorry, go ahead.
But that's the exact thing. Like that ain't a struggle right now. In 2022, for the kids right now, they don't have that. There's an emotion that comes with that, and you just solidified what I'm saying. There's an emotion that comes with needing that battery to play that game, right? That isn't a thing. That's not in reality right now.
I remember as a kid, and my cousin was the one that gave me this idea, and we would just start collecting batteries and batteries, because the theory was if you just let them sit for a while, they gain an extra 10%. And while it made, and today it makes no sense, but you know what? Sometimes you dug into the Ziploc bag of like 40 batteries, and one would work for an extra 10 minutes. The struggle was real with batteries. Today, you don't have that. My kids, they play the games and they just drop it after 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
How many hours today? I mean,
you know what I think the key word is
today.
not even just batteries, not even just games or cards or whatever, but just like a general approach to life.
Yeah.
I think the main word that sums up the difference between now and then is disposable. I feel like things are way more disposable and easier to like just walk away from nowadays. Whereas back then it felt like everything was worth something. Like I didn't throw away anything. I threw away nothing back in the 90s and early 2000s. Nothing. Yeah. Like right now, like if I ask my 3-year-old, like, do you want this? She'd be like, no. Like a toy she's been playing with for like 3 months, she'd be like, no, whatever, I've got 50 other toys. I didn't have 50 other toys. Like that wasn't a thing. Mm-hmm. So I definitely buy into what you're saying in terms of that long term. How does that look? I just don't think I don't know if it's I'm not educated enough, or I'm not confident enough to know how that's going to look.
And once again, I'm not saying that collectibles or 90% of the collectibles are going to go down to zero.
Yeah.
Or all I'm saying is whatever the market value is today, I think it's going to be less. It could be $50, $100. It could be a loss of 10%, a loss of 25%, 50%, 90%, 100%, 200%, 300% for in some cases, and you can keep going. All I'm saying is there's going to be a depreciation, a hard hit depreciation for a lot of these cards. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like I don't see my kids, right? I don't see my kids, whatever the new version is going to be. Like that's the trading card game, which is my favorite game. And then what do I see there? Maybe red or blue, yellow, gold. What's that? Crystal, sun and moon. Yeah, that's all I got. This is because it does something. It does something.
$500 unit right there.
it does something, right? It does. And when I can just pick it up, like I'm not, as a 34-year-old guy, I have not evolved enough to just get into the new society norms of like what's cool and fun to do. Like this, I still rely on stuff like this, right? Because it takes me to a moment. It takes me to a spot. I don't think that nostalgia is gonna exist in my kids, and it's just gonna get worse and worse with generations.
I can feel that in my chest right now. Like I can like feel that connection to that stuff. That makes me want to pick that up and play it. Like for sure. That is real.
But I could be dead wrong, 100%. And then most likely I'm gonna be dead wrong. It's just a gut feeling.
We don't know.
I would not bet on it.
I think the key takeaway for us not knowing and us that potentially happening or not happening is, do we sell stuff, or are we a collector and we literally hold on to it because we want it and we enjoy it? The stuff that I'm not sure about, that if I want to hold long term, I guess I've got to weigh up, shall I just clear that out now and not worry about that? Or shall I wait 5 years and see if I can make a bit of profit? Do I wait 15 years and see if at the 40th anniversary it pops? Maybe there's a pop at that point. Do I wait to the 50th anniversary and see if that pops? Maybe it dies down at 47 years and then I waited too long and I missed the chance. There's a lot of unknown around like the schedule for that, I guess, like the timeline of when that would happen. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way. In reality, my biggest thing, which sways me more towards what you're saying, is the inundatedness of every year hundreds of new cards coming out, literally hundreds every single year. But you talked about it earlier, like on Poker Collector app, there is literally hundreds and thousands of cards, literally so many that there's some that I probably haven't even seen. Like I'm sure there's cards that I could look at and I'm like, oh my God, I've never seen that card before. There's just too many to look at and memorize or remember. So when we get to that point in another 20 years, I can't imagine how like intimidating that would be for someone trying to enter the hobby at that point. Like there's got to be a level of intimidation.
It's going to feel like us trying to get into sports today, right? Like if you never dabbled in sports, it's like, whoa, that's just crazy. Yeah.
Like who is like, yeah, like do I just try and buy something modern and hope I get a good card? Which I think last year is part of why sports popped so well, why they had such a big jump in sales and it was sold out everywhere, because people were doing that. They were like, I don't know, I'll just buy a box and just see if I can get something good that is a hit on eBay. It's selling well on eBay. I think there were a lot of people in that could happen.
You touched on something that I definitely have been thinking about, which is, do you sell? If there's another hype, do you sell? Because people like us, including myself, like we've learned in the last 2 years. The last 2 years were just full of lessons, full of, forget so Pokemon. There's so many lessons just from markets wise, right? And I will be the first one to say, as cheesy as it may sound, it would be soul crushing if I sold my collection back in 2020. You know, financially, I would be even better off than I am today, but it would be soul crushing. So at what cost? At what cost is, losing a part of you, for money worth it? And my view for money versus other people is just way different. Money, the way I value, the way other people look at it. To me, money is just. I was having a conversation about this with this person about, starting up a business, starting up a venture, and even within the hobby. But I'm the type of person that says, look, if I'm going to invest $25,000, $50,000, I'm willing and knowing that I can lose it and be fine with it. Right.
Right.
Be content that I failed and it's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
For other people, they're not even going to take the risk because it's $50,000, and $50,000, they can do so much with it. Right. But to me, it means more the experience of the journey of this venture that I want to get into, versus not doing it at all. And it boils down to, okay, in 10 years, let's call it 10 years.
Yep.
If another crazy event, right, and the prices go back to what they were back in 2020 or even higher, it probably would still be soul crushing, but I think the responsible thing to do is to just say goodbye. That's the responsible thing to do. I'm not saying that that's what you should do. It's the responsible thing financially from your average household. That is the responsible thing to do. And I fear that, but I know for a fact now that in 10 years, if that were to happen again, I am most likely, because that's already where my mindset is, pulling the trigger.
I'm worried that people are thinking that right now.
I've always been if I'm thinking it, there's a ton of people already thinking it. If there's this one card that I feel like it's stonkish, and there's already a ton of people thinking that. If I find an eBay card that's like, whoa, I could do XYZ with this card because of the price, there's already other people thinking the same exact thing. We're not unique.
Some people, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think what I know is that I enjoy it. Like that's like the biggest seller for me. It isn't like the financial part of it. I'm not spending crazy money. I'm not selling crazy money. I'm not deep heavy buying 100,000 Pikachu illustrators. Like I'm just not at that level. Like that isn't the world for me. I'm buying Crimson Invasion Pikachus. Like let's get real. Like I'm buying stuff that I love and enjoy. And yeah, I've got some fancy cards. I don't flash and like mess around with them like to people. I just buy them because I like them. But still, I'm not spending thousands. Like I'm just not in that realm.
Sure.
I'm a collector. I enjoy it. Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy stickers. I enjoy Funko Pops. Like all these different like things. I just genuinely enjoy like all things Pokemon. So for me, I think I've got a bit of almost an immature, maybe not immature, maybe more like naive kind of perspective on it in terms of like just feels good, enjoy it, spend a bit of fun money, like sold some stuff, use that money, sold some more stuff, use that money, buy some more stuff. There's a lot of people that aren't in that realm. There's a lot of people that use their wages. There's a lot of people that have used their credit card the past few years, past 2 years.
That's rough, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that haven't really like been in the same mindset of me in terms of like the why. Like why are you buying this? Why are you selling this? Why are you doing that? And they're the people that have like definitely brought some like volatility to the market and to the hobby in this past year or so. That like concerns me a little bit, and not for me, but for like them. It like that like kind of weighs heavy on my heart a little bit when I think of those kind of situations, because I've been poor. Like I've been in situations where I haven't had money and it's not fun. Like It affects how you sleep, it affects how you eat, it affects how you like interact with your family and your friends and your work, like just everyday life. And there really is people that have put themselves in those situations this past year because of fucking Pokemon cards. Like that is crazy to me. So looking forward 20 years, I like to think that a lot of that would have matured, and a lot of people from this big hype this past year would have either got out or held steady and made some money and then got out, not dug into an even deeper hole. I think we've got a long enough time frame still with the amount of demand to not take crazy losses. Like if you really were smart about it in the long term. I just think there's so many variables, and today's kids right now may actually, because of their lack of understanding and the value of things, just like we were talking about, that may work to the benefit. They may end up spending more money on stuff in the future that they probably wouldn't have if they hadn't have gone through that, because they're like, it's $100, whatever. Like it's $100 for a common card that's graded at an 8. Like I don't know, like any examples, but I'm looking at base set Charmander yesterday. Not base set Charmander, base set Bulbasaur selling at $51 this week.
Yeah.
For a PSA 10.
Yeah. What were those going for? Maybe 400? Between 3 and 400? Maybe even 5? Between 3 and 500? Yeah.
That's nothing. I mean, that's like chump change. It's actually like saying it's selling for $300-400, like chump change. So what if in a few years when those kids have some money and they're like, $50, that's nothing. Like I want that. That's the card my dad liked. That's my card my uncle liked. That's the card that I played with when I was a kid in a slab, because my dad used to show me that he was collecting that. There is some element that could happen, and
for sure.
And in a few years, $50 isn't going to be worth the same that it is right now. Like we've already seen inflation go to a crazy rate. So, that's a whole other level too. I would like Pokenomics. I've been waiting for him to maybe poke that bear on the inflation a little bit. I haven't heard him speak on it yet, but I have been checking on it. I do think that there is a possible element to that. But yeah, I don't know.
We won't know. We'll have to sit back down and and talk about it 20 years from now. That's it's all speculation. It's all opinion. It's all subjective. Going back, it's all relative, right? It's all relative. Like, I could be in a very crazy financial situation in a positive way, where one of my favorite lessons in the hobby is put yourself in a position to never have to sell.
Right.
Right. Where 10,000. You don't care for $10,000. You don't care for 50, 100, 250, $1 million, right? There's going to be people out there that $1 million it's not going to tickle their fancy. They'll much rather have their collection. And I'm pretty sure there's actually people that went through that in 2020 that are in a crazy financial situation, and they don't have to sell their collection. I'm pretty sure there's at least one person like that in the world, right? Yeah. There's always one person for every single scenario. Yeah. So I've always said there's always, I imagine there's one person that's willing to pay 20-25% premium to just own everything that I have, right? Because they have the means and it's nothing to them. And, there's at least one person that would, but it's all relative, and, we'll see. It's just, I just know that based on how I see things, based on my gut feelings, my mindsets, and whatnot, if it ever happens again, the responsible thing to do, unless I put myself in a situation where I'm really, really fortunate, I'm just going to have to pull the trigger.
I'm in a position right now where I only have to sell if I want to buy something. Like I'm starting to buy stuff. There's so much stuff I want to buy. It drives me crazy.
It's a cool problem to have. It's a good problem to have, because there's a few cards that I want myself, and I'm like, what, should I sell XYZ? Because XYZ probably doesn't mean the same to me today than when I first bought it.
Yeah.
Comparing the prices, right? Basis to what it's worth today to what it means to me. You know what? I'd much rather have this higher value card. tier in rarity, higher tier and what have you, versus this one common thing that's just even today is a little ridiculous in price. So
yeah, there's a few that I think I'm not understanding the Scream and Poncho stuff. I don't understand why they are so. I understand why they would have demand, but I don't understand with how much supply there is, because there's a lot of them out there. I don't think I understand the price being so high on it. It
well, I
seems
think
a little extreme.
in general, markets wise, I mean, isn't the price, doesn't it derive from demand? Meaning that demand is still so high that
Yeah,
it's worth, whatever, PSA 10 Pikachu goes for. I mean, I've seen them, they're crazy numbers, but it's a modern card, and everyone got them, for free, right? Because you went and purchased something at Pokemon Center and you got them, but it isn't a Japanese exclusive. But how many people like yourself just like Pikachu? How many people not like ourselves that have little, Pikachu slab collections can just look at that card and appreciate the whole Van Gogh thing, the whole Van Gogh art,
yeah.
and whatnot. That's what struck me. I bought my PSA 9 for I think $50.
No,
There's cards that they just speak, right? And that's usually how I buy my
what's
slabs.
that going for right now?
Oh, I don't 300, 400. I don't even know. I don't keep track
It's a
on things
lot
for
more
current
than
market.
50, right? I
Really?
mean,
Okay. I don't.
it's
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
way,
I mean,
way more. Yeah.
at the peak, it was ridiculous. But hindsight, right? 2020, right? I could have sold everything and bought everything at a discount and then keep the profit, right? But it's one of those things. So, but yeah, something like that. It's like it speaks. That is a very unique card that speaks more than just a Pokemon card.
Yeah.
It introduced a real artist in society that is proclaimed to be one of the top artists in the world ever exist. So therefore, you mix the two together, and it's just boom, like the whole Mario, Pikachu, Luigi, right? There's the argument that says, well, nobody cared for them before. Why now, right? Why are they peaking? Well, the demand is there now. The people hopped on the momentum train, and they're just not getting off. So therefore, the demand is there, and that's what drives the prices. Um, Me
I
myself, I mean, how many of us play Nintendo Super Mario and don't see that connection between Pokemon and Mario and think it's one of the coolest things
yeah.
that happened?
Yeah, I think the other thing, like with nowadays, circling back to like 99 to here, is you can get eyes on stuff. And I think those cards, when they got eyes on them, like just kept going up and up and up. Like people were like, oh my God, yeah, that is cool. Yeah, I do connect to it. Yeah, I played Mario, I did play Nintendo, I did play like, Smash Brothers, all these different things all connect on there. So, oh, I like artwork. Van Gogh, like you say, Scream, like, oh my gosh, there's all different levels there. I think the hesitation I have with like the extreme pricing of those is they don't look like Pokemon cards. Like for me, like it doesn't feel like a Pokemon card. Like it feels like art. Like it feels a piece of
Okay.
art,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Like it's like a different level to like what I'm looking at, and obviously the price has now matched that. Like it has got to where I think it has, and I think that's like the separation I have. Like it doesn't feel like it's in my realm. I don't feel like, not to like try and sound modest or whatever. I just feel like it's like past my realm of like perspective, I guess.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Um, listen. Perspectives don't have to make sense. That's your perspective. That's your opinion,
Yeah,
right?
I guess.
Uh,
Yeah.
uh, I will always value a person's opinion regardless of what my standpoint is, what my viewpoint, where I stand in the lane. That's the most beautiful thing about opinions, is that everything that has transpired up to this, in order for you to make that opinion, that's what makes it special, right? The way I attach my value to that card, that's what makes it special. So other people, they may look at that card and they think it's trash, and
Yeah.
that's completely valid as well. You know, it's there's not a valid opinion. I don't think.
If
You
if
know,
they
it's
were $50 right now, I would have every single one of them.
yeah.
Like, but just to put that like into my perspective, like literally every single one, I would buy them out tonight.
Yeah,
But they're definitely
there's
they're not $50 right now. Like,
there's a ton of collectibles that if they came down by 50%, I would be buying. You know,
yeah,
100%. You know, yeah, it's all yeah. Some of these things we missed the boat. You know, I mean, as a collector, and maybe you know, and I'm pretty sure you can attest to this. I don't think I have to ask the question, but please, you know, chime in when I'm done. But we all have want lists, right? We all have our. I actually have a sheet. There's actually quite a few sheets of things that I want on my list that I want to own, that I want, and some of them are just relatively, you know, affordable, and other things are just like way out there. But there's a list, and let's just say it's a $50 card. I also have another 10 or 20 cards within that range that I want. So now the thing is, how do you make the decision between this $50 card at your, you know, because I don't have a particular order, and the other 19 cards of your $50, you know, so you just have to make these decisions based on how you feel on the card. And then down the road you figured out, oh, that $150 buy wasn't the smartest because my 15th on the list actually grew, you know, exponentially.
yeah.
You had no clue. You just gotta, you just go off of what, you know, what you have in front of your plate right now and what you like.
I think, yeah, there's a lot of different ways that could transpire, I think, in all honesty. And for the most part, and I think for most people, it all boils down to they just buy what you love, like not investing, sorry, but like collecting specifically, like just buy what you love. I have a lot of cards on my wish list, and I looked at it and I tried to attack it and I tried to find cards on it, and a lot of them I couldn't find. So what I deduced, I guess, you know, what it came down to, the option was trying to look for all of them, and if some one of them came available, then I would attack it at that point, because a lot of the ones that I'm looking for don't seem to get listed as much as I would hope. Like, they don't really seem to come up that much, and when they have, I've been outbid. Like, even though I've bid more than what I would think is reasonable, almost double last sold on some of the cards, and I've still been outbid because there's other people that are bidding on it because it hasn't been listed in the past 6 months. Like, it's like there's just so much demand for those cards, and I guess I'm naive thinking that I'm the only one trying to get it. Like, there's that element too, but yeah, like, what order you do? Do you just start chronological? Do you start at the cheapest? Do you start at the most expensive? Like, when you really do have a list of so many cards you want to grab, where do you start? Like, there's no guiding principles for this hobby, you know, for where it's at. And now that there's so many people clued into it, there's so many people invested in it, not financially, but like, you know, emotionally, people are enjoying it. And there's so many people that are financially invested in it, like, you know, resale and flippers, scalpers, investors. Like, so many people outside of the collectible side of it. It's a lot more difficult just to do what you love, you know. There's some raw cards that, you know, I was buying 2 years ago for $1, you know, 50 cents a dollar or whatever on eBay, and then spending $1 on shipping or whatever. And before the plain white envelope thing, they would just send it like in a stamped, literally just a stamped envelope, no tracking or anything, spending $1 or $2 on it, and now they're selling for $10.
Yeah.
Like, literally $10, which for like most people, like $10 is a lot of money. But when you remember that selling not that long ago, 15, 16 months ago, for $1 or so, like that puts a different perspective on you trying to build those ones that you want, build that collection. Rattle's back in. I'm sure he can attest to that with the binder card collections that he's doing. Like that really is different.
I don't know if it's less competition in the stable market, because I was just actually going to hit this because you made me think of something. So we all fall on the spectrum, right? And let's talk about financially. We all fall in a spectrum of the finances realm, right. And to us, let's just say a card at $1,000 doesn't make sense. We can't pull the trigger. Let's just say, right? It doesn't make sense to us to pull the trigger on that $1,000 card today, market wise. But there are going to be people on that spectrum that says, yeah, I could do 1,000. There's going to be people that said I could do 2,000. There's always going to be somebody to beat you, right? And there's always going to be somebody that you are beating. Now, you fast forward, and now it's $500. Now we're looking at that card like, okay, this is the time to jump in.
Yep.
But there's people that are willing to spend now $750, and they're always going to outbid you, because now when you're ready to pull the trigger, there was people already in line. It's a line. Just think about it that way. There's a financial line, and there's the one in front of you is always willing to pay more. And when the prices do retrace, the one in front of you is always going to outbid you. Always. So I think about it from that standpoint. When cards drop, say, let's look at that Mario Pikachu. That is a crazy card right now in demand, that now that the prices have, let's just, retraced, people are already in line in front of you that are willing to spend $1 more than you would.
I've got a prime example of that, a very recent prime example, which is the Pikachu on the ball, the free fuzzball Pikachu one that was given out in England over the past few weeks.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking that was going to sell for like $200 or $300. Like, I thought, oh my god, I can't believe this card's for sale right now on auction on eBay. This is probably going to go all the way up to like $200 or $300. And someone asked me about it in the chat earlier if I bought it, and I was saying I got bid up all the way to 700 and I backed out. Like, I can't remember what it went for, but it was like not too far after that. It went pretty high for a modern, like, not like anything special, just Pikachu kicking a soccer ball.
Sure.
But it's the fact that it wasn't available for sale anyway. You can't pull it from a pack. Like, there's exactly what you just said. There's always someone willing to pay $1. And when you're talking about worldwide, an English sale, I'm on there trying to look at this English sale of an English Pokemon card. There's just way too much competition. Like, despite how much I want it, I'm not going to spend $2,000 like on a Pokemon card. Like, it's just not going to happen. It would have got to that, I think, with the person that was, bidding with me at that point.
That's probably the best analogy that I would use.
Yeah.
When it comes to the markets, when it comes to cards that you have on your wish list, there's a line in front of you, and it's massive, and there's a line behind you, and it's massive. Yeah. Somebody's going to lose and somebody's going to win, and you're sometimes going to beat people, and then there's most likely you're going to get beaten because some people are just willing to spend $1 more than you would. There's a ton of cards like that. It's typically on the exclusive side, right? Things that are not set cards, things like that. That's what I find. Luckily, I jumped in on those exclusives a long time ago, because that's what I liked. I didn't like set cards. I liked the exclusive stuff that, if you go and to a person's house or check out their binders, it's, a lot of those binders are cool. We just saw one at the Leonhard Papa Shop. Those are some freaking cool cards that you don't typically see. But then there's going to be other binders that is just nothing but exclusives.
Yeah. And
that one is going to speak louder. I don't care. Well, my opinion. I don't want to say I don't care what you say, but it's all subjective. But to me, that binder of exclusives, regardless of the price, speaks volumes over the set cards, the crazy set cards.
I would think in that situation, there's going to be cards that you probably haven't seen too.
For sure.
Like, there's an excitement there of like, oh my god, this is a cool card. Like, I haven't seen this one. This is cool artwork. Like, how did you get this? Like, I've never seen this one before. There's always a story or like conversation about that stuff. And a set card, like, yeah, that was from Point Stars. Like, that was from that. Like, it's easy to explain. There's a couple of cards I've got that are like that could spark conversation, but I do think that I was late to the game, getting for the fun stuff and getting educated on that stuff, because right now there's eyes on everything. You can't get anything special cheap right now.
Cat's out of the bag.
Just for everything now. Like really, like people really are educated right now.
Regardless of retraces, regardless of the dip. Once again, the line. There's a line in front of you and there's a line behind you, and you're gonna beat somebody, but there's gonna be people that are gonna beat you. Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, which may be a good element long term in terms of there being more serious people in it with money and good cards and stuff. I guess there is elements. I don't know if I would say optimistic, the glass half full, glass half empty. I think I'm the guy that's like, the glass is a chance to quench my thirst, more of like an opportunist. I think I would probably say, rather than a glass half full, but probably leaning more towards glass half full if I was to choose out of them. I just think that there's still going to be a lot of opportunity long term. I think there's going to be new sets, going to be new things, whatever. And even if people die out, I still think that there's going to be a little bit of competition. I don't think I'm the only one chasing that card when I'm looking at it for a fairly long term. For years to come, I think other people are going to be chasing the same card as me.
And are you talking about like exclusive stuff? Are you talking about set cards? Are you talking about specific generations? Anything.
Anything. I literally think that there's someone chasing everything right now. I really truly think that no matter what card you put out there, if you put every card out there as a PSA 10, I don't think a single one of them would not sell. Every card.
Oh, yeah.
50,000. If you listed them all tomorrow, all 50,000 that have sold, that have been made, and they were all PSA 10 since the beginning of Pokemon, someone would want to buy each one of those cards. Like, there would be someone.
Yeah, the seller might not be happy with the final price, but every single card.
But it would sell.
The topic of the what's the term? Junk slabs. I don't think there's such thing as junk slabs. Now, depends on which mindset you're talking about, right? Because my mindset on junk slabs is that it's going to be worth nothing, and I mean literal nothing. Not even the cost of grading. Now today it's like borderline. Some of these modern.
For most, yeah.
Modern, and we're talking about the highest grade, 9s and 10s. Maybe you're like starting to hit that borderline of grade feed, right? But vintage, when you look at vintage, it takes a lot. You really have to go down to a PSA 6 to start looking at, does it cover my grading cost at the $8 then? Today that's just, you're not going to grade a base set Bulbasaur at $50, right? You're just not going to do it. A collector might, but not for reselling, purposes.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the junk slab era. I just don't believe it, because from a seller standpoint, if you could just get rid of it and get money out of it, it will happen. You put it up there, it's going to sell. It's going to sell. So it just depends on the mind frame of it.
I think there's enough people in it.
Yeah.
But I think it's that simple, and I think pricing, the market, there's too many factors to know what's happening, where it's going.
Inner geometry. I'm sorry, but it's like a pendulum, right? He says if you get a low enough grade, the card will start fetching a premium again. So it's you got your bell curve, or no, it wouldn't even be a bell curve, right? It would have to be an upside down bell curve. where you're, you got your peak for the PSA 10s, and then it starts swinging down, but then as soon as you start getting that 4, 3, 2, 1, it starts going back up in price. Certain cards, obviously, right?
Seriously.
But I was having this conversation with another person where it's like, you can create PSA 1s, you can make PSA 1s, right? You can't make PSA 10s.
You can't make a PSA 2.
That's true. That's true. That's very true. So if anything, PSA 2s should hold the most value over any other lower grade.
Like, I've heard a lot of people talk about PSA 1s. I know the card shop and like people have poked and like laughed about it. Like, for me, I'm always like, how the hell do you get a PSA 2 or 3? Like, that feels so specific. It's terrible, but not like like I don't know how they get to that like assessment of PSA. Like, that must be a very difficult grade to get, and that's probably why the pops are so low for most of them.
If you snip a corner off a card, is that an automatic PSA 1?
Yeah, I don't know. But I haven't looked at they have their graders guidelines on their website. It actually has the full explanation for each grade, and I haven't looked at it since last year. It's been a little while, but that could be a good conversation too. Like, actually going through each one of those, because they are actually very specific to each grade. It really does explain each grade quite well.
Right, but there's also situations where you're like, how? I graded 8 or 9 Charizards base set. This was my first submission that I sent off in October, kind of as my like, oh, I guess I'll just send off all the Charizards and Venusaurs and Blastoids that I have, and then a few other scattered cards, that I had there.
Yeah.
And then once November happened, I'm like, screw it, I'm sending like a ton, out there.
Yeah.
But my first submission in October, which I already received about 3 months ago,
which
all of these Charizards.
Which stage is that current one in?
So I went through Graded Gem, and shout out to Graded Gem and James from CNG Emporium. The last time I reached out to him, maybe a month ago, it was in the grading stage.
It can't be far off.
But it was in the grading stage for 3 months already.
Okay,
So the fact that I reached out to him twice in a span of 3 months, and it's still in the grading stage. And obviously the explanation is that my October submission, X amount of people, I think he started in August. Maybe even July. But it was just one of those momentum things, right? Snowball effect, where only one person submitted the first week when he opened up. But then 2 weeks later, it was 5 people. Then 2 weeks later, it was 50 people. Then 2 weeks later, it was 100. Then 2 weeks later, it was 500. And 2 weeks later, it was 1,000. So as you progress through the calendar, it just went crazy. So my October submission, I didn't have as much of a line to deal with versus my December submission. So, which makes sense to me in my head. But yeah, going back, the Charizards, I had a line of Charizards, and one of them was my brother's. He gave me his Charizard. I sent it up. His graded, I want to say it was like 4. Looked like it was in pretty bad shape. And I had a 3 that I was like, wait, how is my 3 not better than his 4? Like, if we're going off of his 4, it should be a 5 then. And it was just one of them. It was just one of those things. But I was just comparing because I had a line of them, and I didn't have duplicate grades, which I thought it was hilarious. And I was just comparing every single one, and it was just that specific scenario of that his 4 versus one of my 3s, and I'm like, how is my 3 not a 5 if that's the case?
Yeah, that's like such specific numbers too. Like, that's like very, very specific to like where they felt it lay.
Yeah.
A 3 and a 5. But I'm just looking. I was just checking. I was just saying thanks to Inna. Like, he's been pretty fire in the chat tonight. So you said you sent it in December 2020.
My large submission, when I said screw it, I'm just throwing the whole kit at it. That was December. My first one was in October.
I
and
feel
it was
like
much smaller.
I feel like I'm the only person in the world that documented each stage, literally each stage it went through. So my last one, not my last one at all. I've sent a few express ones since then. My last value submission, like my bulk submission, I sent the first week of November 2020. It arrived the 16th. I guess they didn't grab it. I think they were getting a lot of parcels and then they grabbed it till the 16th of November. It went into ID in February. It took them 3 months to open the box.
Okay.
And ID and get into ID. It didn't move from ID and get ID'd until July last year. It took 5 months to grading. It sat in grading until December. So it took 2 months to go through ID and grading, 10 months. Assembly was where it hit in December. It moved into QA in January and got sent back to me at the end of January. So I'm the beginning of November and I got it back in January. You're in December.
2022, right? 2022, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
When I got it back, yeah, I just got back in January. So if you set it in December 2020, you got to be very close to getting it back now. Very close.
My 45 card sub in October, I got it back in November of 2021. So we're talking about 13 months there.
Okay.
From beginning to end, from the moment I shipped it to the moment that I received it. It was the first week of October, and I got it the first week of November of the next year. So 13 months, I'm just going to call it.
Yeah, so I'm at like 14, slightly over 14 until I got it back, like 14 and a half. So you're right now, if you're December, you're at 15 16
by the end, yeah. Well, actually, I already hit the 15 because I sent it off literally like the first week. It was the 3rd or the 4th because I remember Greater Gem made the announcement. That's what made me do it. Greater Gem says, hey, we're going to lock in these prices, but you got to get your subs in by X date because come the new year, there's most likely going to be a price, jump, and it's going to be, an extra $1 or $2 or what have you. So that's when I decided freaking pull everything out and we're setting everything, right? Because it just made sense because my cost basis was nothing. It was all binder cards. And so that's when I pulled the trigger. I sent it off the first week of December. So first week of March already would be 15 months. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I feel like Cam's going to have his hands on it pretty quick. Like it can't be too much longer.
Yeah. Sure,
I'm hopeful for that. I feel optimistic. Like you've got to be on that borderline right now where it's going to be.
Okay, here's the question. I'm going to pose this question to you. I've been meaning to ask this question to a lot of people, but I haven't been. So I sent off. I bought this base set box that contained every single common and uncommon and trainer card. It didn't include the what do you call it? It didn't include the rares, the Pokemon rares, non-hollows, or the hollows, obviously. It contained the packs. It contained the box. I pulled out every single starter and every single evolution from the starters. The question is, do you sell them? Do you still sell them and just get the 3 to 5x, unless I really get some crazy grades like a 6 or a 7, but they're packed fresh. I looked at them. They were all pristine. Do you sell them when you get them, or do you hold off because their cost basis was so little that you might as well just hold them and see what happens, in 5 years, and maybe they do double based on today's prices? Because
just buy them, you mean?
Say again?
You bought them recently?
No. I bought these like 2020, early 2020, like.
Oh.
Yeah, this one. So I bought a whole box, opened, commons and uncommons, all there. I think I ended up with like 27 starters and their evolutions. And so I decided to grade every single one. Obviously, it made a whole lot more sense back in November, right? If you would have had them already graded. Today, while I'm still fetching a nice, profit, and this is me assuming that I'm going to get 8s through 10s, doubling to 8 times my money, based on my cost basis. When you get the return back, do you? And again, this is all you don't necessarily need to sell them. You don't necessarily need the profit. You can just sit on it if you wanted to. You can eat it. It won't affect you. Do you hold on to them to see what happens in 5 years, or do you just sell it off and collect the profit and and keep it moving? What would you do in that situation?
I think I need to clarify, did you buy it with the intent to sell and make profit?
You
don't
yes
want it,
and no.
You don't want to keep any for your collection.
No, because I'm not a raw card guy. I'm not a binder. I just thought it was cool that I could get this box, commons and uncommons, because I have a base set box myself, but I never got the chance to open it, and I still have it. That was like my opportunity. Once the grading craze started happening, I was like, well, hell yeah, like Bulbasaur, PSA 10s, Charmander's PSA 10s, 9s, they're going for crazy. Let me send every single one off for $8. But now based on today's margins, which is again, when you're making 5 times your money, it's always a good day. But at the end of the day, you're looking at, I don't know, $25, $35 for your common starters. 9s, PSA 10s. Now you're looking between 50 and 75 on a cost basis of $8. Do you still just collect the profit, or do you say, no, my cost base so low that if I hold on for 5 years, it might do something bigger?
So let me give you the data answer, because my answer on a personal level would have been the collector side of stuff. On the investor side of stuff, the financial aspect, it is undoubtedly sell it tomorrow, like literally just get it on eBay, get rid of it, because pulling that data each week for PSA and what they've been grading and knocking out, it has 100% been non-hollows 1 to 9 grades. Like it is significant, couple of thousand a week. I mean, literally, like so many. And
are you able, and I'm sorry to cut in, are you able to go back, let's just say 6 months ago, and look at what the pop report looked like 6 months ago, or no? So I've been tracking those base set and evolutions, the basics and then the evolutions forms. I've been tracking every single one. I think down to like from 7 to 10 every 3 months on the day. Every 3 months, I go in and see how much every single one has grown in PSA 7s, 8. Oh well, I mean, actually, I have the notebook in my closet here, but here, let me pull it out.
Is the population gone up a lot?
Well, that's subjective. Like, what do you call a lot, right? Because base set unlimited, you would think there's, trillions of them. So based on that mindset, it's like, well, okay, they didn't grow by that much. Have they doubled? They for sure have doubled. Let me pull the notebook. It will take me literally 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah. I think that's tricky because of the Logan Paul hype and everything that it got submitted during that time frame when it was getting submitted, and right now when it's coming back, we're still in that crazy hype period for the value tier. So I guess that's why I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out if.
Okay, that was longer than 5 seconds, so I apologize.
Yeah, that was at least 7.
So, but yeah, this is how much of a nerd. Like, I have notebooks. Like, I don't know how many notebooks I have where I just collect data, and I'm a notebook guy. I'm not like Excel, and it's. I like
Trust me, I'm literal. My daughter was drawing on that one Pokemon notebook. Like, yeah, I'm all about notebooks. Trust me.
So actually, my dates is coming up in 2 days, so I would have to now through the next 3 months.
No
So
way.
I submitted in November 2020, right?
Right.
Or I should say, this is when I started collecting the. And what would you want to know? And we're talking about Charmanders here. We're talking about Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Pikachu, and
But
I didn't track the evolutions, even though
okay,
there are.
but you track the population for that specific card, right?
So for specifically for Charmander, I've been tracking it every 3 months on the dates for
Okay.
7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s for Charmanders, for Bulbasaurs, for Squirtles, for Pikachus.
Okay.
Since November of 2020.
So
which specific? Like, what would be the most valuable, Charmander or Pikachu?
Charmander.
Charmander. Okay.
Like, let's do Charmander first.
So let's stick with 10s.
Tell me what the 10 was 6 months ago.
So, well, let's go back to November of 2020.
Oh.
When I submitted, when I had already pulled the trigger on shipping off, Charmander PSA 10 was sitting at 553.
Okay.
Okay.
It's gone up a lot.
Okay. And between 7 and 10, 996 total at that time, which is still like very low, right? That's a very low number for any card. 996 total. Okay, so now fast forward to June of 2021. June of 2021, PSA 10s, Charmanders, it went from 553 to 699.
This is unlimited though, right?
This is unlimited, not first edition. This is unlimited.
Okay.
So from 699, fast forward, and it went up to 977 in September of 2021. So it still hasn't quite doubled from November 2020 through September 2021. It still hasn't doubled yet. December of 2021.
Yep.
So we went from September to December. It went from 977 PSA 10 Charmanders to 1,396. Yeah. So that's almost, not quite, triple from the original November 2020 pop report. Now, based on today, because again, I'm gonna have to update this in a couple of days. The original number was 553 in November of 2020. What does that number look like right now? Charmander PSA 10s.
It's almost 2,000.
Almost 2,000. That to me doesn't seem like a crazy number, because I'm willing to bet that there's a ton more people that are still looking for their first PSA 10 Charmander, because there's only 2,000 of them. 2,000 is very little comparing to the people that actually want that card.
I'm 1,000,000% with you. My caveat to it is the time frame of when you submitted that to when PSA closed down, and how many more got submitted within that period.
Right.
That is the worry, and why I would say take that beef right now. Just eat the burger. Just get it done. Just like swallow it. And then there's the other part of me is like, hold it, because that's a freaking awesome card that is going to be loved forever. Like, no one's ever not going to love that card. Like, it's never going to go out of fashion. A base set Charmander PSA 10. Never going to go out of fashion, ever. Right. So I'm definitely in turmoil with it. But I would say if it comes anything less than a 10, I can see, you were talking about the 7 to 8 numbers. Right now, there's 5,000 within the 7 to 8 range.
Okay, so in November of 2020, the total number of cards, 7 through 10, 996, right? In December of 2021, fast forward a whole 13 months, 4,217. So you went from 996, sub 1,000, to 4,217, quadruple. So yeah, for sure, everyone was sending off there, regardless of condition, and that's just 7s through 10s. That's not counting all of the 1s, 6 through 1s, what have you. Yeah, and I did this for Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Pikachu as well, not counting their evolutions, but it was just something I was like, you know what, I would like to track this. It would just be interesting to see the growth. To me, though, it doesn't seem crazy that we haven't even, there's still less, you mentioned I think 2000, right? There's less than 2000 PSA 10 Charmanders, and I'm willing to bet there's more than 2000 people that are still hunting for their first PSA 10 Charmander unlimited.
I agree.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I think I agree with you 100% that you just kind of,
I agree. I agree long term too. I think that people are going to come back to it. Like, even I still don't think that enough people have got their feed of what they actually want. And I'm looking at the Pikachu, just the standard unlimited yellow cheeks, and there's 1750. There's 1,750 PSA 10s. And when I bought my PSA 10s of it, there was not that many.
okay, so
that wasn't that long ago.
So this is what's cool about data, right? That's just amazing. This is how nerdy we are. Okay, so you're saying that Pikachu today, PSA 10s, there's 1750, 1,750 PSA 10s, which for the mascot, it's not a lot, right? 1750. When I first submitted mine, there were only 600 PSA 10s. 600.
Oh my God.
That's
wow.
Crazy. That is crazy.
I mean, it's essentially triple. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think across the line, as I'm looking at it, it's triple. It's on average a triple in growth. But once again, if it looks like Charmander has the most growth at PSA 10, and it's triple, that means that everything else is less. That means that every base set starter in PSA 10, they're sub 2,000 of, which to me, in my eyes, that's very low. Now, like you mentioned, great point. Well, what happens in a year? What does that number look like? Does it double again in a full year? Does it go from 2,000 to 4,000? And now how does that 4,000 look like? Does that look like there's way too many out there, or still not enough?
Yeah, and I think demand is obviously, like, not to sound like, beating a dead horse or whatever, but like, demand really is a huge chunk of that. I think I've got 3 of them.
Is it the same variant or
just regular unlimited yellow cheeks? Yeah,
same variant.
Okay. It's all the same one. That's the OG for me. That's the one that I did as a kid, and I have demand for that. So, like you were saying earlier, on if I'm feeling that, maybe other people are feeling that. I want regular base set Pikachus and base set Charmanders and that kind of stuff in PSA 10. So someone else must, yeah, someone else.
Keeping it set. I just don't know what grade should I keep. Should I keep the 8s, and sell off the 9s? Do I keep the 10s just for potential growth down the road? But then that means that I have to sell them, right? If I'm going from that mentality, I have to sell.
Well, your box right now is raw, right?
Say again?
The box you were talking about possibly selling was raw.
What do you mean by that, raw?
When you were talking about the commons and uncommons, going back to that, was that raw or graded?
No, raw. Those were raw.
Yeah.
So I paid $8 per card to grade.
Oh, they're in grading.
They're still grading.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the ones you were talking about in grading.
Right.
I thought that was a separate thing. Oh,
no,
okay.
It's part of that. So assuming that I get it, next month. Assuming I get it next month, right?
Okay.
I paid $8 at the end of the day, and a PSA 9 Charmander, I think I still saw going for like $50 to $60, right? Because I do keep track on them. That's a pretty nice profit. 6 times your money is a pretty nice profit per card. But because of your very, very low cost basis, do you hold them and see what happens in a year or two? But you hit on something it was a great point. Well, they're probably going to double in population in a year from now. right? So if that happens, you're going to have a lot more competition in the market. So this is probably going to be the best time for you to sell, than a year from now. And that's actually a very good point that you made. That's a great point. So yeah,
I don't know how educated the point is though. I don't know.
Because it makes sense though.
It makes sense though. It makes sense right now, but I don't know where demand is at that point.
So you're saying, is the demand lower or is the demand higher? And maybe it could be so much higher that 4,000 still doesn't supply enough.
Then it isn't enough. That's right. I'm trying to think like, both edges of the sword, like
right.
Because I would have never expected a Ponchu Pikachu to sell more than a base set Pikachu. like in all honesty, like when I'm thinking about the OG and like what I'm connected to and what really sums up Pokemon for me is base set Pikachu. So for Poncho Pikachu to sell for 10 20x what base set is, like the demand for me, I'm still having a hard time trying to comprehend some of it. I don't know how that looks for those cards that you're talking about, but what I do know is that they're probably going to be more consistent with pricing and less volatile long term out of any of them. They're probably going to be less like, oh, we love these cards, we don't love these cards, we love these cards, we don't love those. It's going to be more like, okay, yeah, like bumps and hills and valleys and stuff, but much more digestible kind of changes between them. Yeah, I don't know. I gut feeling I would get out of them and keep what you want for collection in terms of the collectible side of it. I would keep what you want, be selfish, get the best ones that you want, get rid of everything else. That is probably my approach to it.
Yeah, because on those 20, I mean, let's call them, 25 times 8, $200. That's my cost basis. $200 on 25 cards, And I guess you can make a smarter move, like sell a percentage to cover your cost basis, right? And then keep the rest and see what happens, right?
Why not?
Yeah, or even cover your bases and then some, and then keep the rest of them and see what happens in a year or two.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't a lose at that. In that sense, it's a win-win. It really is. If you go that next step and at least make a profit, say you make $50 or $100 profit on all of them, combined after shipping and all the fees and everything, like you've made a profit, and then whatever left is yours, and that's that part after those initial sales. That's what's bought all this crap and all these slabs. Like, it isn't my money. It's been that gap after what I've sold, the extra part after. Okay, like that's not going in my bank. That's going to the next thing. That's going to the next chase, the next card, the next box. That kind of stuff. Almost an investment, almost a kind of thing.
Enerd has a nice perspective. He says his mom, he sells ExxonMobil stocks when she needs money. So as long as she doesn't need money, she just keeps it. And whether it goes up and down, kind of the mentality, at the end of the day, it's all profit. Whether you're making 10x today or you're making 5x tomorrow, it's still profit at the end of the day. So that's one way to definitely look at it.
That's a perfect sum up for the why too. Like why you would sell it. I don't know like what's like your why, but if there isn't one for selling it, like I probably
I wouldn't need to sell a single card from that submission.
There you go.
Right. And the only reason to sell them is to rig on the games and buy something
paid for grading. So it'd be nice to at least get that bag to like square up on the grading part. Like just in reality, like it's good to square up on that.
But even from that standpoint, which is it's good for the perspective. Even from the standpoint of grading itself, I don't need the money to pay for the grading. Like I'm okay. I don't need to pay for the grading. I can keep every single one of those cards And so I have that idea kicking around. Okay, well, do I just keep everything, right? Do I sell enough to pay for the grading and then keep everything else? Do I sell everything, like you were kind of mentioning, sell everything and just cash out, and then you can get yourself a nice, pretty card down the road, or two or three.
I feel like it's a real tough one. When do you think you're going to get it back?
I'm hoping by the next Collecticon, which is May, Dallas.
No, it's got to be before that, surely.
I hope so, but
No,
the way that the snowball effect just freaking took
my God.
over, I would hope so, but you never know. We're already in what is it, March 11th? Yeah, March 11th. I mean, yeah, in 2 months we're looking at May 11th. I'm not too crazy on the idea that it's actually going to be here by then. I don't know.
That's a long way. I mean,
it might trigger me if I did. It might trigger me to buy a booth, buy into a booth, buy a table, and just throw everything there. Maybe items that I just have. I have too many duplicates of a lot of things, and maybe I go that route and just sell a lot of duplicates of. But that would only intrigue me if I got all of these slabs back, because we're talking about 400 and something. My guess is I'm going to keep anywhere between 20 to 25 cards in there.
Yeah.
Depending on the grade. But if it's not if it's not a 9 or a 10, and if it's not a very nice card, then I don't, just chuck it back out there. I'm not keeping a unlimited hollow Hitmonchan PSA 10. A PSA 10 Hitmonchan can sell. That's I'm fine with that. But I do have a few cards in there that are actually very, very nice to have in a 9 and a 10 that actually I don't have today. So.
Yeah, I think there may be some temptation to keep some of the good ones. That could be difficult for me, especially I'm sure for you too. I know that Nick said how cheap one table was. Like the price was pretty, like I feel like it was 125, 175 or something. I feel like it was a decent price.
They've been going up though. That's what I've noticed. The very first Collecticon, I want to say they were between $50 to $100.
No
the very
way.
first Collecticon has only been around for like 6 events, maybe. Right? They started back in late 2020. Today, if you look at the next Collecticon that's available, which is Dallas, it's $250 now.
For one table.
Now there's a premium because of the demand for these events. Or at least that's how I'm looking at it. That's how I'm looking at it. Because if the very first Collecticon was $50 to $75, maybe even $100, but it was $50 to $100, the very first Collecticon. Today's Collecticon is $250, and it already has sold out. I don't know if Dallas has sold out. Well, yeah, we're talking about that one. Dallas has sold out then. Yeah, Dallas has sold out. I don't know if the next one after that has sold out yet.
So I will tell you, in all honesty, it was freaking packed. Yeah. Like it was like crazy busy. People were at every single booth. It was difficult to see cards. I was in line for every booth, everything to buy or look at anything. There was no open spaces anywhere. I mean, it really was, not to sound dramatic, it really was that busy and that crazy. So 250 may be like, maybe they set that price because that is like the level of craziness that's going on right now. Like
supply and demand, right? I think it still comes down to that. So at the first Collecticon, who wanted to get in? You need people to buy your table, so you start off at $50. Now it's very easy to sell your tables, so you can charge a premium now. And Inert said that 250 is so cheap for a booth. 100%, because probably make my money back in 4 or 5 starters at a cost basis of $8 each. I've made my money back from a table just in 4 or 5 starters, let alone the remaining 450, 60 cards, let alone everything that I would want to take just to get rid of duplicates that I don't need. It's a no-brainer, but I need that return back. If I don't get the return back, that's not going to motivate me to do it.
I think you would, with the cards that you sent off that you were talking about, I genuinely believe you would probably have more demand than the guys with the cases with the $1,000 cards in them. I feel like you would have far more love and attention on realistic prices and realistic cards, not the other guys. I mean, I was looking at cases and the labels were 500, 1,000, 20,000. Like there was people with like cards that just was completely well out of my realm. And what you're talking about is something that's going to appeal to the masses.
Yeah.
Like in that sense, like I would be very surprised if you didn't make that 250 back.
Oh yeah, 100%.
By 9, by 9 in the morning, like pretty early on, I would think you would make that.
100%. It makes too much sense financially.
I don't think that justifies their pricing of 250 for a table. Like that is a different story. That's a very different realm.
But 250 is still not a lot. And for most of these folks,
but you're comparing it to how much you could make, not compared to what it is that they're providing. Because essentially all they're providing, they're already charging for the ticket. So let's remember that. Like they're not needing your money to make a profit. They're taking your money because you're willing to pay that money.
Oh, sure. But that's just a free market, right? That's just a free market for anything. Right. Starbucks does not need to cost whatever it costs for a cup of coffee, but they're able to do so because people are willing to pay it, right? Yeah. This is for Ancient Mew. He mentioned it. He said
was that showing that earlier?
He said, you guys have any graded Ancient Mews? I've always said, wow, if you do not have an Ancient Mew in your collection, you are not a real collector. There, I said it. Call me out. Cancel me. Do whatever you want to do. But you're not a real collector if you do not have an Ancient Mew in your collection.
Where did I put it? There you go. Freaking love Ancient Mew. I do have a guilty secret though on that.
What's that?
I went to the movies to watch it as a kid, and I went with a group of friends to watch it. Like I didn't go alone. I went with a group of friends like from school, and like the bully, like the bully that came with us from school, he stole mine. Like he legit took mine from me.
Wow.
So I bought that one. That isn't my childhood one. I bought it, and there's like a recoup value for me. Like I feel like I recouped it to my collection kind of thing. It's funny.
Yeah, childhood stories.
His dabbing.
I'm pretty sure he appreciates it. I'm pretty sure. What's his name?
Such a cool card.
What's the name that pushes Ancient Mews very hard? Something collectibles. They used to do a live stream with Jake Pokenomics. There was 3 of them. What's his name? They had quite a few lives, maybe 10 if that, but then they just had to cut it because of maybe scheduling or whatnot. But something collectibles. I'm pretty sure Ancient Mew will pull it up, but yeah, he buys Ancient Mews all day long, raw, grades them because there's always a demand for it.
I love it. It's so liquid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even liquid. Like I literally love that card. I think it's just a fun, nostalgic card. Everyone relates to it the same way.
I'm surprised that card didn't make it into celebrations. It is arguably the most popular card in history. You can make the argument that it's the most popular card in the history of Pokemon, and it didn't celebrations.
Yeah, you're not the first person that said it should have been celebrations. I've heard a couple of others say that, and I completely agree. And I hadn't thought of that when Celebration was released. I hadn't thought of that until I heard people say that. I absolutely agree. I think that would have been cool.
Ancient Mew says, my childhood favorite movie was The Mummy, so Ancient Mew kind of reminds him of that. I say about Ancient Mew. Okay.
Imagine Brendan Fraser holding that card. How funny that would have been.
Oak, and anyone that's still in the chat, I mean, you're crazy for still being here, but hold your Ancient Mew. We're going to go through this at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
Where did
Now,
I put it? Hang on. I don't know where it went. I've got so many cards in front. Oh crap. Where'd it go?
yeah, what's up, your average player? Isn't your average player out in Australia?
Oh, what is this here?
Do you have it? Do you have the Ancient Mew?
Got it.
All right. All right. So, everyone in the chat, if you have your Ancient Mew, pull it out. Okay, we're gonna go through this at the same time. So all four of you.
I love this.
So, Ancient Mew. You look at Mew by its own. You remove everything else. It already looks crazy enough. That is not how a Pokemon looks today, right? That is not how a Mew looks today. It has a very mean look to it. It's very 2D, 1D, and it's very ominous about it. There's something ominous about it. Okay, now you zoom out and you look at the frame. And if you start looking at the details within the frame, within the window frame of Mew, and you start looking at like, well, what the hell are these things, right? I mean, I really can't barely make out what's going on in that frame. You don't know, okay? All right, well, you can skip that part because you don't understand what's going on. Now you're looking at the entire card of the Ancient Mew card, and you got this like crazy writing. It's not your unknowns. It's something else. It's not your unknown language. It is something else. You got little pyramids and triangles here on the corner. You got two little stars at the bottom center. Again, crazy writing. Then you look at the edge border of the card on the sides, left, right, and then top. Not so much the bottom because you got to, the Nintendo Pokemon thing is covering it. But when you look at the sides and the top of this card, I mean, that's some crazy things going on there. I mean, again, but you understand it because, like Ancient Mew said, going back to the mummy and Egyptians and whatnot, it makes sense. You can make the connection. Now flip it back over. You flip it back over. It's simplistic enough, but at the same time, it's like, who had the time to create this? Because you compare this card to any other card in the game, not one card looks like this. Any other card, doesn't matter how expensive it is or how cheap it is, there's a lot of, oh, this looks like this. This a first edition Charizard versus your common unlimited card looks the same except for the Pokemon. When you look at your Illustrator Pikachu, even your Illustrator Pikachu has resemblance to other Pokemon cards. Someone was tripping hard when they made this card. Who's the illustrators? I mean, the illustrators got to be out here, right? The illustrator of this card was tripping hard when they made this card. It is the only card of its kind. The only negative about this card is that there's trillions of them. But when you really dissect the art of it is the most unique looking card in the game. Somebody was on acid. I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. Somebody was tripping balls when they created this card.
You know what else, Basic?
What's up?
I fucking love it.
What's that?
I fucking love it. Like I love like every aspect that you're just talking about. It's such a fun card. And it means shit. Like it doesn't mean anything. Like,
right.
Like you say, like there's nothing there that's comprehensible. It just looks cool as heck. It's just so fun.
Yeah,
So here's the thing. We've got potentially a new Detective Pikachu series or whatever it is that they're talking about doing. That's like live action, Netflix, some kind of dynamic going on there. Pokemon Go set, like they're starting to touch into like other things. There was a Detective Pikachu set. Hey, maybe there's a new version of this. Maybe something is a little bit crazy. They get someone that's, been smoking something, been taking something, and a little bit out of the box. This was very much out of the box and realm of, base set. Maybe we get that next card that is a one-off crazy promo. people go crazy for it. Because I can tell you, people weren't going crazy for this card when it released because you just went to the movies and watched it and got it.
Well, hold on. Everyone that had this card thought they had the rarest thing in the world.
After they got it.
After they got it.
Not to get it.
Not to get it. Yeah, yes, you're right.
That's the thing. And right now, if that happened, it would be about the to get it. How do I get it? How do I get my hands on that? I think that is the difference. Yeah, I mean, it's cool as hell. I love it.
It's again, that's just compare it to any other card. Just compare it to any other card. The most expensive card in the world, right? Illustrator Pikachu. There's resemblance to many other cards to it, right? Except for the very specific art in the window. But everything else, it's like, okay, you got your yellow border, you got this, you got that, you got the back, and it's it's the same as other backs of in Pokemon cards. There's nothing that resembles the back of this card. Nothing.
Like, what's your grade at?
Oh, this one's a 9, and it's a very old 9. It's a 2.
It's the old label. I feel like this one's super well centered, and there isn't a single white spot. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, I think I have 2 or 3 at PSA right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize how clean this one looked.
The Ancient Mews were probably one of the very few selections that I just like. I don't care what it grades. I'm just going to grade them because one of them is my childhood Mew. Which one it is, I don't know. Yeah. Because through collections. Oh, I got another Mew. Oh, I got another Mew.
Whatever comes back with the highest grade is
whatever.
It's the highest collection.
Actually, I would say whatever comes back with the lowest grade is the one that I'm gonna call it my childhood because it's got to be beat, right? It's got to be beat at this point. Yeah, that's Ancient Mew. It's I know a lot of people hate it. It's one of my. I'm gonna call it top 10. It's my top 10 favorite cards.
Who hates it?
Oh, there's a lot of people that hate it.
No.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that say, oh, because it's so common, because you could find it anywhere.
I've never heard anyone say that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That makes me sad to think that. There's way too much involved in Ancient Mew.
It's once again, right? And not to to my own horn here, not to pat myself on the back here, but have you ever heard anyone explain and go through the details of this Ancient Mew like I just did? And I'm pretty sure other people have on their own, right? But this is what I like to give perspective to people, because a lot of people don't actually look at a card and really dissect frame by frame to come up with an opinion, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the chase cards today,
even now, yeah.
A lot of the chase cards today, you just look at the bird's eye view. Oh, cool, Rainbow Charizard, Brilliant Stars. It's very elegant, very, very awesome. But you don't actually go down frame by frame and look at a card.
Yeah.
This one stands out of 100% of the field. 100% of the field. This one is unique. It's just not unique because there's trillions of them.
I mean, it is. When you're comparing it against like Pokemon cards in general, like
everything.
I appreciate you doing that, because I think it's just good to highlight and refresh people. Like, even if it's just that simple, like just take some perspective right now on what it is that we're looking at. It really is such a unique looking card. May not be a unique card, but it really is a unique card. When you're looking at it.
And the fact that it's so popular, how come there hasn't been a second similar looking card? Just a second, just another one. Maybe 2 years after this one, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years. Why hasn't anyone created something like this? Now, do you remember the episode anime? I'm a big anime fan of the Pokemon. Do you remember the episode of, I don't remember the name, but it's like the ancient.
This does look, you're saying that, this does look very modern for how old it is.
Oh, this guy was, once again, who's the illustrator? Maybe this is.
It doesn't say.
Ivy, who's the illustrator here?
Ivy. Please do some research real quick.
No, Ivy
Help us out.
is legit. Ivy is deep into Pokemon, and I'm trying to zoom into this thing, but
she's got to be able to find that
for us.
Yeah,
Somebody Google it for us.
She's got to be able to find that for us real quick.
So my point is, whoever illustrated this, whoever is responsible for the art, that person never replicated it, and Pokemon never replicated it.
Not even close. Yeah.
So when Pokemon comes up to you and says, "Hey, make me an Ancient Mew," someone came up with this. Someone said, "This is what's gonna be the freebie that you're gonna get when you go watch the movie." This is the type of stuff that only through ayahuasca are you able to create this art. Chev, you guys are still going at it. Respect. Listen, man, this is one of those things that, again, Oak, I appreciate you, because when you can nerd out on a freaking Ancient Mew,
oh yeah,
this is what it's freaking all about. Forget Illustrator Pikachu.
It's the back.
Ancient Mew.
The back, like, seriously, like,
you got your energy symbols, right? Without being too. There's no leaf on the green. There's no water.
You know what it is. Yeah, there's definitely intention there between them. How did they get that approved for this? Like, this isn't a Pokemon card. This is so far from the realm of Pokemon.
This person should own Pokemon right now.
I love it.
Yes.
Sparkles, like, it appeals to your cat-like tendencies of wanting to chase like something sparkly.
Inner Geometry says, dude brought up ayahuasca. Oh, that's hilarious. Ivy, see that I knew I can kind of heard Tama, Kazu, Kami.
Oh, it's Kamaya. I didn't know that. So
what a legend. What a legend.
A lot of cards. A lot of cards.
What a legend.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm gonna go thank him. Does he have an IG? I'm gonna go thank him. I'm gonna go thank him for this card. For arguably the most iconic card in the game. I don't care what SM Pret says about his Illustrator Pikachu.
I feel like we need to rope Ancient Mew into this Zoom call right now. I feel like he deserves a little rope in right now. Yeah, I don't know. Kamaya's like pretty old school. I don't know what it's doing in the world right now. I'm not up to speed on where the illustrators are. One thing I will tell you, which was a shock factor for me at CollectorCon, was I didn't know that people charged for autographs. That was very naive of me going there.
Depending.
No, they were all like everybody was charging.
Was Gary charging for an auto?
Everyone.
What? No way.
They had stands with menus, like showing what they were charging at this one.
That's how crazy CollectorCon has gotten, because Gary was doing it for free.
Yeah, no, it was like very strict. Like Dr. Applesauce was doing a panel and then we took an after, and there was a rope in between. Like, you couldn't even like go near him to take a selfie. You would like to take a selfie with him or anything.
That's so crazy. Just got to give Ivy a shout out. She's awesome in the hobby. A lot of even though she's I don't want to offend anyone, but like newer, but like she has depth to her, to her knowledge in Pokemon, and she goes about it in a very different way than most people do when they jump in. So yeah, I can appreciate that.
She's a rock star.
She's what I would call she has an old school soul.
I love it. Yeah, I've been following her post. I like looking at the cards she plays with. And you know what I love about Ivy is she is like into it for the fun. I could tell she's enjoying it and having fun with it. She's not trying to push any kind of like narrative or like agenda or anything. Like, you can tell she's got that same value of like enjoying it and like appreciating art and illustrators. And I mean, she even just said like, she jumped straight on it and pulled the illustrator for that one. Like, there's definitely a passion there, and I felt that in the live stream with PK. Like, she definitely showed that, you know, she's just in it for fun with us. You know, she wants to be a part of it, and she's immersed herself in it, and it shows. There's nothing like nefarious there, you know.
And like I mentioned before, right? If you compare all three of us, we're all very different at the end of the day in regards to the hobby.
Very, yeah.
We're on a different page, and no page is wrong. And yeah, that's just what's awesome to me. It's that, yeah, we're all scattered on the spectrum, and it's all awesome. As long as you're on the spectrum, you're awesome.
Everybody, I take a little bit of inspiration from everyone. Like literally everyone in this chat, everyone that I follow and watch and listen to, there's some kind of inspiration that like builds me and helps me grow within the hobby, and like within just collecting, like even just the collectible side, like knowing what things I should be looking at and keeping my pulse on and listening to, and just even stuff I'm not interested in. I still think it's interesting to hear about because like other people are interested in it. You know, just keeping your fingers on those pulses of just the hobby in general, everything that's going on.
I don't think he's here anymore, but Pikachu, you know, he's like, as we were going through the live with not live, but you know, pre-recorded with Old Card Shop, Oldie. I mentioned at one point, I was like, oh, you know, Pikachu has that, you know, very he has expensive tastes, you know, even compared to myself, like, but he really is adamant and passionate about that area, that field of the hobby. You know, me myself, I'm not passionate about that hobby, but that's just what's cool because our passions, based on how our brain is wired, we're driven to different things. We're driven to different aspects of the hobby, and that's what's so freaking cool.
I think that's my, like, I don't know if it's an issue. I think it's probably a positive thing, but I think I'm just drawn to like so many aspects. I'm drawn to so many parts of it. Like I kind of feel like it's a bit of a spider web. I don't think it's as clean cut as people think. Like it's just Pokemon cards. Like Pokemon cards is what defines it. There's so much more to it than just like the most recent Pokemon cards. You know, there's, you know, all this stuff behind me. There's different types of boxes and collections and tins and Funkos and I don't know, comics, and like I've got like every part here, every aspect you think of. I've got at least one toe in that little puddle, and it's fun. Yeah, Chevel, thanks for clarifying that. I am in Florida. I am in America. I married an American, so I'm here. I'm here for life. I'm not on.
Let's go.
It's definitely not 6 a.m. on Greenwich Mean Time right now.
What are you looking at? 1:18, right?
Yeah,
it's 1:18 in your local.
What you're an hour behind, right? You're 12:18.
I'm 12:18.
Yeah. Do you need to wrap up? It is getting late.
Listen, I told you before. This is your call, not mine. If you need to, listen, we can wrap up. I have no problem. If you feel the need to keep going, listen, we can keep nerding out.
It's my birthday weekend.
Happy birthday! That's right. It's your birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, because your party's tomorrow, right? You're having a birthday party tomorrow.
We're having a casino party. We're going to the casino.
Holy crap! Make sure you leave your
Love
Pokemon cards at home, because you're gonna want to sell them if you go to the casino.
Yeah, it's fun. Ivy's in Las Vegas. Shut up.
Yeah.
No way. Oh my gosh. She's just become my spirit animal.
7 a.m. here. Your average player.
Oh, he's 2 hours east of Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah. There's Norway European sunlight's coming up right now.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, congratulations, because currently in the chat, right, you have people from different time zones. Not only from different time zones, you have people from different hemispheres. You have people from the opposite side of the world in the chat right now. So congratulations to you, my man.
That's so sweet. Yeah, thank you for recognizing that. Wow, but seriously though, look at these guys in the chat. Isn't that so cool? Just the most recent ones. We've got Enna, that's been a rock star the whole time. Travels, Ancient Mew, Ivy, average player. Like, these are the people I want to surround myself with. This is literally why I'm doing this channel. You're a big part of that. Like, you know, there's definitely a reason why you were invited to this. We've got PK, we've got Rattle that dabbed in earlier. Absolute rock stars. Like, there's just so many people that I respect and just want to be a part of, and in myself, you know, within. They're all like wishing me a happy birthday. Like, I just love this.
This is what it's all about. Oh, different ages. You know what? I am curious. Ivy doesn't have to, but you know, everyone else. How old are you? I'm 34. I'm 34 years old, right? Sometimes I've done this in the live chats. Depending on where the conversation steers, it triggers me to think, how old is everyone in the chat? Because sometimes the answers are, I'm gonna say, like on the naive side, immature side. So I'm like, are we dealing with a bunch of like 20-year-olds here? Or are we talking about 35, 45-year-olds, which then would surprise me based on the answers. Oh, your average player is 18 years old. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Shovel's almost 35.
That's exciting.
That is crazy.
We have someone that, yeah, I was graduating high school when that person was born. Like, your average player, you were sucking on mum's tatters when I was graduating high school.
Moment. Keep it going.
In England. Yeah, like, quite literally. I will be 34 very soon. I don't know which day it is. I think I'm just about to turn 34. Ivy just turned 33. Okay, so I got a year on you. Fine wine. We have fine wines together. Okay. Trevor's soon 35. Trevor's got a year on me. You got a head start. Okay, I get this. We're getting a little rhythm going here. We've got a little slope. And your average player is very much laughing sideways at the thought of us laughing at you being so young and fresh. You probably have amazing skin and hair, and I have wrinkles, and my back and my knees hurt sometimes when I do dishes and simple things. So I'm definitely jealous of that. I don't know if you guys watched Mason's video earlier. He was talking about bulk, and he was talking about people's like back hurting when they're sorting bulk. That is a very real thing in real life situations. As soon as you hit 30, I'm telling you, your average player, you're going to be sorting out your Pokemon bulk, and you're going to be trying to figure out which things are your hollows, which things are your reverse hollows, which things are your VMAXs, and then you're going to go, oh my God, my back really hurts right now. That's a very real thing.
Your back really hurts. That's what I walked into. Your back really hurts right now. Basic,
tell me that you're not sitting down and sorting out bulk and your back doesn't hurt. Mason's video earlier, he was talking about it. Like, I felt an immediate connection to that situation.
Luckily, nothing's hurting today. I'm very fortunate, I guess, from that standpoint.
Young and fit.
Yeah, I had to get me another one because I ran out a long time ago. So cheers to you, Oak. Thank you again. Your average player, I'm still impressed. I'm still impressed that an 18-year-old is watching this type of live stream.
I want to know what your average player's arthritis. Don't get me started on arthritis. Seriously, Chevels, that's a very touchy subject. I want to know what your average player's. Thank you, people. This is oh my God, such cool people in this chat. Your average player, please tell me what you're doing today. Like, tell me your day just started out. I want to know what's about to kick off at such an early time in such a cold climate. Like, what are you going to go do today? Because I'm guaranteeing you're not building a PSA submission right now.
That is a very interesting question you pose, right? Like, what are 18-year-olds that are jumping into the hobby now? Maybe maybe he's been in the, and I'm assuming it's a he, so I apologize, but he or she, if you, maybe you've been in it since you were, I don't know, 10, 12 years old, but if you're just jumping in and you're 18 years old, how does the hobby look to you? What is that perspective? Oh, maybe you should have an 18-year-old, maybe you should have average player on a live stream, because that is a very unique perspective to have, right? To hand out to us. I would love to listen to that. How they go about the hobby, who they're listening to, who are they taking advice from, how they're navigating it. That is a very interesting perspective from a very young person in the hobby.
I'm very intrigued. I'm thinking the exact same things that you are. Very intrigued, because I know at that age, Pokemon was kind of like my own little thing that was like lost and forgotten in the world. It was like a back room, like kind of hidden, just kind of enjoy it myself kind of thing. Yeah. I wasn't active. Didn't even know what YouTube was at that point. Like, didn't have any crazy smartphone or anything. Like, the world was a very different place when I was 18. Very different place.
Yeah, I am 16 years older than the average player, so that is very, very interesting to me.
Yeah, I was just saying, when you dipped out, I'm turning, I think, yeah, I'm turning 34 this weekend.
You think?
This week. Yeah, I'm trying to work it out. Yeah. I'll be 34. Yeah.
The mind is the first to go. The mind is the first to go, so we can acknowledge that.
I feel it. Yeah, I'll be the same age. Working out.
Oh, there you go. It says she would love to join sometime. There you go.
What the hell's working out at 18? Don't you have like a body and like feel amazing? Like, isn't that like your most incredible time of having a body at 18?
Right, you don't need to work out, and I mean, I remember like, I was 18, didn't need to work out, and I feel like I was pretty fit.
Invincible.
Yeah.
My knees did not hurt at 18. I'll tell you that.
Oh man, your knees are hurting at this point? Yeah.
You're up, man. What are you, Captain America? What's going on? Like, I am feeling it in my 30s. Maybe it's the bourbon. I don't know.
At the age of 34, when we're talking about health now, we're talking about health now in a Pokemon Live. The only thing I would say is I'm just not as fast as I used to. Chasing after my 10-year-old and my almost 9-year-old. I'm just not as fast. I can acknowledge that, but other than that, like, I overall in general, I feel pretty good. I've never broken a bone in my life. I might have broken my pinky toe at one point, but they heal on their own. You can't do anything about them, right? So it's like, I feel like it was broken, but who knows? Never had a cast on me in my life. Never. I think just worst case scenario. So like, colds and flus. That's probably the worst I've gone through. Luckily today, no arthritis, or at least nothing that's diagnosed. So
that's fantastic.
I'm very fortunate from that standpoint. But you're in Florida. What do you mean? That's the reason why people go to warmer climates, is to not deal with arthritis.
Incredible improvement. Like, for real. Like, life is nice. Yeah, it does feel good having the warm, like, more predictable weather. There's a climate that's going on there. There's just a lot of crazy people in Florida. There's definitely an element of that to like consider.
In case you haven't read the chat, actually, we're talking to a 17-year-old right now. He's not 18 yet. But it's funny because I've seen your average player like bouncing around in other channels.
Loads.
And you just always assume that people are, within the same window of age, 28 to 38, somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever even thought about it, but now we're saying it, like, yeah, I've got no idea.
Who's the one that yields the most people in the chat during a live? Probably Jake.
Basic trainer.
I don't have a channel. Jake is probably yielding anywhere 100 and 140. I'm going to ask that question the next time he goes live. Hey, what's everyone's age? Just for perspective of, the people that are watching this.
I'd like to know that. Yeah, that's interesting.
I would have bet a slab that there's no way that a person under 20 is in the chat. In a Jake Pokenomics live. And your average player, I'm pretty sure I've seen you in Jake's live. So the fact that a 17-year-old is in Jake's live, yeah, that's pretty crazy to me.
I wonder. I mean, maybe we could get a response from your average player. I wonder how many people at that age range that may be slightly younger, but the income is more disposable. We're not talking mortgage and loan payments, car payments, or whatever it is going on that like most adults have, like in the real world. What their intention is within the hobby. Is it collecting, or is it investing, or is it like trying to make flip money? What it is. I think that's an interesting part to me too, because for me, most of the stuff that I do is just for me. There isn't a lot of monetary decisions going on, but that's because I do the decisions that make that happen, and I have the capabilities to make that happen. And I think I could easily flip that into like investment decisions or flips or stonks or whatever. I don't know. I mean, we're not talking crazy money. Ancient Mew, we just went through every variation of Ancient Mew and talked about PSA 1 through 10 and CGC 1 through 10. You pretty much missed every aspect.
There's 14 Ancient Mew variations.
I'm a little bit frustrated that you missed all of those, honestly. Be willing on buy ye. I can't tell if Charles is joking or serious.
Here's a question for you, Oak.
Go.
I've noticed, and I think it's very obvious, and this is everyone under the umbrella of Pokemon content creators, the level of output has definitely decreased 100% from the lowest to the highest. What's making you jump in? And then where do you foresee content creators a year or two? And this whole realm of, going on lives, because, going live is very, very entertaining versus the alternative. What's making you going in? Because Mason even mentioned it, right? Mason said, I just lucked out because I jumped in during the hype era. That helped me boost my numbers, right? On top of his very unique content. If he jumps in today, does he have the same success? Maybe, maybe not. So what's making you jump in today opposed to 2 years ago? Almost 2 years ago. Not 2 years quite.
Yeah, it did take quite a while, I think, to build the courage up to do it. And I think I got to the point where I realized it doesn't take courage. It just takes the desire to want to be a part of the stuff that I love being a part of. Like, I saw so many people, I was following and listening to so many people, and just really enjoyed being involved in all it. It really was that simple. I just really enjoyed being a part of all the content I was watching and listening to. And I figured I want to be a part of that. I don't know if it's that I want to contribute, or if I want to pull from it, or I want to mingle between it, or I don't know. I haven't thought of it on large scale. I haven't thought of it on big picture or long term. I genuinely just knew I enjoy this. I want to insert myself into it because I enjoy it that much. And when opportunities started coming up, I was like, yep. Like, let's go. Like, just yes to everything. Eat all that popcorn. Like, I just love all of it. It really is that simple. And I would guess, like, I don't know, just simple for me, elementary.
Okay. Your average player, his last comment. Good for you, man. Good for you. If you're able to, do it successfully as well, definitely good for you. If it helps, really, in that situation, in those types of situations, anything that can help you in a positive way, go all in. Go all in. It's worth it. Um, Oak. I'm a quote guy. I love quotes.
Yeah.
I had to write something that you just said down, and it's going to go in my phone. I have a phone in my notes that you can just scroll forever. You can just scroll forever because when something just hits me, I write it down, and then it means something, right? And you said something in your answer to why you jumped in and whatnot. It's quote level. It's not quote level. It is a quote, and I wrote it down because I never heard it framed that way, and it's going to go on my phone. Okay. Do you know what that is? Do you know what you said?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So we were talking about, what made you do it? Because even today, quite a few people have asked me, Basic, how come you're not going on, you're not creating your own channel, you're not doing X, you're not doing Y, Z, yada yada. Your quote hit. Okay, here's for I know Chev's pretty good at quotes as well, and or he at least can appreciate quotes. You said it doesn't take courage, it takes desire. That slaps. That hits. That hits on a different note. That goes on a different frequency. It's not about courage, it's about desire. And if you can desire something so much, you just go ahead and do it. Because there's no second thought, there's no second thing, there's no, self-conscious about XYZ. There's no, doubting yourself. You just do it because it's a desire and everything else doesn't matter. That's a quote right there. That's a quote right there. It doesn't take courage, it takes desire. Shit, put that on a shirt.
with your face as the caption. I think I could genuinely believe that like eliminated any kind of doubt. Once I realized like this is just like my desire, this is like what I want to do, this is what I want to like jump into because of like I freaking love it. Like it really, it just gave like a simplistic approach to it. And once I like grounded myself on it, I was like, it kind of gave myself acceptance to like do it. Just okay, like just start making videos. Like just do it now. Like it's like don't even think about it.
Standing ovation to you. Standing ovation to you.
Thank you.
That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome.
Thanks, man. Awesome.
So where do you see content creators down the road? Let's talk about the ones that are currently existing and still sticking around. Let's everyone under the umbrella. People that have left and you haven't seen like 6 months, to the people that are still doing it at the very peak, to everyone in between. Where do you see it? Do you see it slowing down some more? Do you see it progressing, more momentum? Where do you see it?
Yeah, I think there's an external and an internal answer to that. So I think externally, in terms of what they're doing and their game plan and mission and motives, is very different to where I'm at. I think that I think they're realizing that they could make like a job, career, structure, like game plan with it. Whereas for me, it's this part is the YouTube is as much of a hobby as the cards are a hobby. And I think I don't really have any intention of grabbing any of those people to like try and get views or try and get subscribers or try and get like paid sponsors or I don't know, whatever it is that like the serious guys get. I genuinely think I would like to grab real people that enjoy this hobby and just talk, like just chat, and whether that's cards, whether that's like they love the show or they haven't touched a card in 20 years, but they want to look through the binder together, whether that's someone right now that's just got into it the past month, but they're loving it and it's like their world, or whether it's Ivy, that's a rock star that's immersed in it serious about it, and there's like a lot of different levels you can talk about it. I just think there's a lot of different ways I can approach it. And my thought process, I guess, is that I want to create an environment where I can talk, not selfishly, but like provide almost an environment for other people too, where we can talk, like I can talk, but people can listen and be part of the chat, for collectors, like people that are within this hobby, within this community, within, you know, the all aspects that are in it. And, you know, not to sound cheesy or, you know, emotional or whatever, but like give that an output for people to listen and ask questions and talk, and like just generally like just be something. Because that's what I was looking for when I stumbled upon Leon Hart on YouTube, and I saw him open packs and shout and scream and go red in the face. That didn't feel right to me. And I started looking for, like, I found PK and I was like, oh, wait, this guy gets it. And then I started looking further and I'm like, oh, wait, other people get it too. Like there is something bigger. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, I want to be a part of that. Like that part that like makes sense. There really is a bigger picture. So that's where I'm at right now.
The way that I would frame it, or at least the way that I framed it in my own head, I just never verbalized it, is that the community that I've always expressed this to a few people. There's two worlds in the hobby when it comes to content creators. You have the influencers, and then you have the hobby. And it's focused on knowledge. It's focused on, you know, the base of what the hobby really is, right? And the way that I would frame it, just like I would, like, you know, baseball. I feel like baseball, just like this hobby, it's compared to the, and it's relative, right? Or not relative. Yep. It's subjective. It's, to me, it's one of the most romantic things in the world. When you think of what Pokemon does to people like you and I, to people like in the chat, it is a romantic feeling, right? And romance doesn't mean, you know, between, you know, a love and woman, or a man and a woman. It's about the connectivity to something and what it means to you and the romance in it. And so, like, we were talking about the Ancient Mew. That whole conversation, we did about what, a half-hour bit on Ancient Mew. Has anyone talked more about Ancient Mew in the past year than we just did?
I've never seen it.
That's the romance between, you know, the hobby and this card. And so when I started in this hobby, these were my two first guys, Jetman Pokemon, which everyone knows, but no one knows the second name. And he actually bailed on the content creation aspect of it. His name was, on YouTube, Crack Rock McCabe. Just no one else in the hobby, no other content creator knows who Crack Rock McCabe is, which is shocking to me because I was like, wait a minute, I was watching Crack Rock McCabe. Jem Poland and Crack Rock McCabe are actually very good friends. They were doing this thing together. They were cracking boxes, you know, getting them slabbed and whatnot. I asked Jem Mint, right? I was like, dude, what happened to Crack Rock McCabe? And he said, because of his tolerance levels with hatred in the comments and whatnot, he had to quit because he goes way too hard at going after these people that hate, right? Where, you know, sometimes you just got to look the other way. Sometimes you just got to let haters be, right? That they're drinking their own poison. So, you know, let them, you know, dig their own grave. But yeah, it was one of those things that's like, man, that sucks. But Crack Rock McCabe, you might be able to even Google or something along those lines and get some sort of content, but you're not going to be able to. He shut down his YouTube. He shut down everything. And the fact that nobody knows who Crack Rock McCabe is a real shame, because, man, was there just a load of knowledge there? There was just a load of content there.
Did he delete those videos, you mean?
I don't know if he deleted the videos or if he shut down his channel. You know how, like a Swami, thing, where
Okay.
Swami kind of shut down the channel, but it's still there, but no one can see it. I think it's one of those situations.
I haven't seen him in much of anyone's chats recently either. Like, I feel like he's just busy. Swami specifically, like I don't feel like he's been involved in much lately.
Well, I mean, we all know why he kind of, left the hobby. Not left the hobby, but left YouTube.
The creation part, he was still dabbling in like
Oh, he
chats and
still
being
is.
involved in stuff.
Yeah. He's well, yeah, I haven't seen him in a live chat since probably New Year's. Like it's been a while. I love Swami. So Swami,
You jumped in the New Year's Eve one, right?
Yeah, I was actually just in the chat and he invited me over. I was like, yeah. Like I told you when you asked me, would you go on a live, would you be my first guest? I was like, dude, you don't have to twist my arm to talk shop. Like that's, you're gifting me something. Like that's.
Oh, I remember almost jumping into that live with you. He sent me the link to jump into the live on New Year's Eve. That was going to be the first time that I showed my face or whatever, like jumped into a live stream. But I literally fell asleep. It was like 1 a.m. Like it was like crazy time.
Yeah.
I got a 3-year-old, you know what that's like. Like it just got too late and I crashed.
Yeah, it's the fact that we were all live, right, on New Year's Eve, counting down. That was pretty awesome. Chef says fun. that Swami's pretty active in the Discord, and I have heard that, but I'm not in that Discord. But
okay, yeah, I need to get involved in that more because I've had a couple of people question that.
Yeah, Swami, I hold very near and dear to my heart. He's I've told him this too, but he's pretty awesome. He's pretty dope. I would like to consider myself his number one fan. I told him, I still think that to be the case. He's pop one in regards to bringing on a Joe Schmo off the streets and inviting him on his channel just to talk shop. He was the first person to ever bring somebody from the chat who nobody knew, no credentials, no platforms, no IG accounts, no nothing, and said, I would like to have you on my channel on a live. Would you like to be, the first one? I was actually his first one as well. And it was just one of those things where, I'm always in the chats, as you know. I'll comment most often than not. And at one point, one of his videos, and I can't recall now which one it was. I would like to go back and see which one, but he shut down his channel. He asked, like, hey, basic, like, I see you all over the place. I see you in the chats. I see you in the comment section. What's your story? Like, what's going on here? Like, what am I, like, I'm just curious. I told him a very brief paragraph, right? He says, man, that's an awesome story. You should go live on Pokemon Radar. Now, this was me shooting my shot just to be very transparent. I said, Pokemon Radar, like, hey, he's a cool guy, but you're here talking to me. Why not go live with you? He's never gone live before with a person, right?
Yeah.
He goes, really? You would do that? I was like, why not? We're just talking Pokemon. Who cares? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's no big deal. And everything, and then everything else is just history. But I found it more surprising that he brought me on, and boom, we're ready to go. It's live. After post live, I told him, you know what's more surprising to me that even I wouldn't do? He goes, what? You didn't vet me. You didn't ask me questions. You didn't FaceTime me to see, are you legit? Are you, am I bringing on? He didn't do any of that. He just said, I'll send you the link on that day and we're ready to go. And he just had me on. That speaks volumes to me as far as the people that are in the hobby, and I hope Swami does hear this because he knows it though. He knows it that I appreciate that because it's not about courage, it's about desire. And that guy is all about desire because he brought a random guy off the street, brought me on on a live. And I've been on quite a few lives ever since then. So I'm appreciative to Swami for that standpoint, because that's what the hobby is all about. We talked about what's, the last 10 years since I jumped back in, what's been like the peak of my enjoyment, it's been the last 2 years, and it has nothing to do with the market, and it has everything to do with the involvement with people.
Yeah, I think you've set a precedence for that. Honestly, I truly believe that people know you and know like that they can trust you and respect you, and that like you're enjoyable to like speak with and talk with and watch and be part of. You're a rock star in the hobby. I think you've.
Oh well, thank you. I've definitely had a lot of people tell me the opposite because I talk too much, but I can appreciate that when people can appreciate them talking to me.
Tell them to get lost. I think there's a sediment that you've set. Like, you know, I really think you've set some groundwork for like just being real, like just being a real guy in the hobby, like easy to talk to and just enjoyable to chat with. Everybody loves you, like everyone that I'm aware of, and anyone that doesn't, bye. Like
they can kick rocks, right? They can kick rocks.
Basic rocks, yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's been a weird journey since the Swami, situation. I want to say like almost 2 years ago.
Is it that long?
I feel like it's been. I feel like it was before Logan Paul.
Yeah,
I feel like it was before Logan Paul.
2 years, yeah.
So and the Logan Paul thing, like again, November of 2020. We're not in November of 2022 yet, not even close. So, it's definitely be interesting. But that's what going back to the whole influencers and only wanting to invite people that they can gain something from. Then will they bring that person on? Like, that makes no sense to me. That's not what the hobby's about. That's not what Pokemon's about. And I've had these conversations with a few people. If I ever, make a channel, create a channel, I do have desires to. It's just I'm very methodical.
It's exciting.
And it's a double-edged sword with being methodical, because methodical can also lead to procrastination. And but that's just the way I go about things. But to me, it's all about bringing on the people that barely have a voice. I want to hear their voice because they are 99% of the hobby.
That's my intention.
Yeah, they are 99% of the hobby, is the people that don't have a voice, the people that can sometimes not even have not even jump into chats and whatnot. So that to me, about if I ever do something, it's definitely going to be to bring on everyone else. Oh, if you want to come on, I'll have you on, but you only get in like 5 minutes, because I want to hear about 17-year-olds, right, that are coming into the hobby. I want to hear about the 20-year-olds, the 25-year-olds. I want to give them airtime.
So there's so many people. There really is, and I think we align very well on that. Like, that really is something that, I mean, maybe it's a joint thing. I don't know. Like, realistically, that really is something that I want to dive further into, because it's fascinating.
Chev. Thank you, Chev. I appreciate that. I don't consider myself that, but I appreciate that.
Spitting facts. I've literally said facts.
Well, also coming from a person that has 40,000 followers on TikTok. So, I mean, that's...
I mean, respect. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Listen, I appreciate all of it, but my only tip to everyone is just be genuine all the time. Be genuine, mean what you say what you mean, and just do good for the hobby. I'm always a fan of people that are doing good for the hobby and not the opposite, right? Rattle has been one that's been one of the most outspoken people, right? Rattle Pokemon. It's all about people that do positive things for the hobby and not negative. So yeah, that's what I'm down for. I love this hobby way too much, and it means way too much to me to engage with people that do the opposite. Whether that's intentional or inadvertent, it doesn't matter. I've had a few conversations with people where inadvertently I know that they're going about things, in a different way. They probably shouldn't. And I talk to them and say, hey, I know I'm only, X years old. I'm not this ancient guy that, has wisdom in the world. With that said, take it from a person that's very transparent. When you say XYZ, or when you go about things a certain way, it's going to rub people the wrong way. Just don't go about it. And this is me talking to influencers, right? There's been a couple of them, and it's just like, just don't do it that way. Luckily, so far, I haven't been told to F off. They've actually been very, very receptive, but it's just me trying to help out not only them as human beings, but the hobby as a whole. Because if they're hurting the hobby, they're hurting, what I mean? It's disrespecting the hobby. The great curator has this, cool phrase that says, respect the hobby. And maybe it didn't come from him, but that's what I like. I respect the hobby, please. There's way too many players here there's way too many players that you don't need to go about it a certain way. You don't need to go about it in a certain negative light. You can still be you, because it's so deep in personalities, it's so deep in characters, that you can actually be yourself.
Yeah, I think what you're addressing is something that people aren't addressing, and I think that's the culture within the hobby. Like, I think it all boils down to the culture in terms of
Ancient Mew.
Ancient, do you want me to like send a selfie so she knows I don't want him to get in trouble to like think that he's like talking to someone. Yeah, I think that there's definitely culture aspects within that, like what you were just saying. There's people that are like salesy, there's people that are reserved, there's people on like many different levels and pages, and on many different like excuse me, approaches. Like, yeah, I'm starting to feel it now. Many different approaches in terms of like buying or selling, or I don't know, there's just many like viewpoints right now where we're at. It's not a similar horizon for everyone. Like, everyone's not seeing the same sunset. And yeah, I think culture is definitely a part of that. And I think people like Rattle are shaking that up a little bit. Like, they're all bad people in this hobby. They really are. There's fraudsters, there's bad actors. Like,
bad actors.
That's what I do at work. Literally, the team that I run, I'm a manager of a fraud and risk analysis team, and that's what we fight all day. So that like holds something to my heart. But also, there's I would say the 99% are amazing real people that want to collect or are hopeful for the future if they buy something, or just want to be in it and enjoy it.
Yeah, it's
going again.
Listen, don't feel pressure to stay on. I'm a freak of nature from that standpoint of talking. Please, if you feel like you need to go, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm okay. But go ahead.
I'm wondering if we've got a few people sitting here. I wonder if we should wrap up with a few Q&As. I wonder if they would have any questions for us. I know we've touched on a lot of different topics tonight.
Yeah. Any questions? Have we engaged with the? How long have we gone? 1 o'clock. Didn't we start at 8 my time?
Yeah.
Is this seriously a 5-hour conversation?
Longest YouTube.
What the hell?
Longest YouTube that I've.
You have the record. You have the record of the longest live. You hold the record. Your first live ever with a guest. You have the record. You hold it. Pop one. Put it up there. Slab it.
Top 5 hours.
Okay, I was just looking up this compliment, and again, it's up to you if you want to wrap this up after this. So we're talking about influencers, right? We're talking about content creators, and so Chef mentioned, but I don't even like saying it because it's cringy to me. But Chef said what he said, right? And to me, when I talk to a few of those people, and people have actually, oh, you're just being modest, you're just being this, you're just being that, and it's like, no, I said it's really not, because it's actually weird to me. I will much rather not have it. And there's a difference between um like, what are the two distinctions, like a celebrity versus like just being, I guess, popular, or, but I forget terms. But anyway, I don't see myself either or. I really don't. I could care less for it. I've got nothing to gain. I started the Instagram only because Swami needed me to have an Instagram so that he could send me the link for the Zoom. That's the only reason why I have an Instagram today. I'm still, listen, I'm probably never going to put the effort that Ancient Mew is putting into because that man is killing it. And he thanks me a lot. But look, we all need a little nudge in the right direction. Hopefully, this leads to a lot of great things for Ancient Mew, because we all have a spot in this hobby. We all have a spot, and we just need to take it, like you just mentioned yourself, right, with your situation. But here's a quote that reminds me about the hobby and influencers, right, and the whole celebrity thing, and the whole being famous or whatnot. And it goes, don't overvalue compliments to the point where you are vulnerable to negativity. Don't overvalue compliments to the point where you are vulnerable to negativity. So in other words, if I get to the point where I'm like, oh, basic, the one time now all of a sudden when somebody says one negative thing, I'm destroyed. I'm hurting. I'm in the fetal position.
It's out of the ordinary. Like, receiving constructive feedback.
So you already need to be somebody that's poised enough to not care. And I feel like you actually fit that mold, the way that you described how you came into the hobby. You don't care what I have to say. You don't hear what the next person has to say about you. Negativity that may come your way. I feel like it's not going to bother you, right? And for some people though, like in a lot of aspects in life, right, when they become famous, celebrity type, what have you, they get too embellished in the compliments and the, oh, you're awesome, you're great, yada yada, that the one time now, because you're so used to it, the one time now that somebody hits you with a negative comment, you're done for. You're so weak, you're so vulnerable. So that's just a little tip for everyone, including Ancient Mew, not that you were heading this way, for you, Oak, even for myself, because it's nice to hear it, right, to remind yourself that, and I'm going to read it one more time, do not overvalue compliments to the point where you are vulnerable to negativity. That's my end, Oak, for whenever you want to end it.
I keep going and I'm sorry. I'm like, I think my body's shutting down. Yeah, I think there's aspects of that, not just within the hobby, but within personal life and work life too. Like, there really is like a level of humility that you just have to accept. Some people are going to love you, some people are going to hate you. Like, just focus on the end prize. Like, keep forward thinking. Thick skin. Yeah. I don't even know if it's thick skin. I think a level of purposeful ignorance is probably part of it too. Like, just not even accepting what people say.
Well, here's the thing. I actually go the other way. I accept the negativity. You're entitled to your, if it's negative, you're entitled. Your negative comment or opinion is actually accurate for you. I don't have to, I can accept it. I don't have to swallow it. I don't have to eat it. I don't have to digest it, right? I can just acknowledge it, and that's your opinion, and your opinion is very accurate for yourself and your opinion and how you view life, but I don't need to digest it myself. That's all it is. Sometimes negative comments, even bad ones, are good for you. If you're able to analyze.
I guess the really bad ones, I need to assign some moderators for. There's that too. I need to get some moderators in this live chat, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's right. Do you have any moderators?
No.
Yeah, right.
I don't even know how to do it. I'll figure that out, I guess. all these superstars. I feel like everyone in the chat would be a moderator though. There wasn't any like strangers tonight.
Most often with the all the content creators that we like to watch, and like bad act in the chats. Like it's always been an awesome time.
Yeah, they're all wicked.
I still can't get over the fact that we've gone for 5 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah, that flew by. I definitely should have drank more. I didn't drink as much as I thought I would, but
so I've definitely gone a little deeper. Still good. I'm still good. I'm still, still have all 5 of my senses, all 7 of my senses. As I was giving you a few tips, not that I'm the master at it. After this, make sure that you post that you hold the record for the longest live. If you need tips, you go to Ancient Mew, and you get some tips from him. But don't be afraid to let the world know your accomplishments. Not that this is an accomplishment, right? I don't want to freaking make it seem like it's a big deal, but that within our community, in our side of the hobby, 5 hours is quite a ridiculous amount of time.
Yeah, it's bordering irrational, I guess. I don't know.
Freak shows.
Yeah, I think yeah, I think there's people that could probably pull a full shift listening to this. Like, breaks to the side. But yeah, that was fun. I really enjoyed that basic. I'm really glad that you came on and spent your time and your effort tonight. And I do value your time. I know we joked about it earlier, but I really do value your time. You've got a family, you've got friends that you could be spending it with. So for you to come on this channel and do this first live stream with me, I really appreciate it. I've really enjoyed it too.
It is the biggest honor, like I told you. The fact that have anyone else. I mean, Mason is lining up for you. It's like, yeah, invite me anytime. I'll do it. Send me the link. I'm there. Mason has a platform. Mason has how many subscribers? Almost 20, something along those lines, 20K,
Yeah, literally, yeah.
I have 0K.
Yeah,
right?
Me too.
The fact that you wanted me on as your first guest speaks volumes, not only for yourself. I must admit, just to be completely transparent, I am human at the end of the day. It obviously makes me feel a certain way towards the hobby, towards yourself, that maybe my 2 cents is meaningful, because I've always said I'm just a Joe Schmo, right? Who cares about my cents? But the fact that you're willing to bring me on, that just speaks volumes on a whole lot of levels.
No doubt.
I appreciate that. It's a total 100% honor. And just like I let everyone else, you never have to twist my arm to talk shop. So whenever you need to fill the gaps, once you get big enough, and you're getting nothing but studs and stars in your lives, whenever you need, a B celebrity, C celebrity, you give me a call and I'm there.
Hey, let's keep it real though. We're gonna keep this real, right? We're gonna have real people on, real conversations.
That's right.
I think we've set a good precedent right there for
Awesome.
getting going and rock and rolling,
Awesome.
and I really am appreciative of you.
Awesome.
So yeah, thanks. We still got superstars in the chat. I don't even know how this is still rolling. Like, what is going on right now?
5 hours and 9 minutes. Not
Guys,
that I'm counting, but this is just crazy to me that we've gone this long. I don't know how long my longest live when I've been invited has been, but obviously this one takes the cake.
Pretty cool.
This one, yeah.
I hope not too many people asleep. Maybe 10, maybe a dozen. I don't know. All right. Let's shoot it.
Alrighty, Oak. All right, guys. See you guys.
Good night.
Thank you for hanging out.
Thanks everyone in the chat. That was awesome. Signing out. See ya. Bye.